Oh no, apparently there was another song playing in the background from one of my YouTube links. And I didn't notice because I didn't have my headphones plugged in. Hi June, thank you for the first. Thank you for the blood tax. Hi Super Crocs. Hi Pookie, thank you for the blood tax. Hi Pika, thank you for the blood tax. Welcome in. I hear LobCorp. It is LobCorp right now. We are gonna be putting our good old PM Project Moon music in the background for today. It also suits what I'm about to talk about, which is fucking work. Oh my god, dude, I think my my forehead feels tight. Like there's a layer of like muscular tension and like solidified sweat crust. Tight. I had to wear a hat at work. And so I've been just sweating in a hat for the past 3 days straight. 10-hour shift, 10-hour shift, 10-hour shift. In like a hat. And I'm just sweating so bad all day because it's hot as balls, bro. So like, I look, I have a little bit of a headache. But that's also probably because I stayed up late trying to finish the presentation, which I'll give some disclaimers. Yeah, some disclaimers. I'm a disclaimer. You know what I mean? I'll give some disclaimers when we get there. But yeah, no, my forehead just feels weird right now. Like I took a shower, I did my skincare, I washed my face and everything, but it's like, it still feels weird and uncomfy and gross. I don't know. Maybe it'll be fine by tomorrow. Draq the dicks claimer. Oh yeah, I be claiming hella dicks. Pause. Yeah, at least yesterday's shift wasn't that bad. I will say yesterday's shift was not that bad. It was long and it was hot. But it wasn't that bad. It was pretty much it was a pretty good shift actually. Everyone was actually tipping really well. And everyone was really nice. Good tips, nice people. Talking about tips, talking about taking long hot things, talking about being the dicks claimer. Like, what the fuck am I need to switch up my vocabulary. Nah, jokes aside, yesterday was good. The day before though, Thursday was not a good day. Wednesday was also not a great day. It was hot as balls, man. It was hot as balls. The past 3 days. The past 3 days is just. Oh. It's been so hot. The past 3 days have been hot as hell. Yeah, it was not a fun experience having to deal with a fuck ass hot weather for the past 3 days. Thankfully I'm off today, and tomorrow I don't know if it'll be as hot or cooler. But the good thing is before my off-kai trip, I don't have any more shifts that are in the afternoon. They're all gonna be they're all gonna be like late afternoon, which will still be really hot, but at least I won't be in there for as long. Which is good. But I will say on Thursday, couple things. If you're gonna be a dick, learn who it's okay to be a dick with, and learn that karma is also a bitch. You cannot penetrate me if you do not. Okay, never mind. Never mind. What am I saying? What am I saying right now? Okay, I'll get to that in a second. First thing, we had on Thursday a pretty famous celebrity come in. And let me just warn you about celebrities, guys. I don't know what it is, but celebrities and rich people, I mean, that's why they're rich, I guess. They be the stingiest fucking people on the planet, and they're almost always assholes. I think there's like a 30-70 ratio of like good celebrities to just asshole celebrities. I want to say it's a good 30-70. I think a good 30% of celebrities are kind of assholes, and the other 70% are good. And I'm speaking with the years and years of experience because my dad's clientele is celebrities. So I get a good bunch of tea from them, and I get a good chunk of information firsthand whenever I go work at his place. And also, even in my place, in my restaurant, we do get a good chunk of celebrities every now and then. I typically find that streamers, when they stream on Twitch and are well-liked, you kind of know who's a good customer and who's not, right? Like we had Tens and Kaide. They were both really nice. I'm sad that I didn't get to serve them, but my friend did. Yeah, they were both really nice. There's a couple other streamers I know. For the most part, even I've even served a couple people in the adult entertainment business as well, and I think a lot of them, they're either really nice or they're also kind of like stingy assholes. And like I kind of don't blame them for that, but it kind of depends on like where they are in their I guess like financial like comfort or whatever. You can always kind of tell too. Hi Art, good morning. Hi Sane, thank you for the blood tax. I'm doing a little bit of work yap because the past 3 days were hot as fuck and I had to wear a hat. So my forehead and my temples feel kind of crusted over from sweat, even though I took a shower and did like a double cleanse last night. And I'm very, very, it's so uncomfortable. And it was so fucking hot the past 3 days. And I worked 10 hours all 3 days. So past 30 hours has been the most uncomfortable physically days in quite a while. Not to mention, our ventilation actually broke on Thursday, and our freezer broke as well. So the kitchen was 10 degrees hotter than it usually was, and so was the rest of the building. So you could say the kitchen's 20 degrees hotter than it is outside. Every time I had to go in there for food or like talk to the chef or whatever to wait for something to be out, dude, you would instantly start sweating the second you walk in there. It was awful. Terrible. And we have our walk-in freezer, which was still not broken. You'd walk in there, you'd walk out, immediately just be blasted with a wave of heat. It was awful. It was awful. So bad. My jewelry like 3 times the last month. Yeah. I haven't even been wearing a lot of jewelry recently. Back-to-back shifts, yeah. So on Thursday, we served a pretty famous celebrity. I can't say who because that will dox. Oh, dox where I work. but their tab was over $600 and they stiffed. Ooh. Ooh. You're already wrapped up in several other controversies for being a shitty person, and you're gonna do that? Not to mention they were live streaming on some social media platform. So you did that on camera too. Okay. Alright. You made us give you things for your birthday. Mind you, your birthday is not within the next or last 4 months. Brother, you're famous enough to know that we can look up your birthday. Come on, man. Let's be fucking real. There's no way you're gonna be that rich and acting that broke. That's fucking crazy, dude. That is crazy. And then you're not gonna leave a tip for your server. That was crazy. That was crazy. We were all talking mad shit about them after they left. That is crazy. Like, come on, bro. I know you're a multimillionaire. Come on, man. You could spare $120 to tip your server for a $600+ check. At least. That is what any normal person should have done. And then I took a picture of it, but I don't think I had to censor the image later for a lot of things. But mind you, my last table Thursday, and our pattern has been awful, by the way, recently, where we will be super so they weren't not enough subs. They're not a streamer, I'll say that, but they happen to be streaming on a social media platform. They are like they are a mainstream celebrity. Anyways, though, yeah, I took a picture of it and had to censor a lot of it. Draq, you pervert. Dude, I was talking about also the first like 10 minutes of my stream was me talking about long hot shifts and tips and being and being the disclaimer. I don't know what to say, bro. No. So I took a picture of it because basically our pattern. Oh my God, Sang, you didn't hear any of that. Hi, Sang, are you excited for Off Guy? I'm so excited to see you, bros. I'm good. I'm ranting a little bit about work, and then I'm gonna be doing my big ass fucking multi-hour presentation autism yap. I'm already ready to feel scared of meeting everyone. No, you did. I had a great time last year, and hopefully we can hang out more. Are you volunteering again, or are you just gonna be hanging out? Hi, Swamp Turtle. Thank you for the blood tax. Yippee! Oh my God, I'm so excited. Okay, that's great. I'm glad that you're gonna have time to hang out with all of us. Okay, sick. As I was saying though, the pattern this summer has been really bad. Because obviously business is bad for us. Wow, I fucking wonder why nobody wants to go to tourist destination when... Wow, guys, who wants to come to America right now? Wow, if it wasn't for the World Cup, we'd have no business at all. Anyways, it's been really bad and really fucking weird. Where from like 4 o'clock to like an hour before closing, dead. And then as soon as that 1 hour before closing hits, suddenly everyone wants to go. Suddenly everyone wants to dine in. Suddenly everyone wants to dine in. And then we're stuck with like a wait list that's way too fucking long. because everyone just like explodes into the doors, and it's like, why? And then instead of closing at closing time, we're closing an hour and a half to 2 hours after closing time. So everyone is just in a bad mood and pissed off. Anyways, so my last table, they sit there for hours after closing, and they're waiting, and they're French, and they're really fucking annoying. And so I give them the check. See, oh shit, they're closing soon, Rush. I know. But like, we've never had that in the past 3 years working here. It's always stable throughout the day. People normally plan when to go, but no. And these assholes were like, oh, American dipping culture. And then they start laughing to themselves. And they spend 30 minutes straight counting pennies and dimes and nickels and quarters to pay for their tab of $140 to leave like a $5 tip. So I open the book and it's full of fucking coins. Mind you, we're 2 hours past closing now, and it is late. It is like, it's the morning. I'll just say that. It's the morning, okay? It is the morning. And they're like snickering and giggling and laughing to themselves, glancing up at me and stuff like that, being total assholes. So you know what? I'm here. It's in the AM now. You guys want to be assholes? Be the last table sitting here and think you're so fucking funny for doing coins and shit? Who can play that game, bitch? Who can play that fucking game? They stand up, ready to go. I open the book and I'm like, oh, sorry guys. Wait, you have to come back. I have to make sure this is the right amount. Otherwise, there could be legal trouble. So I make them sit down next to me, and I start counting coin by coin, starting from the lowest denominator up. Dropped a penny. Oh, fuck. Where was I again? Hold up, guys. I have to start over. Coin by coin by coin. I held them for another hour. Fuck you, bitch. None of us are getting sleep or having a good night tonight. Fuck you. Anyways, I can be petty sometimes too. But yeah, and then there was also it was just really hot. And there was another table there that was just like, they had like 3 or 4 kids that were just demon childs. They were just demon children. And I don't know what the fuck was going on. The whole family was a mess. We closed 2 hours ago, and they wouldn't leave the restaurant. They refused to leave. They're like, why do we have to leave? And it's like, because we fucking closed. The whole street has been closed, and like, you know, we're gonna have to call the cops to get you guys out of here if you don't fucking leave. And the kids are running around the entire like 2 hours they're sitting and they're causing trouble with other guests, taking things from other tables, and they're going around and like fucking, there's like, we have things where it's like, you know, like little bowls of things for kids where it's like, take one, you know. Fucking kid took like 30 and took everything. I'm like, you greedy fat fuck. Oh my god. And they're just running in and out of the bathroom, like strewing toilet. Fucking evil kids, dude. I swear to God, we should have kicked them out ages ago. That whole family had to go. My brother was serving. I felt so bad for him, dude. That whole family had to go, man. Whole family had to go. And then I also found out that one of our chefs quit, and that actually made me really emotional and sad, because he was my favorite of the head chefs that we have. He was the only one I would go out of my way to talk to and like say hi to every day, because he was really funny. He just had this very deadpan sense of humor, where he just wouldn't smile much, but he'd always just say something sarcastic and great in response. And even I would get his cues and stuff, and I would always know that he's joking just because like I trust him and stuff like that. And I was able to joke with him, and like I got him souvenirs and stuff like that. And he always took care of me, and like whenever I made mistakes, he would always like make up for them and stuff like that. He's just a super great guy and a super great worker. And he quit on the spot because apparently he was getting picked on by all the management staff and everyone else, where they would just like keep blaming him for a lot of things that were happening and saying that his attitude or work ethic wasn't good enough, or he was just like never good enough, and like they didn't do stuff. And he would always try to prove himself and show that he wrote a whole like paragraph email of like how much he's done and like what he does that is unseen or whatever, to like try to defend himself. And he just gave up because no matter what he did, it wasn't enough for everyone. So he just quit on the spot, and that made me really sad. Really sad even just talking about it. But that sucks. That sucks a lot. But I hope he is able to find a better job for him that will appreciate his work. Yeah, it's not worth all that. And it reminded me because of one of my really close friends had the exact same experience where they quit their job because they were constantly being picked on for making mistakes or not doing things that every other worker was doing or not doing, and they were doing way more than everyone else, and they just couldn't. And I was like, I hate all this stuff that's been happening with that. Tipping culture sucks, but that's just mean. Listen, like, tipping culture sucks, but there's nothing you can really do other than tip, right? Like that. I'm sorry to say this. I sound like a greedy fat fuck being like, give me all your money as a server. But like, here's the thing, right? The options, there are like 4 options to deal with tipping culture in the US. As a customer, right? There's number 1. I don't want to tip my server because I don't want to support tipping culture. Great. You know what that does? Absolutely fucking nothing but ruin your server's day. I'm sorry. It's not gonna show the company that you guys as customers don't approve of tipping. It's just gonna actually enable the company because they're gonna be like, oh, great. I'm seeing no difference in my sales. In fact, maybe my sales will be higher because people are willing to spend more money since they know they're not gonna tip, right? So the restaurant is just saying, wow, my sales are much higher. This is great. I can keep up my my tipping culture and not pay my servers. So not tipping only feeds into it. Tipping feeds into it because it's like, see, the servers are getting paid. You guys are tipping them. But at least the server who is doing work is not working for free and they're making money to pay for their rent. That's option 2. Option 3 is we're all able to protest or whatever. I know I said 4 options, but there's really only 3. We're all able to protest. We go up, we change laws, we do it through active protesting and all this other stuff that does not involve fucking over your servers, and that does not involve tipping your servers either. It's just completely external because that's the only way we're going to change tipping culture. And then boom, restaurants have to now pay all their servers a fair wage. Great. The price of every meal at a restaurant just doubled. Also not great, you know? And that's capitalism. And it's not, and then if we were to take it a step further, the 4th step would be, cool, these multi-billion-dollar companies and bigger restaurants are able to pay their workers their fair wage and also not raise the prices too much. That's what we would have in every other country. But unfortunately, that's not the way things are here. So it does irk me when tourists try to not respect local culture. I feel like it's the same thing when you have Americans visiting foreign countries and they're being rude, loud assholes in the street or breaking courtesy laws and stuff like that, like talking in the train in Japan, or like eating, or like eating while walking, or just like all this other stuff where it's like, come on, these are courtesy laws that are a part of the culture, you know. Let's deal with that. But that's my take on tipping. I don't agree with tipping is optional, but I also don't disagree with it. I just think it's important to at least admit that if you're going to say tipping is optional, it's not because you are going against the system. It's just because you don't want to tip. And it's okay. You can admit that you're a stingy asshole, but you gotta, like, run with that, I think. I personally don't mind like crazy when I don't get tipped a lot. Just because I still live with my parents. And I don't have to worry about as many bills as other people. But some people are living alone and they have rent. And I've seen a lot of my friends break down because they're gonna have to pick up like several extra shifts and they're working like 12 hours a day for like 6 days a week just to pay for their rent because they have a couple bad days. It's just, it sucks. Well, I see how it is on all ends, but it is what it is. Or several jobs. I mean, I don't know a single person in my restaurant or in America or where I live, I should say, that's not working at least 2 jobs. Except for like maybe my brother. But yeah. I had one more thing I want to talk about from yesterday, but I'm trying to remember what it was. Other than like the horrible heat. All right, well, I can't remember. So shall we chat? The disclaimer from earlier. I have a few disclaimers. Number 1, this took many hours. This took a lot of hours. Quite a lot of hours. Does that mean it's polished or good? Fuck no. There's just so much content when I'm covering 5 different separate entities of media or whatever. So with that being said, is everything going to be properly capitalized? No. Is everything going to look great from a graphic design standpoint and be properly formatted? And are all the images and videos going to be cropped the same even manner? Are there going to be consistencies with font size or whatever? No. I did my best, but no. I'm so sorry. If you have OCD, you can kill me after the stream. I am so sorry. 2, things may not be in perfect order. If you're gonna LARP check me, fuck you. I know more about the series than you do, probably. I don't know. Project Moon fans are always crazy. Maybe there's someone that knows the exact fucking right mole on Kim Ji-hoon's left ass cheek. I don't fucking know. Well, I did my best. It is a lot. And I'm gonna try to get through everything. It is, the other disclaimer, it is a fuck ton of content, which means I know that a lot of you guys will lose your attention span and get bored. That's okay. If you need to sit out, please do. I am just essentially using this stream as one big one-take recording that I will later upload as a VOD onto Twitch and onto YouTube, and I'll try to timestamp it onto YouTube. This is just for everyone to catch up to the entirety of lore as I and the events of the story as I yap a little bit. I also did not get time to do the Library of Ruina section. I will kind of talk through it a little bit, re-talk through it. And also my VODs and gameplay are up. And the last disclaimer, the franchise is great. The games are great. What I am merely saying is going to be a summary that will not properly capture the experience of playing through them. Limbus Company is free. If you are interested, I highly recommend at least giving it a go, experiencing it. It's not a game that requires a crazy amount of time from you. So yeah. Shout out Project Moon, glory to Project Moon, glory to Kim Ji-hoon, glory to Limbus Company. All right, let's go. So starting off with a general background of the setting, the entirety of well, all the text and all the games mostly take place in the city, which is a population of 7 billion. It is supposedly the last human civilization, and it is composed of 26 districts labeled A through Z. Z is not located on the map, but we do know and have confirmation that it exists. And each district has a nest, which is a goodish place, and the back streets, which is the baddish place. It's around like a 20-80 ratio of like nest to back streets. Maybe more like a 30-70. And also each district has a wing, which is like basically a mega corporation that owns a singularity, which is a super powerful, like almost magical technology. So basically every LA has an Amazon warehouse that has the power of underpaid laborers. Yeah. And people that work for the wings are called feathers. And the outskirts of the city also exists, which is full of non-human, which does have some lingering human civilizations, as well as a lot of non-human life. And the city does regularly send expeditions and military squadrons out there to kind of push back everything non-human that might be trying to get into the city, and to explore around areas outside, like the ruins, in order to find treasures and relics and artifacts and all that. All makes sense, chat? Smile. This is just the backdrop for everything. Does this work? For districts A, B, and C right here in the dead center. Also, you might notice that the city is kind of shaped like a rose. Districts A, B, and C are called the head. And they are basically the fascist government that runs the entire city. You're not really supposed to know too much about them, and they are quite a mystery still. You start looking into them, you disappear. A Corp has arbiters going... Can you see my cursor? I don't know if it shows up on screen. No, it doesn't. There we go. Capture cursor. All right, now you can see it, right? Okay, cool. So A Corp has arbiters, which are basically human nukes. They are basically human beings infused with singularities. So those magical technologies that make entire districts of the city kind of run, they are just basically human beings that are infused with them. B Corp has beholders and gazers and other such people. They are essentially the eyes of the government. They are presumably omniscient, and can even see into the future. But that is just speculation and theory. And C Corp has claws, which are basically drugged up super soldier tax collectors. They have a bunch of cocktail concoctions of various powers from kind of made from some singularities. And are able to, what's it called? They just knock on your door when you don't pay your taxes. We love claws, yeah. The one that we saw in Runa is Beryl, and this is Xena from Runa as well. These are actually, all three came from Runa. Drug addicts working for the government, yeah. These are some taboos in the head. I'm not going to really go through them because they're not super important to memorize or whatever. And I'll kind of talk about them as they come up. But number one, pay your taxes. Wings and singularities. Wings are the mega corporations in the city. They each have access to a patented technology with crazy abilities, like W Corp having these massive warp trains that can get you anywhere in the city in 10 seconds. Monka Warp Corp. R Corp has a cloning tool for advanced military. T Corp deals with time. And L Corp deals with energy. If a wing falls, then the patent for their singularity becomes public. For example, a singularity that allows people to augment themselves with magical tattoos, or a singularity that allows the consumption of humans to create silk out of their flesh and blood. Those used to both be singularities that were patented, and because their wings fell, they are now public, and people are able to use them. Yeah, W Corp's logo is goated as fuck. I also really like R Corp's. with the reindeer, the rhino, and the rabbits. I think all the logos in this game are sick. Anyways, the main focus of the first game, Lobotomy Corporation, with their titular Lobotomy Corporation, they used their singularity, which was Cogito, which is a refined version of the Well of Humanity. Basically, I'm probably going to get LARP checked here, but underground, there's like a giant ocean of liquid and several rivers with different magical properties. We will get into the rivers and the ruins and the other stuff later, but we also don't really know that much about them yet, and they're still kind of mysterious. One of them is the Well of Humanity, which is a liquid of all human emotions and thoughts. I believe the well might actually be metaphysical and not real, but honestly, I'd have to get fact-checked on that. But Cogito is essentially the refined version of that collective human subconscious, and it basically can be injected into someone to physically manifest their subconscious. And what this does is it turns people into abnormalities. So all the abnormalities that we dealt with, the reality of the well was never established, I believe. I see, okay. And so all the abnormalities that we deal with in Lobotomy Corporation used to be people, with the exception of just a few, which are a result from nature. But that's only because in the Black Forest, where the 3 birds came from, the well was actually quite close to the surface, and that created the 3 birds. But for the most part, every other abnormality is a result of Lobotomy Corporation creating them and using them to farm for enkephalin, which are those green boxes that we farmed. Abnormalities, they're just the undying, unkillable SCP monsters, and they have various different risk levels. And for fixers and fixer offices, fixers are just legally approved mercenaries for hire. Offices and fixers do odd jobs under contracts for payment. Think of them as your guilds in like fantasy RPG kind of stories. And to become official, you do need approval from the HANA Association. There are 12 associations. They're basically, think of them as like the 12 largest guilds and the most official guilds. And they all specialize in certain things. Like the Shi Association specializes in assassinations. And the HANA Association is basically like the official government guild, kind of. They are in charge of designating and officiating everything that's fixer related. Fixers are rated grade 9 to 1. Kind of like Lord of the Mysteries, where 9 is the weakest, 1 is the strongest. And if you're even stronger than 1 and do something crazy, like crazy incredible, you get promoted to a color fixer. But there's only 1 color allowed at a time per color. So like if someone is red, no one else can be red. And then workshops are offices that just make stuff, basically. They make gear and weapons and stuff. Don't need to worry about threat levels, really. And then on the other side of fixers, there are syndicates. Syndicates are just your organized crime groups, your gangs, your mafias, your Yakuza, all that other stuff. And the top 5 strongest syndicates are the 5 Fingers. There's the Thumb, which is, their logos are in order right here. The Thumb is very oppressive with a strict hierarchy and focus on manners. There's the Index, which is about religiously following prescripts that are generated from the vibrations in the city, as well as other sources possibly, but we don't know yet. Yeah, your fortune cookie followers. The middle is about family and keeping track of grudges and fulfilling vengeances. So they're all about revenge, essentially, and having a tight-knit family. The Ring is all about art and self-expression, usually in violent or gory ways that show human suffering. And the Pinky is a mysterious group with Eastern roots, and members are unknown even to each other and are labeled after their stars. All right, going into Lobotomy Corporation. I'm going to... Sorry, I have like something stuck in my throat. Going into the events of Lobotomy Corporation. And also Runa, I'm going to give a brief summary of their events as we go through. just because I didn't create designated plot summaries for them since we played them together. Ugh, fucking sinuses, man. All right, Lobotomy Corporation. How do I want to do this? Do you guys want a summary of what happens in game as they happen in game, or do you want like a general summary of what is the what happens chronologically, or what? Sorry, what's the best way to say this? What happens in the narrative, or what happens in the plot? I don't know if you guys are lit nerds. Do you want to know what happens in the game as we play it, or do you want to know what happens in the events according to the order of events? AKA, which way did you watch your Star Wars in? All right, I'll go in order of game events, I guess. Chronologically, okay, never mind. Chronologically, there's this woman named Carmen, and or let's just say this: the city sucks. Very depressing place to live. Very fascist government that oversees all. High taxes, high mortality rate, wage slave lifestyle. Everyone's super depressed and emotionally detached and numb to everything. Carmen sees this passionate lady from a wing, and we learn that she is trying to find the cure for this illness of the mind, or sickness of the mind. Disease of the mind, sorry. And this is basically, she's essentially just trying to create one giant Zoloft, or one giant Lexapro, for the entire city. That's her mission, basically, as a bastardized version of it. So Carmen goes into the streets and starts talking about her goals and stuff like that, gets a few researchers on board with her, and goes to a facility in the outskirts to conduct research. And they discover the Well of Humanity, they discover Cogito, yada yada. But no matter what they do, they are not having success with their research. So Carmen gets a bioscan and discovers that she is most compatible with Cogito. So as they're moving on to human experimentation, it seems that she is most likely to be the first test subject for Cogito. However, nobody wants to risk Carmen dying because she is the head of the project. She's the one who's organized and brought everyone together, yada yada. So instead, a orphan that they adopted kind of from the outskirts, that they rescued from the outskirts as that was close to their lab, named Enoch, who was kind of questioning his will to live, as well as like the meaning of life, and trying to find ways which he can help the world be better and stuff like that. So he volunteers and dies miserably. And his sister Lisa is like, what the fuck? Enoch was my everything. How dare you do that? Carmen, it should have been you. And Carmen's like, yeah, I fucking agree. I should have been the one to die there. Holy shit. So Carmen is like super distraught by guilt, and she plays with a funny knife in the bathtub. And there we see Ian, who really looks up to Carmen, who probably has romantic feelings for Carmen, is crazy distraught. And in the city where we have technology to essentially revert injuries in at least 15 different ways, he finds Carmen bleeding out in the bathtub, nearly dead, but somehow barely staying alive. And instead of doing any of that, He extracts her brain and nervous system from her body and puts it in a giant vat of liquid, which he now is able to use as an infinite cogito generator. And he decides he is now burdened with the task of finishing out Carmen's research, because that is his way of showing his love and dedicating himself and making sure Carmen's dream is fulfilled, even though he is a complete sociopath. So they do more research. A lot of bad things happen to the researchers. Eventually, the researchers all die due to, well, I guess like their own mistakes and their own traumas and sins and stuff like that. And we are left with Ian and Benjamin as the two survivors. And Ian and Benjamin discover that in order to make everything possible, there's a 1 in like 10 million or 1 in a million chance of their project succeeding. However, in order to get rid of that 1 in a million odds, they're just going to make a situation where they could do the project a million times. And Benjamin, not Netanyahu, Benjamin and Ian start a war, basically World War I in the Project Moon universe. They basically start World War I in order to replace the old Lobotomy Corporation and officiate themselves as a new official corporation. They become the new Lobotomy Corporation, and Ian turns all of his old friends, takes their brains out, puts them into robots, makes them manage his facility of hell and doom and suffering, turns a bunch of people into monsters, and farms them for energy, runs the experiment a million times until he's finally able to succeed. And then he is able to release all that condensed energy of light onto the city, finish Carmen's project, and he dissolves into the light alongside Carmen, and happy ever after. Depression is cured. People can take control of their own future. Blood is not Professor L. Okay, leave me alone. That is the bastardized summary of events of Lobotomy Corporation. Obviously, there's a lot more going on behind the scenes and stuff like that, but it is essentially like in a straight line. That is pretty much what happens. We all know what happens in the ending. Angela steals the light, ruins the project, half ruins the project, and that is because of Ian's cruel oversight of her. And then we get into Runa. But first, to the characters. Malkuth, or Elijah, as she was, the name in the parentheses is going to be their names when they were a human researcher. And the names that aren't in the parentheses are going to be their names after they were revived, or I guess turned into their machine counterparts in Lobotomy Corporation. And they are all based off of the Hebrew Kabbalah, or the Jewish Kabbalah, sorry, and its various elements of the Tree of Life. Yeah, basically. Pretty much. So Elijah, through her trial, she gains the will to stand up straight. But as Elijah, she was very incompetent and always wanted to prove herself because she had an inferiority complex. She took an unauthorized cogito injection, which melted away her insides, her teeth, her bones, all of that melted away. And she was begging Ian to end her suffering, and Ian just kind of watched and then abandoned her. She learns to rely on herself and only seek validation from within. Yesod, or Gabriel, is a strict rule-obsessed man, and the reason for that is because he saw Elijah die and melt from the inside, which triggered his OCD, and he believed that he was infected and that what happened to Elijah was contagious. He eventually claws out his throat and scratched away at his skin. And Ian, basically, there are bugs under his skin, yeah. Ian basically does physical tests on him to see if he is infected. And Ian's like, no, bro, you're not. You're chilling. But Ian doesn't realize that Yesod or Gabriel was psychologically affected. And because of that, Gabriel dies. He basically dies because he tries to rationalize everything and rid himself of emotional problems he might be facing. But also because Ian neglects him and his emotional needs. So Gabriel is all about having balance between being able to release your emotions and still feel them while still being rational in the face of awful things. Hod is Hod. Hod is Hod. Michelle gains the hope to be a better person. She was a naive kid who snitched to the head because of the horrible things that the research team was doing, which caused everyone to be killed, and out of guilt, she decided to tire swing. And in her guilt, she tries to be kind and loving, but she's really doing it just to make herself feel better, and doesn't actually care. But she learns to do charity that's genuine rather than for self-satisfaction. I like that Hod looks like a roach. To be fair, that's like an average Gen Z kid. Hot moment to BH. I guess, but I just feel like most of us wouldn't really rely on higher ups anymore, or older people, or like, I feel like our generation is kind of defined by the fact that like there is no one to rely on. There is no one to really like look up to because there's no more consistency. Really? Yeah, I've given up on that. Giovanni is I don't even know how to describe him properly without butchering his character a bit. But he was close to Carmen because he was a part of her he was a patient under Carmen for a while as growing up. And yeah, so he was really close to Carmen, and he doesn't really have a place in the lab team, but he was just there for Carmen. And when Carmen is dying, Ian promises him that a Cogito injection could save her. So Giovanni is like, okay, bet. And he's fucking dying, and yeah, no, Ian was a fat fucking liar and didn't mean shit, so he dies for nothing. And as Netzak now, he just wants to die. He hates working as a safety manager in a place where people die every day. He hates being here in the first place. He hates being lied to by Ian. He hates having no goal and no purpose in life. And he just wants to drug himself up and drink himself dead. And he learns that life is hard, but it's still worth living and protecting and struggling through regardless. That's fair, I guess. Lisa and Enoch are the two twins that they rescue from the outskirts. And they are all about the expectation for the meaning of existence. Enoch saw a world where things could be better and a future where suffering can be minimized. Lisa was just there for Enoch and didn't really see what he was talking about or thinking about, and didn't really feel the weight of his sacrifice. Enoch was existential and died in an experiment. Lisa was super attached to Enoch, blames Carmen for his death. Tiff, or Enoch, doesn't like being alive again as a robot, and he keeps spiraling and having mental breakdowns, which causes him to keep being crushed and reset. And at this point, Lisa just wants us to end him for good without resetting him. And she learns that life may have a purpose and tries to have hope and an expectation for the future. I will be kind of speeding through LobCorp and Ruina stuff just because we've already played through them. So many revolutions fiction and all can be solely driven by those who are obviously defined and use spies and traitors. Yeah. Kali, or Gibura, is, well, we'll talk about her later, but she has a lot of lore and her own story. And she's a pretty big figure in the city as a whole. Arguably, I don't even know if it's arguable. I think she's definitely the strongest fixer in the universe. in the Project Moon universe that we know of. I think Kali, in her prime, was probably the strongest fixer in her universe. Right under... So she was one of the strongest characters in the series. I think the only person she's weaker than is like the Arbiters. But that's just not a fair comparison. Even if she does end up killing an Arbiter, that is due to a lot of other things. But yeah, she's goated as fuck. Total badass. Grew up in the worst back streets in the city. Betrayed by a bunch of people around her. Learns the harsh realities of the world. And just becomes stronger to protect herself and others. And until she is essentially the strongest. By herself, yes, since she was a kid. And with that, she becomes, I believe, the first person to manifest ego. But yeah, she's all about the courage to protect. She died trying to protect everyone and believes that she failed. However, she did save Benjamin and Ian from the raid. The head, when Hod snitched to the head raided the facility in the outskirts. Kali tried to protect everyone, and she ends up dying, but also ends up taking care of all the people that raided them. Because of this, she believes she failed, but she actually didn't. And as Gebera, she hates abnormalities because she believes, you know, that they kill a lot of the people that are important to her and whatnot, and she just tries to exterminate them. But she's able to realize that she did end up saving a few people in the project, as well as the project, and regains the courage to protect. Hesed, my good boy, my coffee addict, my beautiful man. Hesed gains those who are faithful and trustworthy. He was a rich Nepo baby named Daniel, who accidentally got kidnapped by Kali, because he was the wrong guy, and he decides to stay on the team anyways. He takes his own life after, due to guilt of killing everybody. But essentially, when the head sent an arbiter, the arbiter came in and threatened to kill him and everyone, and said that she would let him live if he opened the doors to all of the facilities containing abnormalities, and letting the abnormalities go wild and kill everyone in the facility. He was scared as fuck, you know. The guy had essentially the biggest gun pointed to his head in the entire universe. And he was a weak, rich kid. But he tried to fight in his own way by opening the doors as slowly as possible and buying as much time for everyone to run away. But he still feels guilty that his actions and his cowardice led to everyone dying, or a lot of people dying. And now he is stuck doing the same thing as a Sephira, managing the abnormalities like strengths and weaknesses, and deterring them and countdowns and stuff like that. He rebels against Angela and Ian and learns how to stand up to injustice and inaction. Basically, everybody with two people. No, I don't think that the abnormalities killed everyone in the facility. There were two claws that helped, and also Garion as well. Doesn't really rebel against Angela. He rebels against Angela completely. Because in his mind at this moment, Angela and Ian are the same. That's because Angela is following Ian's script. They don't know yet. Yeah, they don't know that yet. Garion or Binna, they are the arbiter that was sent over to destroy the old outskirts facility. In this, they were basically just sent to do their job of murdering non-law abiding she's a cop. She does her job. She was sent on a task to SWAT raid a facility and kill a bunch of... She is a cop. She's a nuclear cop. All right. And deal with everyone doing illegal activities in the facility after getting a report. In doing so, she underestimates Tally and ends up dying. So, because of this, Ian extracts her brain, puts it into a robot as well, makes her do the most mentally torturous job in the facility as revenge for killing his friends, and also extracts all the information out of her in order to find out how to successfully do the project while avoiding the eyes of the head and the government and stuff. She was a government cop that preserved the status quo. She hates Ian's struggle, thinking it's futile and not going to end up anywhere. But she ends up admitting that without trying, nothing can change, and decides to just watch the process and at least give it a try. So she becomes the eye facing the fear, breaking the cycle. He saw them all as friends in his own sociopathic way, he did. Benjamin, or Hakma, is Ian's student who viewed him as a god. He is Angela's other father, so Ian and Benjamin created Angela. And he was so focused on the past and terrified of the future because he doesn't believe that the plan will succeed, and he learns to have faith and move forward. He learns to have proper faith in Ian and the plan, and he moves forward no matter what. He becomes the eye embracing the past, building the future. Hakma balls. Hakma balls indeed. Hakma Tua. Okay. Ian, as well as Abel, Abram, and Adam, are all the different shattered identities of Ian. He becomes the knowing, and Abel is all about the futility of the project, the endless loops, and how it's never going to work. Abram is the doubt that the suffering and the horrible things that he has done in the facility can be overcome, and that the ends will truly be justified by the means. And Adam represents the power and purity in humanity and believes that abnormalities, because they are the manifestation of the human subconscious, they are the purest versions of humans, and wants everyone to just become, indulgent in their subconscious desires. Carmen is based on Cameron, the Garden of God, as she wants to plant seeds of hope inside everyone and seeds of possibility inside everyone. Also, she is bow-legged as fuck. She dies when Enoch died and got turned into that bucket, which is just her spine and nervous system inside fluid. And she becomes the main antagonist of the game. Yeah. This is a bloodbath abnormality as well as the bucket. These are representing Carmen. Angela is our AI assistant, and she regularly is rude and abuses all the other staff. Forces all the workers to suffer in order to generate energy, and she's cold and uncaring, and even berates us as manager for wasting our time torturing ourselves and others for something that is impossible. However, she was an assistant made by Ian illegally, using a copy of Carmen. She was designed to be attractive, however, Ian is immediately disgusted by her and couldn't look at her in the eye. She was also given human emotions, a perfect memory, and felt time 100 times slower than humans. I think a part of the reason he's so disgusted in her is not only the fact that she is a copy of Carmen, but also color-wise inversed. She also has his yellow eyes, devoid of emotion, and I think he was projecting a little bit of his hatred towards himself through her, and the fact that she also will never be the Carmen that he loved so much. And she is forced to play a script that Ian made to perfection, and the script resets every single time in the loop something goes wrong. So in the events of Lobotomy Corporation, before the gameplay, we learned that she was actually really nice and tried to care for all the employees and tried to help everyone live and work well and all that. However, anytime she would do anything nice or good, the entire loop would reset. So she was forced to be a villain for millions of years and watch all of the people she wanted to be close with and care for suffer and die in the worst ways possible. And once the entire project succeeded, Ayin was like, all right, good work, guys. You can clock out. You can have your pay raise, your vacation, enjoy everything. Except for her, because he completely did not care about her and he completely sidelined her and all that. So she didn't get an ending. And because of that, she steals the light. All right. Check. How are we, guys? That was the events of Lobotomy Corporation, as well as the main characters. She's absolutely not innocent, but she's justified. How are we doing, guys? Okay. Well, I feel like I'm giving a respectable amount of courtesy here. No. Chat, 1 in the chat if we're good, 2 in the chat if we need any clarification or anything. I know that was a lot of words. You wrote her so negatively compared to Ayin. Go back and mention how creepy Ayin was. Ayin was just an evil sociopath. And also, we haven't gone to Ruina yet. Angela in LobCorp is horrible because we don't know anything yet. Yes. She's not horrible. As for the information we are given in Lobotomy Corporation, she is a pretty bad person. Post LobCorp, I loved her. She wasn't bad. She's not objectively 100% just a pure evil character, but she does a lot of bad things. In, like, completely justified bad things. She is justified in everything she does. Yeah. No, she's justified in everything she does. She doesn't fully do bad things herself. Her first decision she made with free will doomed the entire city. It was a justified decision, but it is objectively a bad decision. I wouldn't say doomed. Yeah, 100% doomed. The city still grew? The city did still grow, but only a little bit. And civilians are growing stronger. If she didn't steal the light, nobody would have distorted. Distortions wouldn't exist. The millions and millions of people that died to the distortions wouldn't have died. Everyone would be able to manifest ego. Not even true? I'm pretty sure that is objectively true. And things would have been better. People would have been able to fight for themselves. I'm glad she stole the light. It was a justified decision, but it wasn't good. The light is potential. The light is potential. It was supposed to sow the seeds, strong seeds, within everyone. However, after the light was taken away, that's when distortion started being created. Not guaranteed. Yeah, it's not guaranteed, but that just means ego or no ego, not ego or distortion, or neither. I don't think we know enough about monoliths, though. Because there's a good chance monoliths would exist only because of the Dark Days. Because we don't have confirmation yet, I think, that monoliths existed before the events of LobCorp. No, we do know that. Distortions predate LobCorp? Do they? Something LobCorp experimented with to gain ego. Can't have ego without Carmen's distortion. But if they had ego before the events of LobCorp, and that was before Carmen had the power to distort people. Yeah, Gebra manifested ego without the light, though, which means without distorting and stuff. I don't think any of that's quite confirmed. Ego was rare. Extremely, yeah, because Gebra was the only one, or Callie was the only one who had it. I think I'll put a pin in that just because none of that's really confirmed yet. We don't know enough about ego distortions, the monoliths, and whatnot. Distortions still existed? But where? I don't remember. What do you mean where? Well, like, where were there distortions before Carmen dissolved into the light? Me no remember. It was still happening, especially in LobCorp? Where is that written? And the outskirts too? Was that in Distortion Detective? Because I don't remember that. Dude, am I stupid? We look at the foundation of LobCorp. Yeah, but distortions aren't even mentioned at all in LobCorp. Yeah, they created abnormalities. Those are different than distortions. Ego wasn't really either. They didn't have names before. Well, Ego was plenty in LobCorp. We got a lot of names of Ego in LobCorp. Some abnormalities cause distortions, though, too? No, they don't. Ego gear? Yeah. Well, we get Ego gear because Callie's the only one that can manifest Ego. We don't get efflorescent Ego. Efflorescent Ego we get after we only see Callie and then in Ruina. And that's a result of the light. But abnos don't cause distortions. Abnos create sub-abnos or aberrations. As far as we know. But the point is, like, distortions didn't exist as far as I know, exactly, because like we don't have enough information yet. But we do know it's confirmed that distortions as a phenomena or existence within the public of the city only existed after the events of LobCorp because of the Dark Days. And that's why Moses was created her whole office, and that's why we get everything that happens in Ruina. It became public? Well, yeah, because it started happening to people. But before that, it wouldn't happen to anyone. You know, I mean, I just don't remember. Like, I need like a source or an example or a citation. Because I genuinely don't remember where in LobCorp, Limbus, Distortion Detective, Wonder Lab, I don't know in any of the sources where they say that distortions existed before the Dark Days. Let me see. Business venture. Okay, I guess it's because you're quoting Nosferatu, I think. In which case you would be right. But it's also weird because I think Nosferatu is kind of a what's it called? An exception? Just because Blood Fiends are both distortions and not distortions, as stated by Dante. But the only confirmation we have of distortions appearing before the Dark Days is Blood Fiends. And even Blood Fiends, Dante confirms, are not really distortions. And I think we even get confirmation of that in Distortion Detective. And we know that they originate from the abnormality Nosferatu, which is the only abnormality that quote-unquote creates quote-unquote distortions. So that is the only thing that we know of that works. That we know of? Yeah, that just means it's ambiguous. I'm not like officially confirming anything. I'm just going off of what we know. Anyways, Library of Ruina. In the events of Library of Ruina, we start with seeing Angela, who creates a library to learn about the city and become human, using all of the light that she got from the events of LobCorp. She invites people to her library, which is actually a giant ego. This Ian more and be softer with Angela. Angela and Ian are two of my favorite characters in fiction. I love them both. Ian is a horrible piece of shit who becomes a better person through the suffering of others. Angela is a victim who becomes a bad person, who becomes a better person through the suffering of others. She is meant to mimic that state of Ian. Better. I didn't say good. She's not bad. That's the whole point. The whole point. Her character would suck if she wasn't. She's literally a child learning. Can a child not be bad? Can a child not do bad things? I didn't say she's evil. I just said she's bad. She's not evil. I consider them a product of their environment. Yeah, that's fair. Like, I don't consider Ian a product of his environment. Unless we want to say the city as a whole is the environment. Ian is... I don't think I could say Ian is evil. I could say Ian is a sociopath. But to call him evil feels a little ableist. If I were to call him a sociopath. Yes and no. I don't want to boil down Ian's character to that, and I also don't want to boil down Angela's character to that. I like both of them so much because they're a lot more complex than just being objectively bad or objectively good. Yeah, I know. He is bad, but I wouldn't say he's evil. It's not like he was necessarily doing all of that just for the sake of making them suffer or all of that. If he has a person's evil, he's borderline evil. He's not like objectively evil. He's truly a means to an ends person. Like, he does a lot of horrible shit throughout his life for a good cause. Sound like a man to me right now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He doesn't do it for the good cause. Not at first, but towards the end. He kind of has that aspect. Like, the thing is, he learns from all of his coworkers' mistakes or friends' mistakes. And that's why, like, he does it driven by lust for a girl who wants a good cause. Yeah, I mean, he's kind of doing it for the same, like, selfish reason of Hod, where he's convincing himself he's doing it to, like, fulfill her dreams and do a good thing. But in reality, he's just doing it to satisfy the burden he feels from, like, the person he like, lusted after. But then he learns to become a better person and do things for the sake of doing things for a good person. He doesn't... I know, that's what I was saying. I'm saying, like, he was telling himself that and, like, being public about that. But, the same way Hod was telling herself and everyone that she's trying to be a good person and she's a nice person doing these great things because she's so nice. Yeah. And that's why he also learns from Hod, hope to be a better person. I know, I'm just doing like a brief summary for everything because I do gotta get through Limbus and stuff. Him post LobCorp isn't the same. I know. Him as himself is evil. Okay. Sure, yes. Pre-game Ian is evil. Yes. Yes. I will... That I can agree with, yes. Agreed. Anyways, on to Ruina. Creates a library using the power of the light, invites people to the library, have them fight to the death, and if they die, they turn into a book, and that book can be read for all of their life's information. She interacts with Roland, as well as the Sephra, which she brings back in human fleshy bodies, as well as interacting with guests. She starts breaking down a little bit, little by little, and starts learning more and more, because she does not have a lot of experience with the world, and she learns to be more human through the experience of others, rather than, as well as her conversations with others. At this point, she is a child that is throwing a tantrum, and throughout all of her conversations and interactions, and support from everyone else, she is able to grow and like become an amazing person. She believes that she deserves to take from others, and since she has suffered more than everyone, she believes she has taken the burden of suffering for everyone, and thus is entitled to a bunch of other things. She doesn't realize at first how she's basically mimicking Ian and following her father's footsteps, of continuing the cycle in the same way, because it's all she really knows. It's all she saw in the millions of years she experienced. So she emulates the same loops. She emulates the same cycle of violence. She emulates the same structure of creating the library with different departments and all this and that. But the whole time she's actually just really scared and lonely and wants to be rewarded for her suffering. And she's lost because she has never felt any love or connection because Ian denied her. She followed Ian's script in LobCorp, and now she follows Carmen's promise that if she goes through and kills enough people, she will get the one true book that will be her answer to her life, and she will gain her humanity. She invites people by making them sign off that they are entering the library of their own will. And because of that, she believes she is free from guilt and responsibility, even if she is killing people. However, she doesn't understand human society. She doesn't understand the city. And she doesn't understand that there are invisible forces that compel people or force people to risk their lives for things just to survive, such as getting enough money to pay their rent or find the things that they need to enjoy life. And so she starts learning as well throughout all of these interactions. And she has breakdowns and realizations with her interactions with the Sephira. Her childish anger erupts only to be quelled and learned from. She believes she's the ultimate victim and the one who paid the ultimate price. She's scared of vulnerability and blames her lack of ability on her past. However, she grows to become an accepting and loving person who's able to embrace her past and learn and move from it and heal from it and break the cycle and undo the suffering which she has caused in order to start fighting against the system and start fighting against the structure that has led to her suffering and everyone else's suffering. She beautifully learns what it means to be human despite not being human. Now she's punk. Yeah, pretty much. She becomes goated. Obviously, that was a big bastardization of Angela's character. If I wanted to do Ian, Angela, and Roland's character justice, I would need like 12 more slides each. But I'm not going to do that. You guys somewhat followed along with my Ruina and LobCorp playthrough, so you kind of know enough. Let me do her justice. No, it's okay. It's okay. I have to get through a lot. I have to get through a lot, June. Faster than Mike, I can't. And Roland, we are introduced to Roland in the very beginning as a guy that somehow magically accidentally ended up in the library and now is helps out Angela to take care of guests. However, we learn in the very end that it wasn't accidental, that the purple tier Iori teleported him into the library in order for him to get his revenge and find out who possibly killed his wife. And he finds out it was Angela, and he essentially spends the entire time helping Angela become human so he can kill her and get his revenge. But throughout his time with Angela, he starts faltering in his revenge and gets attached to Angela and hopes and believes that Angela can break the cycle and do the things that he couldn't and become a better person so he can accept her as a friend and not have to kill her and get revenge. Angela indirectly, yes. He's a nihilist who gave up on change in the city. He believes the cycle of violence and suffering will always continue and there's nothing you can do to break out of it. He is just burning rage with no expectation or hope, no belief in trying to create change, and he's running away from himself. His pregnant wife finally broke through to him and made him have some sort of happiness in this world. However, she died to the first distortion of the pianist. He went on a rampage and killed anyone and everyone who could be involved, and he sneaks in the library to kill Angela if she's the cause. He lies and acts as a weak nobody the entire time, but he is secretly planning and tempering his blade to get revenge. He has this mindset of this is this and that is that to cope and compartmentalize and run away from the responsibility of everything. And he believes that his life will always be entangled in sorrow, which is why he always recites the poem of love and sorrow. He eventually befriends Angela and puts off his revenge in case Angela changes her mind and undoes her harm. Which she does. In the very end, if you pick the good ending, Angela finally accumulates enough light to become human. She decides it is not worth it. She's going to face her inner demons, release the light, give it back to everyone, revive everyone she turned into a book, and release them back into the city. And if we pick Roland's good ending, Roland will defend her during this time against the Blue Ensemble, which is made up of a bunch of people who Roland fucked over in the past. And they are now all distorted, trying to use the light to distort everyone and recreate a mass pianist end of the world event. essentially. Penis. Distortions. Whenever you get too stressed or traumatized, you hear a voice from the light, which that voice is Carmen, and if you listen to the light and give in to your selfish desires and impulses, you distort, turning into a monster. It can be undone if not terminal, and once you are fully terminal, it is an abnormality. If you are injected with Cogito, you just straight up skip to becoming an abnormality. Ego. If you reject the light and accept reality of your suffering and indulge in your desires at arm's length without shutting out the world around you, you gain ego, which is a weapon and gear that gives you powers and makes you a lot stronger. It is the conscious thought. And then there's also ego gear, which is extracted from the abnormalities that you interact with, and it comes with contamination of the abnormality, basically whispering in your ear while you use it. Censor Philip. I'm sorry, I will not be doing that. And here's some more abnormalities from both games. And then also, all of the abnormalities are very important to the story. They all have their own symbolism and meaning and a design philosophy that I could go on into for days and days, but I will not be doing that. But one example is the 3 birds, which symbol and represent fascism and represent the head. There's the judge, the jury, the executioner, the burned feathers to the lamp for 24/7 surveillance, the tilted scale, so judgment will always happen, even if it is corrupt and always unfair, and the torn mouth open, so anything can be devoured. And going into Leviathan now. Break from Ruina. I know I didn't really summarize Ruina much, just because I really only went into Angela and Roland for Ruina. There is a lot of other characters. There is a lot of other stuff that happens. But I would be here forever if I fully summarized Ruina on top of it. You guys saw the VODs or our videos too. I just gave you the general gist of things. All right, are we all good to move on? Falls asleep. Don't fall asleep during Leviathan. Sure. All right. The Leviathan is one of the me. Oh, you're gonna hate what I did to Distortion Detective. Just because I really did not have enough time. Leviathan is a story that happens right after Ruina and right in between Limbus Company. It's not centered on Vespa, no. Leviathan follows the story of Virgilius and Karen, leading to their invitation to Limbus Company. The story starts with Virgilius on Christmas wearing a Santa hat and going to deliver presents to the orphanage he's been taking care of. Upon arriving, he sees the orphanage destroyed with most of the children killed. The killers are Iori, the purple tear, and Tomeri, whom she took from the library. Iori no-diffs Verge and essentially explains that all of this is a plan for the future. If you don't remember Iori or the purple tear, she is the snake grandma who is a color fixer who can travel through time and dimensions. She tutored Angelica, she tutored Argalia, she tutored Roland. She caused the events of Library of Ruina by teleporting Roland into the library. She is very, very important and responsible for a lot of the events. She's more of like a background character that pulls a lot of strings. She's one of the 2 biggest string pullers in the series. Anyways, a few months after, maybe in I'm pretty sure a few years, but then a few months after an incident, Garnet, one of the orphans, joins Verge's office after just becoming a fixer. Verge gets a call from Garnet one night saying that Lapis, another one of the orphans, wants to meet up with Garnet. They arrive to a ring gathering, and Garnet believes Lapis may have been kidnapped by the ring and asks Verge to help. So the first half of Leviathan is in manga style, and the second half is in web novel style. It is not a long read. It is 20 chapters. I do recommend it. It is a pretty nice read. I wouldn't say it's Project Moon's best, but it is definitely, it's really good for what it does for Virgilius. I'm not going to introduce or talk about the side characters too much just because I don't have time for that. We see Iori fighting and after she massacres the orphans. And then we see Garnet right here with his bowl cut, as he just became a fixer working for Virgilius. And we see the docent of the ring, or the maestro of the ring, Doom 1 right here. Basically them discovering that they infiltrated a section of the ring. Hold up, let me play. Here we go. Evil mob psycho? Kind of. And this is Lapis when she was a child in the orphanage. Garnet liked Lapis quite a bit. We see some more ring members who look very cool. Anyways, so Verge's office gets a recording from Lapis that shows a site of the experimentation of a singularity. Garnet recognizes that a lot of the subjects are other kids from the orphanage, and the other office members working for Virgilius recognize that they can make a lot of money from this since the experiment involves a singularity. Garnet gets depressed because everyone else is doing it for the money and doesn't care about the lives. Basically, they all infiltrate the ring exhibit where the recording came from. Verge uses his status as a color fixer to be invited to the auction house and flexes on everyone. And they watch the auction, which is hosted the auction hosted by Jumsun. The final piece auctioned off is a painting of a violent massacre painted by a dying member of the ring. Gubo of N-Corp happens to be here, and he bets on the piece in order to gain access, because the person who wins the auction for the last piece is allowed access into a tour of the corridors of the ring, which is essentially their way, like their pocket dimension kind of way of teleporting around and moving and traversing, because he is looking for something. Verge says he can finish the painting since he was actually the person responsible for the massacre and killed all the syndicate members. Jumsun is swayed by this and ends up selling it to Verge, which makes Gubo mad because he's a salty little baby. But yeah, here we see some of the experimentation as well as some of the other ring members and what's going on there. And some of the really cool trippy art that comes out of Leviathan, which I just love. Anyways, so Virgilius wipes out the syndicate in the wiped out the syndicate in a bathroom and killed everyone except one. He later finds out that that syndicate leader has a daughter named Lapis. And so basically Virgilius goes around and he takes responsibility for the innocent children of the horrible people he kills through the orphanage. So Verge and Garnet are escorted through the corridors, which is those interdimensional hallways that the ring uses. They arrive at the experimentation site and Verge and Garnet dash through the site to find the children. Verge stays back to fight a member of the ring. Garnet goes on ahead. Verge gives his sword to Gladius to Garnet. Verge starts lamenting on his failures, like at the orphanage and whatnot. And he gets a little depressed and starts hearing a voice in his head. He kills the ring member and moves forward. Garnet arrives at the site and comes across Jumsun, who uses the singularity on Garnet. Jumsun explains that their research and the singularity, Garnet and his friends couldn't handle the singularity and kind of fractured and like got turned into these cocoon like objects, I guess I should say. But Garnet's able to endure it and handle it. The singularity basically injects people with different identities from other mirror worlds. So parallel versions and other people from other universes basically get overlapped over yourself. Most people become insane and or overwritten by those identities, but Garnet's able to withstand it with his willpower to save Lapis and everyone, and is able to even use the power of the other identities. So there we see Gubo and his fucking Captain Kuro looking ass from One Piece. Jumsun is the one with the fishnet veil and all the dots. He's part of the pointillist faction of the ring. The ring's factions are all labeled after different art movements, like pointillism, cubism, fauvism, such and such, and they all have their own unique fighting styles and whatnot. And this is the part where Leviathan switches over to being a light novel, or a web novel, I mean, and we get more color spreads done by a different artist. This is the ring artist that Virgilius fought, and this is Virgilius and his gladius sword or relic, as well as Garnet in the back. And there's Jumsun again with his weapon, which puts a bunch of dots in people. Shout out pointillism. And here we see Garnet as, I forgot her name, but this is mimicking a scene in Library of Runa. This is basically him just explaining all these memories and experiences of alternate dimension versions of himself, all overlapping over his current self. So we start seeing all the different like really familiar dialogue and backstory and stuff like that from characters that we saw in Library of Runa, except it's just Garnet replacing them and Garnet remembering all their memories and experiences as they're all inserted into him. He now fights Jumsun. Verge catches up after no diffing Gubo because Gubo tries to stop him, thinking he's hot shit. Junsun reveals that they have used the singularity swap between millions of mirror worlds, which they can manifest. I don't know why I use he/him pronouns. Their gender is unconfirmed. Verge finishes his conversation with the voice. He manifests ego. Jumsun can't find a reality where they win, so they die and summon Schadenfreude. Verge defeats it, and then he finds Lapis, whose identity has been overwritten with that of Karen. He finds a cocoon of Garnet and gives it to Verge. Verge is then approached by the taboo hunters of N-Corp. It is a taboo in N-Corp and highly illegal to record or view any recorded footage, and thus Verge's office was dealt with and all of his workers and employees were killed. However, Virgilius gets an offer from Faust to cancel out the breach of the taboo in exchange for joining Limbus Company. So Garnet actually even gains an identity of Roland, which causes him to become a color fixer, essentially. And he starts going beast mode with all these different mirror world identities written over him. Hi, Swamp Turtle. We're going through our Project Moon summary stuff right now. But yeah, that's Jumsun after they distort. And that's Virgilius after he manifests ego. That is his ego, which is sick as fuck. And Verge, they explain Mong in Leviathan as well, but I'll get to that more later. This Virgilius and Karen being picked up by Faust and Limbus Company right here. Distortion Detective, I'm not really going to be able to go through the events of Distortion Detective because it is episodic to a degree. It is a really, really, really good read. I didn't have time. I'm sorry. Distortion Detective is a really good read. I highly, 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 highly recommend reading it. It was Kim Ji-hoon's practice run of trying to get better at writing, which I didn't even think he needed it, but I'm glad he did. The art for the web novel is beautiful. It's like 40 chapters. Highly recommended read. It's about Moses and her companions as they go around handling this new distortion phenomena in the city, because she has the ability to see people's distortions before they happen. And it's a huge thing where we learn a lot about distortions. There's so many cool, creative, like interesting distortions. And this is all happening during Library of Runa. It is a really good read. You learn a lot about the world. The art is gorgeous. And it's not even that long. I do highly recommend it. And we do see a lot of these characters come up later in Limbus Company in very recent events, getting a lot of like fucking cameos and like almost like super amazing moments. So from left to right, left is Moses. She has manifested her own ego, which is the smoke pipe. She is a smoke war veteran, and she got crazy hips. What is not that long? Distortion Detective, the web novel that takes place between Library of Runa and Limbus Company. It is like 40 chapters. It's a really good read. I do highly recommend it. This is Ezra. She is a very tall, energetic, happy fixer. That loves workshops, and she's a huge workshop fan and gets a lot of different weapons. This is Uria, who is also manifests her own ego and is very interested in ego and the process of ego and distortions. Has a prosthetic arm due to smoke war. Why'd you shrink your Uria? It's because I just copy pasted them normally. It's just her massive fucking wrench. And this is Vespa, a former N Corp taboo hunter. So he used to be a cop basically that was chasing after Moses and her team for a while, but because of a fuck up he gets fired. But he is a grade 1 and then is now blackmailed essentially, or he's not really, kind of. He joins Moses's team now as essentially like a backup fighter and bodyguard because he is their strongest member as a grade 1 fixer with a pretty rare relic. But here's some more art from Distortion Detective. It is gorgeous and beautiful. And this is Diaz. Diaz is basically fuck, I don't know what to say. Diaz is evil as fuck. Diaz is one of the richest people in the entire city. And she is in charge of the Udja, which we saw a little bit in Library of Runa. But she is very rich. She is based on Ozymandias. And she is the other string puller, other than Iori, that is controlling and manipulating a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. She sponsors and funds a lot of stuff. She is she's the rich she's the rich trillionaire that's essentially controlling everything. And she's kind of evil. Very evil. Yeah, more beautiful art from Distortion Detective. Here, let me actually get the artist Twitter. If you guys are interested in seeing more art from this artist, that is their Twitter. But they do gorgeous work. And this is the Ojat, Diaz's private squad. Anyways, now to Limbus Company. Limbus Company. This is the current game. I will be summarizing the entirety of Limbus Company, which is a lot of content. And we'll be going kind of in depth into it because there is a lot going on, and it is a live service game that is ongoing. And once we're caught up with this, we will be playing all future content on stream. Since the whole purpose of this stream was to catch everyone up. But it is the story of Dante and the 12 sinners, 13 including himself or themselves, as they explore the city and search for the golden bows. In the prologue, we have Selva Oscura. The prologue in the forest of D-Corp begins with Dante being hunted down and cornered by lion, wolf, and panther. In order: Dante, lion, wolf, panther. Wow, I'm typing too fast and I'm messing up everyone's pronouns. Dante was in the middle of engraving something, and their head was replaced with that of a clock. The three hunters are looking to find the location of a star that Dante would know. They then decide to kill Dante because they can't provide the information that they need. They're interrupted by a bus, which runs into Lion. A woman named Faust exits the bus and tells Dante to follow their star, which causes chains to erupt from Dante's chest, linking themselves in a contract with 12 individuals who Faust explains will fight for Dante. They attempt to fight the three hunters, but are quickly and easily dealt with. Right before Dante and Faust are killed, a man with red eyes saves them and dismembers Lion and Wolf and relays a message to the Serpent, which is basically all but confirmed to be Iori the Purple Tear, since we know that those three all have connections with the very snakeskin purple accessories that they're all wearing, as well as their use of Shin and Mong, as well as talking about, wow, it's exactly as she said, which is very common for the purple tear since she can travel through time and dimensions. There, Dante is told to rewind time, which causes Dante to feel an unbearable pain as the 12 sinners are brought back to life as their pain is transmitted to Dante and their injuries are reversed. Dante essentially has the power to reverse time, injuries, and death on all of their 12 sinners in exchange for feeling their pain and feeling and taking on their suffering and trauma. Dante wakes up on the bus and is introduced to the 12 sinners who all have a special connection with Dante. Shared thoughts sometimes can understand Dante's ticking speech. Dante feels their pain when reversing injuries or deaths. The man with the red eyes, Virgilius, introduces himself as a guide and tells us to travel the Inferno to collect golden bows. Left to right, golden bows on the left, Virgilius in the middle, and then all the sinners, which we will go into. Everyone good with the prologue? Finally, we're introduced to the bus Mephistopheles, which is driven by Karen. After fighting some backstreet rats, the sinners feed the rats to the bus, which is fueled. Rats as in poor people. Rats are basically just like homeless people. I should have capitalized that. Sinners feed the rats to the bus, which is fueled on flesh and enkephalin, extracted from the brain and the spine. We basically put a bunch of homeless people in a human meat grinder, which uses their brain and spine into energy. I will. Don't worry, June. Ishmael gets very impatient and loses faith in the company's promise, but Faust introduces us to Mephistopheles' ability to extract identities from mirror worlds, which is the gacha. And then I have some footage of all of this stuff, but I just want to check in. How are we doing? Are we all okay so far? Hard, man. I know, it's a fucking lot. But hopefully repeated phrases and having this as a VOD will help a little bit. Is there anything you want clarification on? I will take my time more with Limbus. Basically, to go through the events. So far, not really. Okay. Basically, Lobotomy Corporation, light rains down on everyone in the city. People start feeling hope and a sense of dreams and passion. But halfway through, it is robbed from them by Angela. So then they all fall into despair. Angela does the library thing, invites a bunch of people, kills a bunch of people, and then decides, you know what, I'm not going to do this anymore, and brings everyone she killed back to life, essentially spitting them out of the library. And alongside it, all the light that she took was now fully released into the world. However, they came out as these little golden bows or branches of condensed light. And now Limbus Company has hired the 12 sinners, Virgilius and Dante, to go around the city and collect these golden bows. And we all have our own reasons for doing it. Virgilius, in order to bring back Karen and Garnet, as well as to pay off his debt to N-Corp for breaking their taboo. And the 12 sinners, we learn their reasons as we go. All good?
이제 알았어? 뛰어봤자 벼룩이라는 걸.
And just so you can hear some of the voices to match, I guess.
엄밀히 따져보면 깍대는 소리가 빨라지는 걸 보니 아파하기는 하나 봐.
I get rid of the fuck ass. Okay.
뭐야? 이젠 잠잠하네.
아니, 쫓아올 자는 아무도 없었어. 짐승일 확률은
짐승 소리가 아니야. 이건
We don't really need to worry about the first three because They're not that important, but
의 별을 따라가거라.
like Lion, Panther, and Wolf.
걱정하지 마세요. 정말로 심장을 못 쓰게 된 게 아니니까.
Oh, it's a bit loud, so I'll turn on the volume.
완료되었습니다. 단테, 이제 저희는 당신의 시간에 귀속되었습니다.
And then, you know, here we see Virgilius.
그래야 사지 멀쩡한 네가 저들을 데리고 허둥지둥 이곳을 벗어날 테니까. 달아난 팔과 다리를 대체해줄 놈이 너밖에 없으니.
붉은 시선.
Okay, we don't care if you feel pain, but you're functional. Yeah, essentially.
네 놈들이 해놓은 짓에 비하면 별것도 아니잖아. 그 정도 부상이면 위에서도 충분히 할 일 했다고 생각할 거다. 훈장처럼 여기라고. 아니면 했으면 조금
버스 기사.
And then that's Karen.
아침은 아니지만 상쾌하긴 하겠어. 기분이 어떻습니까, 단테?
And no one can really understand Dante's ticking except for the 12 sinners who he is connected to. And then I believe they all do their introductions, so I won't really go through their introductions. I'll do them myself somewhat, but I will just go through some of their voices.
역시 뭔가 말을 만드는 건 어려워.
So this is Gregor, the war veteran with a bug arm.
모르겠지만 저마다 사정은 있는 법이니까.
His voice actor is really good. This is Dojun, the really tall gambling lady with an axe.
돈을 가져다 줄 사람한테.
그래?
양반보다는 단테. 이름으로 부를게. 당신도 나를 로제라고 불러. 예, 그게 끝이야. 다음은 네 차례야.
This is Sinclair,
안녕하세요.
little German boy.
시시해. 그게 끝이야.
처음이라.
뭐
Scared little German boy. This is Yisong, Korean funny man with emo Korean man.
답답하네요.
This is Ishmael,
사회생활의 첫걸음은 인사잖아요.
ginger sailor,
저를
lesbian.
이스마일이라고 불러주세요.
This is Heathcliff, proper Brexit lad,
나는 사회생활하고는 거리가 좀 멀어서
British man with a bat.
멋대로 부수고 깨부수는 일은 전문으로 하고 다녔지.
This is Don Quixote, the autism monster.
차례인가? 난 돈키호테일세.
보자고요. 우리
This is Hong Lu, rich Chinese man.
우와 당신
요슈.
This is Ryoshu, psychopathic Japanese lady.
메르소.
This is Merceau,
불러주시겠습니까?
autism. French autism.
본인은 오티스라고 합니다.
And this is Otis,
이전에 실례했던 부분을 사과드리고
the Greek glazer. And finally, we have Faust, the German narcissist.
제가 마지막이네요. 파우스트입니다.
All right, cool. So those are the 12 sinners that we will be spending the rest of the game with. And we will eventually all start falling in love with because they're all amazing.
이제 알았어? 뛰어봐.
Wait, why is this not... more? How do I... Full screen. There we go. Love a fist. Love a fist. Yisung. Yisung is based on the Korean writer and poet Yisung, who wrote Wings. Yisung speaks in strange metaphors and can be very talkative in the right setting, but he often spends his time thinking about what to say. His name can also sound like many common Korean words, notably ideal, and will often make jokes responding to a call whenever someone says something that sounds like his name. So he will often go around saying ideal and laughing to himself a little bit, or whenever someone says ideal or whatever, he'll be like, "You called?" He's a goofy little emo Korean boy. Love a fist. I don't know if that's a word. It is now. Faust is based on the German story Faust by Goethe. I definitely butchered that. She is condescending and absurdly confident in her being the smartest, all-knowing genius in the city. She seems to value praise and seems emotionally distant due to seeing everyone as intellectually beneath her. Don Quixote is based on the Spanish novel Don Quixote by Cervantes. She is unusually naive and an energetic person who is delusionally obsessed with fixers and believes them to be righteous heroes of justice. She has a strong sense of justice and often gets into trouble due to her impulsive nature. She's also short. Her design has a lot of different fixer merch on her. Ryoshu is based on the Japanese story Hellscreen by Ryunosuke Akutagawa. She seems to care little about social rules or being polite and fitting in. She is sadistic and often violent and lives at her own pace. She hates being ordered around and often speaks in an acronym system, which she calls sangria. She has a strange obsession with art and gore as well. Meursault. Autism. Meursault is based on the French novel The Stranger by Albert Camus. Meursault follows orders to a T and often over-explains or answers in short, blunt, prompt responses. He has a strong eye for detail but has a hard time with social cues. Hong Lu is based on the Chinese novel Dream of the Red Chamber by Xue Xin. Definitely butchered that. He seems to be a curious, out-of-touch, airheaded, sheltered, rich man. He often speaks of his own upbringing and family experiences, which can be off-putting or rude to others. So Draq, don't, please stop. Don't say it. Or please correct me, actually. He also seems very absent-minded and detached. Shue, right? Xuechin. Xuechin. Draq core then? I'm sorry. Xuechin. E is more so Xuechin. Xuechin. Okay. Heathcliff is based on the English novel Wuthering Heights by Amelia Bronte. Heathcliff is an aggressive and impulsive man with a short temper. He seems to be emotionally and socially intelligent in many situations, which can kind of contrast his lack of book smarts. He's quite selfless, despite being quite hostile and rebellious. Ishmael is based on the American novel Moby Dick by Herman Melville. She's calm and reasonable and quite professional. She's very critical of competence and can quickly become impatient or antisocial. She also emphasizes rationality and preparation. Dojun is based off the Russian novel Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoevsky. She is a social and extroverted woman who is playful and fun-loving. She loves food and money deeply because she grew up in the back streets and was super poor. She often makes comments on wealth inequality due to her upbringing and is cynical and loves to brag and be easygoing in order to cope. Sinclair is based on the German novel Demian by Hermann Hesse. He is a timid and unconfident man who grew up in a sheltered household with a loving and well-off family. He tends to be a bit more naive and empathetic as one of the most considerate sinners. He also has a habit of overthinking and can be overly self-critical and self-punishing. Otis is based on the Greek story The Odyssey by Homer. She is a strict and disciplined woman who is a clever thinker who distrusts everyone. She is very prideful and arrogant and clings to bootlicking Dante as a way to guarantee her goal. She seems to care little about Dante and the others, seeing them more as other than seeing them as an entity they have to protect and escort in exchange for fulfilling their goal. Gregor is based off the German novella The Metamorphosis by Kafka. He is an easygoing man who often cracks jokes and has a tacky and awkward sense of humor. He's also rather passive and doesn't often stand up for himself. He's also insecure about his bug arm. Alright, that is an introduction to all of the sinners in Limbus Company, and we will now start with Kanto 1, which is the first chapter of the game. Kanto 1 has the sinners travel to District 4's L Corp branch. To summarize, Lobotomy Corporation, in the events of the game Lobotomy Corporation, we were focused on the main branch of Lobotomy Corporation, which was responsible for the Seed of Light project. However, because they were supplying energy to the rest of the city, there was actually Lobotomy Corporation facilities in every district in order to power the districts. There were quite a few different branch facilities. And now we're responsible for going to all these facilities to find and retrieve the golden bows. So the incompatible sinners irritate each other, which leads to several of them killing each other before Virgilius intervenes and Dante has to revive them. And right after he revives them, he goes through that agony and pain immediately, only for another one to be killed just off of saying a petty comment, which pisses another one off. So we can already see that this team and family is dysfunctional as fuck, and they hate each other and they will kill each other, and they have no sympathy or empathy for Dante, who has to live and experience everyone's pain together at once every single time he undoes any injury or death. They just go around giving no shits and swinging swords at each other. The team then meets up with former L Corp employee named Yuri, who will guide them through the buried facility. As for notable dialogue, we're just kind of seeing that where Dante is here to engrave their aspect, which they don't really have any memory of. And Faust is basically saying that their memory will come back and just focus on what we can do right now. And we also see a little bit of Gregor, who's talking about what's been going on after the fall of L Corp. We see how Gregor is very awkward and tries his best to come across as friendly and like force conversation to fill silence, even if he's very uncomfortable with it. And obviously we see Dawn here talking very much so about fixers being heroes and honorable and whatnot. And Ishmael's like, you're dumb as fuck. What are you talking about? They're only a bunch of wage slaves who live miserable lives. And Gregor immediately is like, okay, you're being very pessimistic. I'm just glad that you have another job. Good for you, Yuri. And Ishmael is basically just lamenting to Yuri about how hopeless and pointless her life is. For just climbing and clawing her way just to survive. On the way, there's also dialogue between Karen and Yuri, where Yuri asks Karen, Yuri asks how Karen knows where to go without seeing a map, and Karen just says that they know by their intuition, which is where we see that Karen is not a good driver, but it creates a lot of pretty funny comedic moments. And then here we have dialogue more about Gregor, because it is Gregor's Kanto, where Dante and Gregor are talking about rough childhoods and people being drafted for war as long as they're old enough just to hold a knife. And Dante is a little curious, but Gregor immediately starts being like, you know, war is not a pretty thing, blah, 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 because he is the veteran of the losing side of the smoke war. And we see a little bit more about that dialogue that kind of cements Gregor's PTSD and his trauma, and why he smokes and jokes to cope with his trauma, his war trauma and PTSD. Anyways, the Sinners then encounter some bug-like people who are old G-Corp employees. It is revealed that Gregor was actually used as a propaganda tool during the Smoke War for old G-Corp. And after dealing with them, the Sinners meet up with Aya and Hopkins. Aya on the left, Hopkins on the right. Two fixers from the office Yuri is working for. Aya is friendly and Hopkins is very judgmental, but then he sees Virgilius and instantly switches up his attitude because Virgilius is a color fixer. We enter the facility, encounter several corpses, more bug-like people, who then tell us, oh, just go past us, we'll leave you guys alone, but immediately become hostile after seeing Gregor, because they call him a traitor, and Gregor makes some sarcastic jokes about everything, and they all talk about how stupid they were for falling for propaganda or whatever, and how Gregor didn't suffer from side effects of the G-Corp procedure. Old G-Corp, their singularity was genetic modification, which caused a lot of them to be fused with the genes of cockroaches or other bugs and stuff like that. Cockroaches, maggots, moths, all that other stuff, in order to have better combat capabilities in the war. And because Gregor was privileged in a position of nepotism under one of the high-ranking figures, he was used as a propaganda tool and got a procedure, a very special procedure, and didn't get the side effect that causes your whole body to mutate more and more and more. He only got his arm turning into a bug arm, and that was it. And they're basically like, we're gonna let you guys through, but now we're gonna kill you all because of Gregor. And Heathcliff's like, yeah, okay, bro. This is where we see more of Heathcliff's emotional intelligence and books and street smarts, where he's just like, yeah, dude, come on, you were don't cap, you know, you were gonna kill us all once we went down and got more stuff. And we see his intelligence to understand people and the lows of people, which will come up quite often. We dispatch of them and continue onward with Yuri and Gregor bonding over the struggles for people recovering from a fallen wing, since Gregor's side lost the war, so his wing fell, and Yuri belonging to L Corp, which wing fell, so they're just talking about those struggles of like trying to find a job and trying to survive after all of that. And then all of a sudden, Aya is killed by an abnormality quite comedically, where she's talking about how lucky she is, and yeah, they were basically talking about Dante's ability to bring people back to life, and she's like, imagine you're dragged back to life with a gaping hole in your stomach. Wouldn't that suck? Nah, you know what? Dying from a hole punched in your stomach's a pretty lucky way to go. You'd be a goner in seconds. And then she immediately gets killed by an abnormality through getting a hole in her stomach, and then goes, see, I'm pretty lucky. We then fight Ebony Queen's Apple abnormality. We descend further and encounter the head manager of Gregor's team. Gregor critiques the head manager for not moving on from the war despite it being a decade ago, and the manager replies saying that nothing truly ended and the abandoned veterans are still fighting to this day. Gregor sympathizes, as he too is a victim of war trauma, and that for him too, that war trauma has truly not disappeared. And then we move on to the next floor, where we start bleeding out and dying due to abnormality suppression gas that went off accidentally in the facility. Hopkins wears a gas mask, steals a bunch of shit, and abandons us, being a total dick. Gregor then gives Yuri the mask that he scavenged from Aya's corpse as something to remember her by. So Aya's able to survive, or Yuri's able to survive. We all bleed out, and Dante brings us back because he doesn't have, or they don't have a mouth to breathe from. After that, we find an old coworker of Yuri's and discover a room full of corpses that were a result from infighting. And the result of that was because of this abnormality doomsday calendar, which requires a sacrifice every couple days. And all of the people, all of the workers, all the employees were hiding in a room, drawing lots to see who's going to be sacrificed that day. And obviously, Heathcliff's like, dude, no one's going to want to be sacrificed. They're going to fight for their lives. And a lot of them died from infighting. And then we fight the abnormality. On the final floor, the Sinners enter a containment unit with the Golden Bow, which causes Gregor to synchronize with it, transporting the entire crew into his memories of the war. We see his disgust for his comrades and his experience of being locked in a room, forced to sever apples in order to leave. After leaving, he is congratulated for his successful surgery and to continue chopping apples. This was on his 15th birthday, with his mom congratulating him for his successful surgery. And suddenly, one day, he found himself a pest who kept cutting apples. Basically, he got his bug arm implanted into him as a birthday present, unconsensually by his mother, and was forced to be turned into a weapon of propaganda and for the war, where he was brainwashed and practiced in order to cut apples, which were not apples. So he is both traumatized by what has happened to him and his fellow veterans and fellow comrades, as well as the horrible thing that he has become and the weapon and monster that he is. We go through a few loops of the same memory as it gets increasingly more disturbing, and the Sinners and Yuri get closer and make jokes about getting Yuri to join the crew officially as a mascot. We then see Gregor's memories of experiencing discrimination after the war as he looks at his posters in disgust. We get transported back to the war loop before a change occurs, and the Sinners run away from these giant hands that come from the sky. Gregor realizes this is a manifestation of him being unable to escape from his mother's control, and they eventually decide to willingly get grabbed, which ends the loop. Finally, the Sinners fight the abnormality, Golden Apple. Yuri gets devoured mid-fight and dies, and there's nothing we can do about it, and it's very sad. And the abnormality is then formed out of... The abnormality is a fake golden apple, actually rotted and formed out of many maggots, which take the form of Yuri and start mimicking her. Gregor is ordered to cut her down, but is unable to, and suffers from a traumatic flashback where his arm almost kills a random civilian out of his control. And I will be playing through some of the boss fights just for the music and their appearances. But I'll be skipping through most of the somewhat unimportant ones. Yeah, it devours Yuri. She dies. We see Gregor's... Where is it? Peter? The music switch up is fire. What the hell was it? All right, here. Yeah, that is the true abnormality, the false apple. Gregor is ordered to cut down the head of Yuri, who is false and mimicking her. We see the beautiful voice acting of Pookie Gregor.
여자를 놔줘. 아니면 대응 공격을 하겠다. 내 팔을 잘라줘. 어서. 다시 말한다. 놔주지 않으면 살라고. 괜찮으십니까? 가까이 오지 마. 가까이 오면 안 돼.
Yeah. Gregor's voice actor is amazing at portraying his suffering and agony. But yeah, unfortunately, right at the end, the new N Corp steals the kill on Yuri, or on the apple, I should say, and steals our golden bow. We are introduced to them. These are kind of the main recurring villains that we're going to get throughout this game. Led by Herman, the director of N Corp, basically the Jeff Bezos of N Corp, the CEO of N Corp, and also Gregor's mother. And we also see some other familiar faces. We see Gubo right here from Leviathan and is Yisong's old friend. And we see Jiahuan right here, which is Honglu's brother, who are also now part of the new N Corp.
오랜만이네, 형. 네 옷에 더러운 냄새가 나는 거 알고 있어? 지금 꼴을 가족들이 봤어야 했는데.
아주 만남의 광장이로군.
내가 준 선물은 잘 간직하고 있어? 아들 고작 이런 꼬락서니가 되라고 준 건 아니었는데.
바란 적 없어. 한 번도.
그래도 포장지는 마저 뜯어야지. 고작 그 능력이 내가 준 전부가 아니거든.
자, 인사는 여기까지.
Yeah, so they stole the bow. We failed our first mission. Virgilius scolds us for being a bunch of failure bums. Gregor is depressed. We give Karen the gas mask as a way to remember Yuri, and she's kind of happy about that. Despite her seeming lack of emotions.
그래. 출발하지.
And we also learned that the new N Corp, led by Herman, is basically going to be stalking us in order to steal the bows from us every time, because Dante is the only one that can locate the bows due to his connection with them. So Herman and her team is going to be basically following us around, using Dante as a compass and trying to interfere with us. And at the end of the conto, we have Gregor. At the end of every conto, we have the sinner who the conto is about sing their version of the final outro song. However, I think this one is muted for the copyright. Oh yeah, this is already what I said earlier. Yeah, Herman, Gubo, Jiahuan. Now for Kanto 2. I don't think I had to summarize too much of Kanto 2 because most of it is kind of there for comedy. It is a very light-hearted Kanto, and a lot of people will say it's the worst one, mostly because the character who the Kanto is about does not get better or improve as a person at all, and probably in fact gets worse. She gets worse. And honestly, that is why I love her character so much. She is a narcissistic failure of a bum, and her character growth has crazy potential. But it's also not a very serious or emotional Kanto. With that being said, let me put on Limbus. Onto. All right, I'll just go through the playlist as we go through. All right. After our first failure, Virgilius criticizes us before introducing us to our next location, the gambling streets of J-Corp. We are then instructed to walk into a pawn shop to meet up with our guides, since we cannot be trusted or relied upon, according to Virgilius, and to prepare for our mission, which is to infiltrate a casino which has the rights to a golden bow as a grand prize. We meet the pawnbroker and have a few funny interactions before meeting our partners in the LCC. I'm going to use a lot of abbreviations, but I will try to not use them too often throughout the slides. But anything L in front of it, or LC, is just Limbus Company. There's the LCAA, there's the LCA, LCB, LCD, LCC. But just know that there are different branches, LCE, there are different branches, and it just stands for Limbus Company blank. We are the LCB, which is the Limbus Company bus. But there's the LCC, the clearance, the LCA, there's the Limbus Company after, like, what's it called, before team or whatever. There's the Limbus Company LCD, which is Limbus Company Distortion, LCE, Limbus Company Ego. So I will not be going into using their abbreviations, but just be aware that they do exist. Yeah, here's some more of the funny interactions we see. Honglu being this fucking rich person who has a bunch of absurdly wealthy, expensive, random things which he doesn't even care for. And then the pawnbroker essentially criticizes Heathcliff for his crummy looking ring, but we see that Heathcliff cares deeply about it. And then we see after the sinners, first mission failure. Virgilius, I just copy paste. Oh, no. Right, I basically did copy it. We meet the pawnbroker. Okay. We meet the Limbus Company clearance members. They introduce themselves as Sod and Effie, and both of them look down on the sinners after hearing of their previous mission. They're kind of like our Jesse and James to a degree, but Sod is more lovable. Effie, no one cares about. Sod and Effie give the sinners the plan and tell them to just sit and obey the plan. And Ishmael looks through it, about to criticize them for telling them what to do, but then she sees how good the plan is and was like, hey, yeah, we don't have to do shit. Just follow the plan. The sinners are then to take the name of the Ting Tang gang and go through the floors of the casino to play the game on the top floor to get the rights to the bow. Soon after, the pawn keeper gets shaken down by a Ting Tang gang member for protection fees, and Dawn just cannot resist dispensing justice, so she impulsively fights them, which causes us to wipe out the entire gang and just steal their clothes instead, as well as their accumulated wish power. In J-Corp, people can store luck as wish power, which can be spent to increase their luck in certain bursts. Basically, they can store their luck and use it at certain moments. Yeah, so this is more into Ishmael's character about how she wants the manager to run things and how she wants her superiors to handle things. She's very much so about having competent and reliable superiors and managers and coworkers and stuff. But when things are competent, she likes it. We enter the casino. Dante is given the task to hold on to the wish power and save it for that final game. Dante immediately fucks up and bumps into a slot machine, which causes them to win the jackpot and spend all of the wish power. This ends up causing them to come into a fight with security. The plan goes to shit. Everything that could go wrong goes wrong. And after a bit of chaos and fighting and literally destroying every possible backup plan that Sod and Effie come up with on the fly and fucking everything over, we just find a way to move on to the next floor. And we see Ishmael being incredibly disappointed and berating Dante for caving into Dawn, messing up, and just having the easiest mission after our first failure and still fucking it up. And yeah. On the second floor, we come across the Los Mariachis Syndicate, who places an emphasis on fun and joy and kind of bans people for not being happy. The sinners are then challenged to a dance-off or a dance, or eventually Sinclair is pushed into dancing, and he dances so well, he moves the Los Mariachis members to tears, and they call his dancing art, and we move on to the next floor. With these beautiful fucking CGs who are just so cute, seeing everyone's expressions, and it's just, I love the old Limbus CGs. They are fucking adorable. But yeah, we see Sinclair, who's talking about how he took a mariachi class in school, and all the sinners have this comedic moment where they come up with an excuse to not dance and be like, oh, well, I don't really know how to do this. I'd be bad if I did this. I wouldn't want to hurt someone with my bug arm if I did this, so on and so forth. And then it just eventually gets like nose goes to Sinclair, who pops off. Also, Dawn tries to dance, but the mariachis kind of criticize it for being, yeah. Well, it's nice to demonstrate what dancing is about. If someone won't do, there's not an ounce of sincerity in our moves. What in the name of chivalry dost thou mean? Dance is a window to the heart. Without a clear and pure heart, it loses all meaning. Which is a pretty weird comment to make. The next floor has another syndicate of foul-mouthed members who threaten us in horrific ways. Ryoshu steps up and basically impresses them with her sharp tongue, moving them to tears and emotion and joy with how horribly violent her curse words and descriptions of threats can be. Which, once again, a very cute and funny CG. With Dante freaking out and Dojong covering Sinclair's ears, and Ishmael and Heath just in the back. Hi, Jade. Finally, at the very top floor, Dojong steps forward as our representative. She meets the bosses of the Los Mariachis and the Tiachu gang from earlier. She also encounters a Sonia of the Eurodivi. someone she knew from home. Sonia starts lecturing about his purpose to destroy oppression and exploitation and unequal distribution of wealth. Dojan makes a confident bluff, which wins her the game. The Los Mariachis leader planned on taking everything by force anyway, so we fight them before moving to the basement where the bow is kept. I did skim over some stuff, but yeah, we know Sonia and Dojan used to be friends, and they were both co-creators of the Eurodivi organization, which are basically a group of freedom fighters. On the way down, Dojan brags about winning and how to be confident. And we fight some Picatula, some debtors, and security guards before entering the basement. Basically, the debtors are just people who lost money in the casino and are now forced into physical labor to pay off their debts. We fight the abnormality. You want to get beat? Hurdily. Which is a funny fight with a lot of different references. But as we continue, it gets colder and colder, and we see a giant abnormality that looks like an icy castle on chicken legs. We find Sonia waiting for us by the golden bow. As Rojan resonates with the bow, we see her memories growing up in the back streets as everyone is extorted from by tax collectors. We see her and Sonia organizing the Eurodivi to revolutionize the city, and Rojan leaves the group since they didn't do anything immediately and obsessed over theory and planning and preparation. Rojan takes the initiative and kills a tax collector to feed the poor. However, this backfires since the tax collector was associated with the Middle. The Middle killed everyone in the neighborhood as an act of vengeance. Sonia says that Rojan killed her since she couldn't stand not being special. Rojan still blames herself for their deaths and wishes to suffer for a bit longer. The sinners claim the bow and escape from Baba Yaga, the abnormality. But essentially a lot of Roja's story is her pride in believing she's special and desperately wanting to be special when she's not. And because of that, she does a bunch of things claiming that it's to help others, but it's really for herself. She's kind of like hot in that way, but yeah, she doesn't get better. She doesn't get special. She doesn't improve or anything. She just ends up getting kind of depressed over the fact that she isn't special and she still isn't really that amazing person.
여기 봉투에 든 문서들 확인하시고 거기에 적혀 있는 대로 그대로만 하면 돼요.
I hope you're having a good day though, Lily.
뭐야? 말로는 공조라면서 함께할 생각은 전혀 없고 그냥 뒷공문이나 쫓아오라는 소리군.
자존심 상하네. 이것들이 누구를 모지리로
좋아. 다 좋은데. 꼭 그거를 내놓으면 되잖아.
And this is just to go through some of the voice acting and CGs.
부의 재분배.
아, 맞아요. 그거. 아휴. 우리들이 무슨 돈이 있다고 심지어 자기들이 와서 그러는 것도 아니에요. 매번 이 지역 깡패들을 시켜서 그러고 다니다니까요. 하여간 지들이 옳은 일 한답시고 기세등등하게 다녀서 힘들어요. 처음에는 뭘 찾으려고 하는 것 같았는데 이제는 돈이나 뺏고.
근데 말이야, 우리 피해야 하지 않을까? 콩콩이 파들이 들이닥칠지도 모르는데. 라고 생각했잖아.
And then we go to the, what's it called? The trash heap back here, where you see a lot of people who have sold their cars, who have sold everything just to have their chance in the casino, and who will no longer be able to have their life like they used to. Dawn gets amazed by all the flashing lights and changing slots and stuff like that for the gambling. Yep. And he fucks up. Or they fuck up, sorry.
그나저나 단테 씨는 콩콩이파한테서 회수했던 소망 티켓은 잘 부착하고 있겠죠?
그 관리자라는 자? 우리가 유일하게 말한 부탁인데 그 정도는 해내야지.
단테는 믿어도 돼. 나랑 말이 통하는 몇 걸음걸이나 말투만 봐도 다 척.
믿음 완벽하다.
차분해. 하지만 그 차분함이 오히려 마음을 뒤흔든다. 이 소년 뭔가를 읽고 있어. 승화.
But yeah, we can see some of the more
억눌린 어두운
funny
마음,
moments here.
몸짓
그 다음에 널 해서 애 담그는 거지. 마지막으로
나
Yeah, so we do get some funny moments like that.
늦게 와서 이목을 받아야만 만족이 되고 막 그래?
그런 건 아니었어요. 주인공은 언제나
우린?
와, 패가 이쁘게 들어왔나 보네, 로자.
나가 아까부터 쪼까 거슬리는데 뭘 믿고 나가냐? 너 여기서 지금 바로 나가려. 알아?
난 원래 마지막에 모든 걸 거는 성격이거든.
동작 그만. 발목 걷어. 시방 지금 몇 장을 뺐냐?
뭐야?
방금 콩콩이파 보스한테서 뺏은 소망 스티커 발에 붙였지? 그걸로 여기에 가봐.
But yeah, so they, you know, go through more of the fighting and whatnot. There's the abnormality. There's the whole ice castle and the icy area. We start seeing more of the Eredivi and Doja killing the tax collector, and then the middle killing everyone in the neighborhood, and Doja's guilt for it all. As they move on, and we see Sonia working for Herman. And the Baba Yaga boss fight is just fighting a bunch of the minions, basically. And it's probably one of the OSTs that are the most calm.
아무튼 놀라운 한방이네요.
하나 눕혔네. 이렇게 눕혀가다 보면 어느새 끝나는 게 싸우는 법이지.
금방 다녀올게.
예사롭지가 않은데?
But yeah, the mechanics of the fight don't really change much, so I won't be focusing too much on it. Anyways, we all okay? We all good so far? Thumbs up. We'll now start to get into the big boy contos. All right, bet. Ponto 3, the unconfronting. We enter District 11 to find the Golden Bow in Sinclair's hometown. The sinners first have to pass through the nest migration process. In the middle of their screening, Dawn spots a kid being separated from his father and intervenes, which immediately creates conflict with the border security. The K-Corp staff are seemingly immortal due to their healing technology. A famous fixer named Siegfried joins in and demolishes us. After a brief exchange with Virgilius, Siegfried leaves and we move on to the bus and meet Sod and Effie. Virgilius also disciplines Dawn for her reckless and impulsive actions. And here we can see it all, and that's fucking Siegfried's bum fucking ass. Ugliest design Loomis has created, I will admit. Nobody fucks with All Might over here. Basically, Siegfried is like this star fixer who goes around using, like, live streaming, or not live streaming, but like recording his fixing work and stuff like that, and like acting as this celebrity fixer that works for the companies. Um, he's just All Might basically. We then make our way to Sinclair's hometown and are stopped by the N-Corp Nägel und Hammer Inquisition. The Inquisition will let us pass if the sinners offer Mephistopheles and Dante's head. After fighting with them, we arrive in Sinclair's hometown, Call, and find the entire place burning and all the citizens killed and strung up on trees like Christmas decorations. We learn of Nägel and Hammer's purge against the heretic prosthetic users. Sinclair was called out by a voice from a speaker belonging to a woman named Cromer. Cromer is the person responsible for the deaths of Sinclair's entire family. Yeah, here we can see all the Christmas trees of organs and body parts and nails and prosthetics. And this is Guido on the left and Cromer on the right. We then head to Sinclair's home, which is now on fire, with the front yard filled with prosthetic users on stakes. We find Effie dying on a stake and end his suffering before being attacked by Guido. The end of the scene of the house enrages Sinclair into killing Guido before being beaten to his senses by Dawn. We then go into the house's basement where the golden bow is located. There we find an injured Sod and tell her that Effie is alive. Guido ambushes Dante and lets Sod finish him in order to live. She shoots Guido instead and tells us to move forward and leave her behind. We continue through more rooms in the now dungeon-like basement and see into Sinclair's memories. We learn that prosthetics were popular in his town and that he bragged about a secret business contract his dad was in for some attention from his classmates. We see his family, who also has fully replaced themselves with prosthetics, and see Sinclair's inner fear and disgust for prosthetics. Yeah, here we see Cromer in front of the house. We see Effie, who's been impaled and staked for having prosthetic limbs like most people in the city do. Here we see Guido, who's magically came back to life and is choking out Dante. And we see Sod right here. Sinclair falling for the peer pressure as all of his classmates are bragging about different things their family and parents have done. And for some attention, he ends up revealing a contract which he's not really supposed to talk about. And then we see Sinclair's family at the dinner table as... he is the only one who hasn't gotten a prosthetic replacement for his entire body yet, or any at all. And his family has gotten full prosthetic replacements, making them all entirely machine for the most part. We then witness his first meeting with Cromer, who notices Sinclair's anxiety in regards to his upcoming prosthetics procedure. She promises to save him in exchange for showing her his basement, which secretly had an L-Corp facility. We also see his first encounter with Demian, a strange boy who speaks in riddles and seems to float through the world. Soon after witnessing the horrifying sight in his basement alongside Cromer, who was enamored by it, Sinclair asks Cromer to return the key. Sinclair feels guilty for taking the basement key from his father and returns home to resolve to confess and apologize. However, he only returns to Cromer and Guido, killing his entire family. We then enter the lowest part of the basement, where mounds and mounds of flesh blanket the horizon, and Cromer and her men seem to be in the middle of a ritual with the golden bow. So we see that Sinclair's basement was somehow connected to a Lobotomy Corporation facility, and we see Cromer right here being enamored by what is likely theorized to be an aberration of Nothing There, which is an abnormality that tries to be human by mimicking and devouring humans and mimicking them. So it is also technically used to be human since it is an abnormality, and Cromer is enamored by this pure human being creature that is obsessed with being human. Since Nail and Hammer, or Nagel and Hammer, is an N-Corp, is very obsessed with this idea of humanism and being human, which is why they purge out anyone who replaces any part of their body with prosthetics. So even if you lost your leg and you get a prosthetic leg, they will respect you if you don't get the prosthetic leg and you just live without your leg. Or other machine-like parts or technology, and remain with that human experience. So they are all about purging those who modify the human experience with machine parts. And they do it through genocide and killing people. And that's Demian in the bottom left right there. And Sinclair being gay and blushing as after Demian looks at him. We see Demian's really mysterious way of speaking. Talking about seeing the nest, the back streets, and the outskirts. And Sinclair is kind of scared and intimidated by Demian, but at the same time enamored by him. We then reach Cromer atop the mounds of flesh, and she calls out to Sinclair, describing a mirror world where he joins her and becomes her right-hand man. She talks about this other dimension or other world that she saw using N-Corp's mirrors, where Sinclair is right at her side, purging and killing a bunch of prosthetic heretics. She then uses the bow on herself and distorts, and her attacks seem to melt everything. Sinclair starts climbing the corpses as he's melting, and then suddenly Demian floats down and one-shots Cromer with several giant rings of Mong, which I will explain later. Demian then has a few words with Dante before leaving. Here we see that mirror world where Cromer and Sinclair are purging heretics together. There is Sinclair with his arm melting off, his legs already melted off, as he's desperately climbing these mounds of flesh in order to approach Cromer, the one who grips, who has now distorted as a result of the bow and become this abomination. And here we have gay man Demian. And here is where Demian is kind of talking about the world is going to change and only a few people can get there. And Sinclair is one of them. Cromer tried to become a god. And Sinclair almost became her stepping stone. There's a lot of metaphor about Sinclair being a chick in an egg that has cracked a little early. And he is not quite ready to leave the safety of the egg, but also, not quite, sorry, how do I say this? He is both in the process of still being in the safety of the egg and not being ready to face the world outside, but is kind of forced prematurely to face the world outside. And we see Dante learning to become a better manager and try to improve because they're starting off kind of incompetent, as we know. So we see Dante trying to learn and act as a manager and kind of reassure Sinclair that it might have been his fault and it's okay. He doesn't have to hate himself so much over it because Sinclair is super self-critical and blames himself too much for everything. And here we see the Cromer boss fight, which I will try my best not to skip through too much since it is a final boss with the OST.
이만하면 순항이죠. 바람도 딱 좋네.
해보겠습니다. 또한 산재물이 되어라. 숲에 발을 들일 때는 조심했어야죠.
이만하면 순항이죠.
I'll kind of skip through them a little bit, but what's it called? I'll probably do a react to the full soundtrack or songs later.
나의 열쇠였기 때문이야. 나는 말이지 벌어질 수많은 미래를 들여다보는 방법을 알고 있어. 그 중에 너와 내가 함께 온 둥지를 돌아다니면서 곳곳에 퍼져 있는 모든 이단을 썰어버리고 다니는 미래도 보았지. 역겨운 이단의 신체 슬하에서 성장한 너지만 그들의 역겹다고 느낄 수 있는 너였으니까 말이야. 재밌지? 너는 그 할버드로 이단들의 머리를 꿰뚫고
거짓말하지 마.
나는 망치로 머리통을 신나게 박살내고
하지 마.
그 세계의 너는 정말이지 누구보다 자유롭고 초월한 듯 보였어.
But yeah, Cromer's title is the one who grips, as she is the one who holds the hammer to nail down the heretics. Anyway, she resonates with the bow.
나의 원망을 완성시켜줘.
And distorts.
아무튼 놀라운 한방이네요. 해냈어요.
And that is where, in the end, Dante tries to help Sinclair, but not in time, and it doesn't reach Sinclair. It seems like we are fucked. Dante is melting, and they are happy that they were able to act as the manager in the end. And they resolve themselves to tell Sinclair and reassure him and instill confidence that he is right and that Cromer did ruin him, but it's not his fault. And then Damien swoops in.
가장 중요한 것을 볼 수 있다면 얕은 겁박이나 속임수로 네 자신을 죽이지 않아도 될 거야.
Damien looks like an Undertale character.
싱클레어?
Jesus? Hold on, what do you mean? Ruby, okay.
근데 왜 그렇게 엔사에 대해 빠삭한 거야, 당신?
내가 엔사 직원이었으니까.
We learned Merceau used to be an employee of N-Corp.
저들과 같이 일한 적은 없지만
아주 달라질 건 없었을 것 같지만요.
다만 30분 후에는 잡지 인터뷰가 있어서 길게는 시간을 내주지 못해.
We see Fraud Might over here.
왜 안 오나 했지.
부관 참시라니 마귀가 따로 없구려.
We saw Cromer dig up all the graves of everyone and skewer them
거수자 한 명.
and so forth.
그들의 숨을 멎게 한 기억이 분명하게 있다. 두개골의 틈새로 흘러나온 내 조각을
See Dawn beating Sinclair to senses.
우리 집으로 가서 그 개새끼한테 말뚝을 쑤셔넣을 거예요. 이야기할 때면
And more of their meeting in school.
않을 거라는 것을 알면서도 하지만 돌려주지 않을래?
뭘 말이야?
Alright, anyways, BRB as well. I'm running ads right now. Get a little water break and whatnot. Let's ads play. All right. I'm back. Break over. Back to Yap. Hi, June. All right. We'll now be moving on to the first intervalo in the game, Hell's Chicken. Intervalos are little in-between events between contos. After their mission and call, the sinners go to a fried chicken place and are recruited by a man named Samjo to solve a distortion case. The distorted owner of Onbongs turned into a chicken man, and all of his chickens turned into monsters. The owner distorted due to losing his recipe, and the sinners attempt to recreate it by doing a cooking competition between Gregor and Yoshu. The rival restaurant, Bodhisattva Chicken, stole his recipe and tossed it into a concept incinerator. He distorted since his recipe was connected to childhood memories of his mother, but he realized his mother did not actually like chicken and actually like pizza, and then undistorts. That's a little bit of a simplification of it, but we learned a little bit about Dante's ability to hear and understand distortions and sense them, as well as how people distort. We learn about concept incinerators in the city. We have some funny goofs and gaffs, like with Heathcliff getting chicken stuck on his head and speaking like a chicken for a while. We see this great frame of Merceau being stuffed with a plate of the sinner's bad cooking. Gregor talks about his wonderful chicken cooking as a military chef, dealing with rations and whatnot. And Yoshu talks about her excellence in cooking and preparing bento boxes and whatnot. And through it, we have the chicken fight.
뭐야 그 파이팅이다.
무슨 맛일까?
자, 맞서보죠. 우리들에게 입값 하도 별것도 아니잖아요. 너 맛.
방금 좀 똑똑했다. 옛날에 조직에서 싸울 때도 두뇌 파로 척을 다 밀어버리는 놈이 있었지. 뭐야 그
But there are some bangers in here, for sure. Shout out the interval music. All right. We will now be getting into Limbus Company Season 2 with Kanto 4. Kanto 4 is all about Yisong, my emo boy baby's depression. After our scuffle with the chickens, we continue to a K-Corp lab to sign a contract which will give us a golden bow. On the way, they encounter an abnormality in the streets, which is highly unusual, since abnormalities are usually only near lobotomy corporation facilities and are not let out into the public. We fight it and several drones that are also flying around trying to stop people from getting too close. We realize that they're camera drones and not security drones. We then reach the lab and find the branch manager named Dongdang. He is very chatty to Dante since Dante can't respond. He reveals that he knows one of the sinners. They discuss the contract, which details that the bow will be obtained after dealing with a terrorist group called the Technology Liberation Alliance. So here we see the Brazen Bull, which has been unleashed onto the streets and is massacring security guards as well as civilians, and it is all being recorded by these drones. This is the inside of the K-Corp nest, actually the K-Corp, one of the lab facilities. And we see this very hyper-futuristic architecture and design with that green focus everywhere in K Corp. And this right here is the head manager, Dongrang. And here we see a little bit more dialogue that talks about Faust and Yisong. Faust talking about not being talented, but being a genius. She says how many are talented, but she doesn't want to be included in the many. She is more rare. She is a genius. But she says that Yisong would be talented. And Yisong says, I am no such individual. I have long stopped fluttering my wings. So that looks into Yisong as a talented individual who has kind of lost any expectation or hope for himself. And Faust, once again, as this arrogant individual who believes herself to be a very special genius. And we see as Yisong talks that it is my thought that I no longer have companions by my side. Dongrang talking about how Yisong hasn't changed and that he always enjoys keeping precious things in bottles and just looking at them. And Yisong replies that Dongrang was always obsessed with releasing them and showing them off. Right after getting our task to deal with terrorists, just on cue, there's an explosion and a swarm of machines start attacking employees. We encounter the Alliance members, as well as some of our new allies, which include Dongrang's coworker Shrenne and some of the Rose Banner fixers that she hired. We then raid the L Corp facility after dealing with the Alliance members, and we encounter several robots that play recordings before self-destructing. We're able to learn that the terrorists are attacking K Corp due to their technology, which capitalizes off of the suffering and sacrifice. We continue fighting through the robots and realize that there is a spy within our ranks. Shrenne is exposed for being a spy and is immediately assassinated by a member of the Shi Association. We then see the leader of the terrorists, Dongbek, with the golden bow. Dongbek is another old friend of Yisong, and she stabs him with the bow before leaving. So here we see the robots that the terrorists created, and they kind of look like endoriophages, or sorry, I'm forgetting the word. Viruses, but I'm forgetting the classic scientific term for them. Anyways, these viruses infiltrate as a terrorist group into the nest that is responsible for healing and creating healing potions. And they have their security staff backed up by these robots. And the way that K Corp fights is they have the security go in and fight, and backed up by these robots, which can inject them with ampules. And healing ampules by K Corp have the ability to revert any injuries to their previous state. So as long as your head is not destroyed, you can be immediately healed, basically, right? However, they also have the ability to revert, as in dissolve and melt anything they touch. And they do this when anyone gets a certain distance away from the fight. This is to prevent people from running away from the fight. So they just have a swarm of security that just like fight and get revived over and over again and are not allowed to run away. Ishmael takes an injection of the ampule that melts people, and she starts melting away. And that is Shrenne getting sliced in half by the Shi Association assassin. Here we see Dongbek stabbing Yisong. And there's Dongbek, there is Shrenne, and there's the Rose Banner fixer. So I don't even remember his name. I just did not fuck with the guy at all. Anyways, after being revived, Yisong expresses how this immortality makes him depressed, as he is hopelessly locked in a state of unmoving, lack of change. We fight through more enemies and fight Dongbek in the screening room. He plans on destroying K Corp's singularity, which creates tears, or HP ampules. And she explains how dangerous they are, and Samjo jumps into the pool of tears to prove his trust and dedication to Dongrang as well as K Corp, only to be turned into nothing as he is submerged. Since the undiluted solution of the tears, or the healing pollution, or the healing potion, reverts you back to a state where you didn't exist. We fight Dongbek, who manifests ego, and we defeat her. Dongrang then shows us the tearful thing, a giant eyeball that K Corp forces to watch horrible streams and footage in order to produce tears. Dongrang stabs Dongbek, killing her, and the bow then resonates with Yisong, and we enter his fathoms to see his memories. And here we see Yisong's depression, kind of. Dante keeps asking a lot of questions to Yisong, since he knows that the Kanto is about Yisong. He asks when the happiest memory in his life was, and that was all the way back when Yisong was with his friend group, essentially. And the most hopeless one in his life, the most hopeless memory in Yisong's life was when Yisong first met Dante. That very moment where he met Dante was the moment where his life continued, where he was certain it had ended. And another hopeless moment is right now, realizing his regeneration is so flawless and unchanging. Yisong obviously wants to die and at least go through change and some kind of progress, but he is stuck in this forever unchanging state. Which is why we see a lot of obsession Yisong has with things like burnt or spoiled milk or rotten potatoes or whatever, because they are a result of change, even if it is negative. And here we see more of Heathcliff. What's it called? Being emotionally intelligent as he is. And here we see Dongbek understanding that I wanted to kill Yisong, but I'm sure Yisong wanted to die as well. He didn't resist while I dug in the bow into his heart. It was unpleasant. It felt like I was granting his wish. And here we see a picture of all of Yisong's friends. And they were part of a friend group called the League of Nine, which I'll get into later. And we have Dante kind of looking into Yisong's ass. I mean, the hole in Yisong's chest, as we see the void in his heart. We also learn a little bit about the tearful thing. We see Dongbek dying in Yisong's arms, and Dongbek's efflorescent ego, which is Spice Bush, which is sick as fuck, and one of my favorite designs in Limbus Company. And we have two Dongbek fights, one where she is using the Lobotomy Corporation ego, and one where she manifests her own ego.
자, 맞서보죠. 우리들에게 입가 파도 별것도 아니잖아요.
죽겠네. 뭐 시계 대가리도 있으니까 겁먹지 말고 일단 밀어붙여 보지.
폭들을 제거하겠소.
Next we have the very infamous fight against Dongbek, which is usually where everyone gets stuck for the first time.
방금 좀 똑똑했다. 옛날에 조직에서 싸울 때도 눈에 바로 적을 다 밀어버리는 놈이 있었지.
자, 맞서보죠. 우리들에게 입가 파도 별것도 아니잖아요.
적출할게요.
내가 이상한 기류는 기가 막히게 느끼거든. 저게 뭔가를 할 것 같긴.
Laura! Hi, Laura! What were you up to? You're playing Minecraft? Was it modded? Regular? Server? Hi, Laura. Hi, Destiny. Hi, Akunse. Hi, Nano. Hi, Jack. Welcome in. Also, Callie Kodiak, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Something like a Dream Core Minecraft. Oh, was it like a special map? It was a mod. Okay, can I get a shout out for Callie Kodiak as well, please? Hi, Lee. Major. Was a mod. Nice. Wrong, Laura. Who the hell is that? Some random ass Laura just got a shout out. It's probably looking at their stream dashboard like, huh? Huh? Crazy. If I ever get a partner, yeah. I feel you there. I feel you there. Are you excited? 10 more days. Oh wait, not 10 days. Less than that. 5 days. 5 more days. Half of that. 5 more days till off Kai. I'm so hyped. I don't know where I got 10 from. I'm so excited. I'm so freaking excited. Well, welcome in, Raiders. My name is Dracula. I'm an Eldritch Vampire VTuber. I do game streams as well as art streams. This time triple checked. Yeah. You could also do the I think. I do game streams as well as art streams. I am currently actually autism maxing. And I've been doing a lecture. Yes, I know. I saw and I signed up. I'm actually doing a pretty long and kind of boring lecture on summarizing the entirety of the Project Moon franchise up until the current day. That way my community can be caught up on what's it called, on Limbus Company and stuff. For when future stuff comes out, I could just play it on stream and everyone will be caught up. Because we ran into a little bit of a roadblock during final season where a lot of people missed stuff and then were completely lost on stuff. So I'm just we're just going through like a massive PowerPoint slide of me summarizing the events of a lot of a whole lot of story. Not boring. I mean, boring if you're not interested, right? It's also just a lot of word vomit and exposition that I'm kind of just giving out. Today is just a little bit of that slow-paced me yap and read off of a PowerPoint I made kind of stream. Make them all mirror IDs. I could do that for future streams. Yeah, for sure. Exciting. I got my stickers and pins too, Laura. I got my stickers yesterday. My pins I made a little too small, but I think it's okay. It kind of makes them cute. I'm excited to give them out. I got everything. I got everything ready. I have my outfits as well. I just haven't packed yet, so I'm gonna pack on Tuesday and Wednesday. But I have everything there. Hopefully my pin doesn't break this year. I hope so. I'm just so excited. I'm excited to hang out. I'm excited to hang out, Laura. I hope we can. I'm gonna try to maximize my time with everyone this year. I need to finish figuring out my outfits. I got the themes for all my outfits. Hold up, where did I place them? I put them in my thing earlier. My outfit themes this year are Fine Ink Rot, Ghastly Vampire, Young Master of the Stars, and Timely White Rabbit. That is my cringe-ass Nene Baby themes that I decided to to give. I don't know what the plans are, so I don't know what to pack. I don't know any plans either. I need to make my schedule. I need to make my schedule too. I'm kind of just going to be following everyone else. Like I have a little bit like I think I'm mostly going to be hanging out with Depraved and Webcore. I'll mostly be hanging out with you guys because I really don't know anyone else, and it's not like I'm really going to Offkai or any of the Offkai events for the most part. All right, all good. Enjoy your lurk. Take care. Take care. I'm really excited. I have no idea what I'm going to do other than hang out with my friends. Lol. Yeah, me too. I think I'm just going to hang out with everyone. I'm just going to kind of follow everyone around. So whatever plans have the most amount of people together is where I'll be for the most part. All right, anyways, back to my my PowerPoint presentation, my university level presentation. Where were we here? Was this the Dong? Yes, it was.
할지는 모르겠으니까 머리 좀 굴려봐.
Yes. After we get through this fight, we start learning of. We synchronize with Yisong's memories. We learn of Yisong's time in the League of Nine Literatures, essentially a science club made up of his friends from S Corp. We are forced to act out as the members and read their lines in this flashback kind of situation. And we see the nature and purpose and relationships of all the members. It was an organization focused on passionate invention for fun, not to seek any profits. Yisong creates a mirror that can access and look into parallel dimensions. Dongreng ends up selling out his friends to T Corp, where they were currently working at, due to envy and despair that his ambitions were seemingly meaningless. We also learned that the Tearful Thing used to be a little boy who explored the outskirts with a lady named Stephanette. After he transforms into the Tearful Thing, Stephanette becomes the CEO of K Corp and would read cute and sad stories to it to produce tears. When Stephanette dies, the new CEO Alfonso decides to torture the child in order to produce more tears instead of just reading sad stories to it. So here we see Yisong with his mirror. We see old Stephanette reading stories to the Tearful Thing, who was the little boy she knew who transformed into the Tearful Thing. Here we see Alfonso torturing and killing someone in front of the Tearful Thing, realizing that the Tearful Thing is really empathetic and hates to see others suffer. And Alfonso has this realization that they can increase their stock market share and increase all of their production and increase all of their product as long as they are able to constantly live stream gore, basically. They're basically just 24/7 streaming live leaks to a child in order to make money. And we see Yisong interacting with Song Yi, which is another version of him in another dimension, talking about his technology, Yonshim, which is the mirror. And Yisong notices the wings on Song Yi's back. And we kind of see in the backstories of how technology, because a lot of the sub-theme for this kanto is technology. And we see how technology that could be made for good ends up being used for bad a lot of the time, which is used to justify the terrorists who are trying to create a world where there is no more technology, and they go back in time to a world where people didn't have to suffer as a result of technology. We see how Yisong lives in T Corp, or they're currently residing in T Corp, and as an architect, he made a couple factories, which ended up being used for child labor. And that they were made to efficiently monitor people, which caused more work abuse and labor abuse. And we're seeing, I forgot who Ishmael is role-playing as right now, but we see her reading a script talking about getting a job at T Corp and making ID tags in order to help lost kids. However, it's not being used for kids to reunite with their parents. It's been used in factories to monitor workers' times, and even she is no longer free from clocking and using these ID tags. We see Yisong talking to a version of himself called Song Yi, and we see Dongrang, who used to be an altruistic man who cared for a calf out of goodwill. He had a desire to take care of animals and prevent their suffering, but he would despair at the reality that such technology doesn't create profit and is thus deemed worthless. He despairs yet again when seeing that K Corp has already created a new product that surpasses his, making his efforts even more meaningless. When the League falls and Yisong collapses, and he believes that he will never fly again, his friend group falls apart as a result of his inaction to stop the cracks forming within their relationships, and he blames himself and believes that he will never enjoy life and never fly again. He follows Gubo to N Corp out of no longer having control over his life or a will to live, and he ends up working on mirror technology there. We find out that Gubo was regularly drugging him, and that Song Yi a version of Yisong that has never made a single mistake and that has always made the correct choice, was still holding onto his wings. He tells Yisong about the drugs, and Yisong makes the decision to leave, where he is found by Faust and Limbus Company. So Yisong, as this depressed poor baby, he not only loses his entire friend group and his joy of living because of his inaction to mend the cracks and help everyone communicate and figure things out. So his friend group falls apart. He's super depressed about that. He follows one of his friends who only uses and drugs him. And then the very technology that he made in order to connect with people ends up connecting him with a perfect version of him that never made any mistakes, that is happy, successful, has all his friends, and has wings. And Yisong is now obsessing over this perfect version and obsessing over all the mistakes he has made and all the things he is not. And he gets, obviously, super fucking depressed. And here we see the calf that Dongrang nurtured and nursed for. Here we see the tearful thing as it is surrounded by various screens which just showcase and live stream suffering. And this is the old science club kind of like headquarters where they worked at. They then find Dongrang, who now distorts, and midway through the fight, he also undistorts and manifests ego, which is fucking insane. He realizes the calf he nursed for didn't even recognize him, and that he just needs to kill Yisong to get rid of his inferiority complex. Song Yi relates to Yisong that he is the Yisong that created the mirror, and if he sees Song Yi in the mirror with wings, then that means that he too has wings. He resolves himself to keep flapping his wings and struggling forward until he can't anymore. Dongrang dies, and so does our contract with him for the bow. Alfonso says she is still willing to give it to us if we get our memories of the tearful thing wiped. Dante somehow still remembers everything despite getting memory wiped. As we are celebrating, Demian visits Dante and asks them to draw a sheep for him. So here we see the calf walking past Dongrang, not even caring or recognizing him. And Dongrang is realizing that his hopes for being recognized for the good things he does is shattered, and he just has to become obsessed with himself alone. And, what's it called? And just get rid of his past. He just has to cleave and what's it called? Till and slice through the fields of the old weeds that has grown, including Yisong, who is a reminder of his past and his failure. And we see Yisong lamenting at his wings here, as he finally achieves his ability to fly one last time. Up at the top right, we see Dongrang in his distorted form, and bottom right is Dongrang after he manifests ego.
이만하면 순항이죠. 바람도 딱 좋네.
불렀는가? 피워보지.
Yeah, he distorts and turns into Dongrang who denies all. And eventually, he manifests ego and turns into Farmwatch. Or Dongrang, but with the ego Farmwatch. And there we get our beautiful Millie song.
예사롭지가 않은데? 아주 작사를 내놨어.
Honestly, this is a kanto that I know I talked about it when we played it. Heavily resonates with me emotionally. And I think it always makes me cry every time I play it. Even though I know what's coming, even though I know what's happening, it always makes me cry. I relate heavily to Yisong watching all of his friends and friend group fracture and shatter apart as a result of their complacency and lack of action. I relate to that like depression of regret and focusing on
아무튼 놀라운 한방이네요.
what's it called? This version of yourself that could have been rather than working on what you have and recognizing that you still have stuff even when you think you don't. And seeing him overcome his depression and accept himself and learn to love himself is honestly so... It just makes me really emotional. I think it is one of the 3 kantos where I do cry in. Just out of resonance.
이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
Buy perfect wings, bro.
분명 떠났다고 생각했지만 나는 아직도 그 하얀색 사각형 내부에 있는 것 같소. 이제서 만물은 내게 아무 자극도 감격도 주지 못하는 나는 평생을 방랑하며 우리는 끊임없이 날개가 잘려지는
이상 씨가 좀 단테님 비록 영지라는 분은 제 입을 빌려서 말한 것을 어쩌면 이상 씨가 썼던 이 편지들은 과거와 지금과 이상 씨는 쭉 도와다
부부마저 떠나보냈을 때 별은 빛을 잃어 꺼져가 어둠이 가득해. 하지만 날개가 없어도 절뚝발이어도 살게 해줄 수 있는 그 신락 같으나 어쩌면
우리는 적어도 나는 네 거울을 보며 우리에게 그래서 멀어 보였고 그래서 현실이 안주할 수밖에 없었던 거야. 마치 내가 불꽃놀이를 하지만 거울은 가능성을 보여주고 있는 거잖아. 그러니 네가 바라보았던 건 너는 처음부터 가지고 있었던 네 가능성을 현실로
첫 번째 수감자 이상. 기다린 버스 컴퍼니에 깨어지고 찢어진 당신의 날개를 그리고
어때? 나는 깨진 조각들을 다시 주울 재주는 없어. 하지만 반짝거리던 그 눈빛들은 우리의 굴곡은 불행을 맴돌 거야. 인연이라고 생각했던 것은 언젠가 반드시 흩어지고 말 거고 알고 있어. 그렇기에 모든 건 허무 같은 찰나에 지나지 않을 텐데. 나는 가치를 담기 위해 기술을 만들 과거로 돌아갈 재간 또한 없다는 것도 알고 있지. 그저 네가 들고 있는 그 거울은 연심이라오. 연심이라. 이것은 무언가를 갈아내고 마음. 그렇구나. 나는 날개를 잃었다고 날개 쪽지만을 애달프게 요동치며 연구를 붙잡고 있었다고. 사실 거울의 진실한 이름은 연심. 이것은 마음과 마음을 이어주는 것 같기에 줄기차게 살아보고 추락하더라도 좋으니 다시 어느 날 이고는 반드시 날개가. 모든 이상은 빼어난 재주를 가지고 있어. 모든 이상에게는 날개가 보이지만 그렇다면 거울 속의 이상은 거울 밖의 이상과 네가 그건 나의 날개이자 거울. 왜 그렇게 생각하냐고? 내게서 날개가 보였다면 그 날개는 너에게 달린. 그럼 이제 땅을 박차고 그저 한 번 더 날고 싶었어. 세 장을 깨고 자유롭게.
It just hits so hard. It still feels like one of the best resolutions to a kanto. It's so good.
우리의 눈에는 별들이냐 반짝거렸지. 네 날개만큼 나는 항상 결국 끝에서 품어.
It's so good. It's so good. More of the dialogue that we already went through. Oh, it's so beautiful. Oh, I love you, Yisong. Anyways, now for our second interval OC. After the events of Kanto 4, the center stopped by the shores of the Great Lake to modify the bus to be able to turn it into a boat for their next mission in U Corp. Limbus Company hires Molar Boatworks, containing 3 fixers we saw in the Library of Ruina. We hunt a bunch of crabs to modify the bus and play beach volleyball. The upcoming trip makes Ishmael super anxious and believes the team is super unprepared. Ishmael and Heathcliff get in a few fights due to Ishmael's hostile and gloomy attitude. So yeah, we see Heathcliff is not dealing with Ishmael's tweaking behavior because she's freaking out because she's like, we're not ready for this. We're unprepared. Dante, you're a bum. You are bad at your job. We're all weak as fuck. We're not ready. He's anxious and freaking out. And Heathcliff's like, yo, we've been chilling, dude. We've been fucking chilling. We always feel unprepared, but we always come out on top anyways. You know, like, stop ruining the mood and fucking everyone over. And they both start fighting and crashing out. He remembers her facing the giant whale. We see U Corp as the nest and nice place is quite literally a beautiful, lavish beach that is separated from this polluted, trashy heap of a beach by a plasma barrier. So none of the pollution or any of that gets over into the rich people area. It is quite crazy. And we see Olga, Mika, and Rain from Library of Ruina, as they used to be Molar Office and are now Molar Boatworks. Valid though? I mean, yeah, I too would have no idea how I'm fighting that fucking whale.
덱 안 봤어 아저씨. 자꾸 그러는 거 피해망상이라니까. 원래 이야기만 나오면 아주
하고 있는 모양이군.
We get a little bit of dialogue about the library, but not much.
공방적 기술에 대한 폭넓은 이해는 전쟁 중에 가장 중요했으니까.
I will later, yeah. Oh, you mean with the legs? I don't have that picture, but I should, yeah. Valid fear, yeah. Those things are disgusting looking.
지금 쿵쿵대는 소리도 잘못 건드려서 나는 거야, 미카? 저기요.
해야 할까요? 질문에 대한 답이 됐나요?
Anyways, Dante is trying his best to, or trying their best to, like, make some small talk with Ishmael and, like,
먹을 수 있는 거군요. 저거.
I don't know, like, try to, like, ease her tension, but it's just not working. He's like Pomni. Pomni talking to Jax. Normal ocean scary, but Limbus evil, evil city, evil world, evil fucked up creature ocean, man, yeah. So they mostly spend the whole time fighting crabs, and then
곰도 있고 사람도 해변도 있으니 이럴 때 놀지 않는다는 것은 불합리하다고 해도 과언이 아니지 않겠는가?
이걸 해변이라고 부를 수 있는지는 모르겠지만요.
던키호테, 여기 놀러 온 거 아니라니까?
본인도 아오. 주원은 고마우나 우리 모두의 단합을 위해 잠시 휴식하는 것이 도움이 되지 않겠는가 하는 마음인 것이요.
you see more of Dawn being Dawn. They're playing volleyball, and Ishmael is doing that one image of why this dude's so mad. Ishmael is constantly trying to plan and prepare as much as she can, but Heathcliff is not having it and is like, dude. Stop killing the vibe. And the volleyball bursts. And Dawn gets very sad. They're just dealing with more shit. Heathcliff and Ishmael are fighting some more. Verge steps in to kind of deal with it. Rain is still an alcoholic. I mean, Olga is still an alcoholic. We turn Mephistopheles into a hybrid that can transform between a bus and a boat. We sail outward and immediately sink. Because we're fucking stupid. Hold up. I need to find a very important dialogue, though. Everyone's happy to go to the beach except for Ishmael, who's tweaking.
대호수는 듣기만 해보고 실제로 본 적은 없었는데 이런 모습이었군요.
지친 우리의 여정 속에서 드디어 물놀이라는 것이 있을 예정인가 보.
아하, 이런 곳에서 휴양을 즐겨보는 것도 좋은 경험이겠어요. 쉴 수 있게 된다면 따뜻한 모래사장 위에 누워 하늘을 바라보고 싶소.
나는 기다란 벤치에서 일광욕. 본인은 비치 볼리볼. 모두와 함께 해보고 싶소.
She said the thing! Alright, and then now, we start into Kanto 5. Now that our bus can be a boat, we can travel through the Great Lake for our next golden bow. In frustration, Ishmael refuses to interact with us. We soon learn about the laws of the Great Lake and encounter whales and mermaids. They have different definitions here in Limba's company. At the U-Corp port ship, we find our Limbus Company agent who was supposed to brief us. We find out that our Limbus Company agent who was supposed to brief us got kidnapped by the Twin Hook pirates, who happen to be backed up by the Middle. Ishmael uses the name Queequeg to get us into a club where the pirates are based at. We fight Shmi, the first mate of the pirates, and learn that the Middle has placed a high bounty on Queequeg. We interrogate her and find our agent's location. We rescue Pilot, our agent, who explains how the Before team found the Lobotomy Corporation facility with the bow before they were captured by the Middle. The Middle had to flee the area due to the appearance of one of the 5 calamities, the pallid whale. The lake has 5 calamities, which are responsible for, well, a lot of calamitous events happening within the lake. We also learned that Saad survived the events of Kanto 3 and actually got a promotion. Here we see our engine dying, and all the sinners are forced to pedal our way through the Great Lake, which has these waves and laws and mermaids and whales. Whales are essentially giant evil creatures or phenomena that transforms living things into mermaids and corrupts them, shaping them into their image. Basically, just think of it as a head vampire turning people into ghouls or something like that, but aquatic version. The lake is also separated into many different segments, like a patchwork quilt, and there are various laws, numerous laws within the lake, such as you cannot stay within one area of the lake for too long, otherwise you'll get hit by the waves. And in this case, we barely escape the waves, which happens to be this giant mass of tentacles with teeth that devour everything that was in the lake at the time. We also have to move from one lake to another. There's various, honestly, eldritch and incomprehensible rules and laws within the lake that you have to follow unless you want to suffer being hit by a wave, being attacked by a whale or its mermaids, or any of that. And it is very, very horrifying and unknowable. And it is a legal law or a taboo where no one is allowed to write down the laws of the lake in any way, shape, or form. Here we see Shmi on the left and that fucking bum ass kid Pilot on the right. Yeah, so this is just more about the laws of the lake. This is Ishmael coming out finally and showing us, like, you guys are a bunch of bums who don't know shit. We're not allowed to record laws. No tattooing, no nothing. Happy Prime. Crazy. And then we also learn of U-Corp's singularity through that boat being merged together. It is the resonance tuning fork, which allows anything to be combined or split apart as they wish. And they're used for many different things, like resonating to avoid whales and whatnot. And Ishmael gives us some backhanded passive-aggressive comments throughout this all. And Otis, who was taking command, gets absolutely dissed by Ishmael. Otis is like, I've had my fair share of shit, and as long as she's competent, whatever. And she feels like she has kind of failed, and decides that she just needs to head out for a bit. On our voyage, as we go on, Dante looks into Ishmael's mind and sees her obsession with killing her ex-captain as an act of revenge, since the captain's obsession with killing the pallid whale led to the deaths of all of Ishmael's crewmates. We finally reach the L-Corp facility, which was consumed and vomited out by the pallid whale, which has caused the entire facility to become infected. We find the Limbus Company agents trapped in a white membrane and also come across a man named Rim, who is a part of the League of Nine. And was Yi Song's old friend. He seems to have distorted like the ensemble and explains that the whales swallowed the bow and abnormalities that were in the facility. As they're leaving, they get ambushed by the middle. The big brother Ricardo is there to hunt Heathcliff to fulfill the grudge of stealing his precious hair coupons. So the middle's hierarchy goes from little brothers to middle brothers to big brothers to great brothers or sisters. And the bigger the position, the stronger they are, and higher up on the food chain they are. Basically, Heathcliff stole Ricardo's hair coupons, and Ricardo cares quite a bit about his hair, and in doing so, decides that he must find Heathcliff and execute and kill Heathcliff. And for some reason, Heathcliff stole them as a means to take care of his own hair and appearance, which doesn't seem very, which seems very weird for Heathcliff, at least for now. It seems completely hopeless, as there's no way we can defeat Ricardo, and Faust just tells Dante to self-destruct. But right before we are all die and Dante is forced to self-destruct, we are saved by a color fixer, the Indigo Elder. This aura monster exists solely to kill all 5 calamities of the lake. Here we see one of the whales, the hand of one of the whales, which is massive, as well as various mermaids it has corrupted, coming out of its various pores. Here we see the size of the Great Lake. There is our boat right here in a small patch of the Great Lake. And out here we can see how truly massive and quilt-like the Great Lake really is, with all these various fucking colors and odd weather phenomena and whales and nightmarish things happening. And here we see Ishmael's memories of being overthrown by the boat, which was capsized by the whale. And here we see her obsessing and tunnel visioning into her revenge. This was a random boat that they found alongside the in one of the parts of the Great Lake. It was a party boat, which had been haunted, and it was genuinely terrifying. It was taken over by a whale, but it wasn't really apparent right away. Here we see the pallidification, which is what happens when the pallid whale swallows and spits out anything it consumes. It basically starts molding and combining and merging a bunch of things. So we see a bunch of living members or living people who are molded and stuck within the walls and are not really able to die, but are also not able to live. And there's nothing that can be done to rescue them. And Yoshu is sitting here admiring the beauty of this very bizarre art situation. Here's Heathcliff being caught on security cam stealing hair coupons. And right here we get raided by the middle as well as the Twin Hook Pirates, led by Ricardo. And yeah, Dawn's conflicting feeling of justice at the hopelessness of them being unable to do something. Heathcliff trying to empathize and teach Dawn how to let go of things. And yeah, Rojan is surprised, but Heathcliff has always been very emotionally mature. Here we see the absolute aura monster, the Indigo Elder, in his cloak, foggy boat, pulling up like Mihawk. The only thing we see is the blue fire, the indigo flame from his cigar as he pulls up to scare the shit out of everyone, aura mog everyone there, and absolutely just decimate. There's Ricardo, the absolute goat of all goats, on the very left. Big Brother in the middle. We see Rim, one of Yisong's old friends who is distorted. And yeah, Indigo Elder right here. And then we learn more about the whales. The whales we've met so far transform those they devour into something completely different, into something utterly recognizable. Stop calling him Rimjob. From who they were before by rearranging and replacing their whole body. But that whale is different. Those devoured by the pallid whale aren't transformed. They're still themselves, just wrapped in a pale membrane. Oh, that's still labeled C, but it's not. And I'm going to run ads as the fight against Ricardo plays. And I also need to go to the bathroom, so I'll just let that go. RB.
직원들 복장 점검은 다 마치셨습니까? 특히 저번처럼 소매 단추를 달랑거리는 채로 제압하는 직원이 보여서
사실 이런 보모구실은 제가 아니라 세피라들의 역할이긴 하죠. 관리자님도 알다시피 저는 언제나 수십 명의 몫을 해내고 있으니까요. 오작 터뜨려주세요.
Ricardo is also the first boss in the game that kind of acts, or I guess the second, but the first real boss in the game that acts as a roadblock where most players get stuck on for a while. Me included, because I didn't have any blunt units. But he's definitely a character that I think a lot of the fandom has clung onto as a pretty goated character. His music though, yeah, when it plays, he was pretty well loved by the community. He's a goated big brother who cares for his fellow gang members, and you know, there's the comedic element of the music and his hair and his sunglasses and everything. So people just like Ricardo. Meanwhile, after that, we return to the bus boat with the Indigo Elder and make plans to enter the Pallid Whale since the sinners are immune to the pallidification infection. We attack the whale with the Elder's help and enter its stomach. We're safe from being digested by Ishmael's old crew, which is still being led by her former captain, Ahab. Ahab says that we can take the bow, and Ishmael can even kill her, as long as they help her to get to the whale's heart and let her kill it. So Ahab is obsessed with killing the whale, and Ishmael is obsessed with killing Ahab. So Ishmael, in her blind obsession to kill Ahab, despite their past relation, despite Queequeg and everyone being alive, agrees. She originally wanted to kill Ahab as an act of revenge for Queequeg and all of her crewmates being dead, but now it has kind of transcended past that, and she still just wants to kill Ahab just out of pure rage, even though Queequeg and everyone is alive. Ishmael and Queequeg reminisce on their past relationship and their past desire to live together. Ahab and her crew take a path to the heart, and Queequeg joins us on the other path. We kill some mermaids and abnormalities and see some more of Ishmael's memories before we meet back up with Ahab, who has sacrificed her entire crew in order to safely make it to the heart. So we see the giant fucking pallid whale, just its eye, completely overshadowing us. We see the Indigo Elder using 3 rings of Mong on his, harpoon gun, crossbow. There is the stomach acid pouring in where we landed, and the sinners are saved by Ishmael's old crew, who uses a bunch of knit together arteries in order to use it as a rope and pull us up. Ishmael nearly kills Ahab, and Ahab manipulates her way into getting what she wants, as usual, because Ahab is kind of the one of the biggest manipulators in this series. She's a really good villain. She's a really good villain. But yeah, that's Captain Ahab. We see Ahab's obsession with killing the whale in her room as she sleeps with her eyes open, staring at posters everywhere of just her killing the whale. She lives, eats, breathes, and sleeps her ending of the whale. And here at the bottom left, we see Ahab as she sacrifices all of her crew and uses them as disposable in order to make her way to her goal. Here we see Pip, the demon of Babylon, evil child that everyone hates because he has a dream of becoming a landlord. We see Queequeg right here, Ishmael's lesbian love interest, who was a former member of the Middle who ran away and left the Middle, which is one of the crimes of the Middle that is punishable by death. And so she tries to remove her tattoos on her body by cutting her skin off. I'm with her now? Okay, fine. And here is Starbuck, the man who would go on to inspire Starbucks to create her brand. I don't really care too much about Starbuck, but he's a pretty cool guy. John Roblox face. And here's our first fight against Queequeg. It is also a relatively difficult multi-fight. And then we see more dialogue kind of showing off Ahab. Ahab's ability to create madness and to manipulate the emotions of others so well, and inspire people into madness. She is a beacon of inspiration, but maddening inspiration. She's such a crazy good villain. She promises to create and give people dreams, and she'll help them fulfill their dreams, but she will always use them as tools to fulfill her own dreams, because her dreams and ambitions are bigger than everyone else's. And because she inspires everyone else to have dreams and ambitions, she believes that since she gave them dreams and hope, she is essentially has ownership over their lives and their future, so she can dispose of them however she wants. She is such a crazy good, manipulative, evil villain. Ahab explains how she wants to use the golden bows in Dante's head to kill the whale because she cannot resist the infection. We then fight Ahab, and she manifests ego midway through. Her ego gas harpoon, which it absorbs and turns her entire crew into harpoons. We defeat Ahab, and Ishmael destroys her weapon. After seeing Queequeg die and coming face to face with Ahab, Ishmael starts to politify. Heathcliff breaks through the membrane and saves Ishmael. Ishmael says her final goodbye to Queequeg as Queequeg crumbles away. Dante convinces Ishmael to steal Ahab's kill on the whale rather than to get revenge by killing Ahab herself. Ishmael then remembers her life of wandering aimlessly before meeting Ahab. She looked up to Ahab and her confidence in her ambition. She realizes her obsession with following Ahab and even killing Ahab turned Ahab into a metaphorical whale and Ishmael into a metaphorical mermaid. Ishmael throws her harpoon at the heart, killing the whale and taking the golden bow. That is the form of Ahab's ego, gas harpoon, and you can quite literally see the harpoons she has loaded into her harpoon gun are the transformed faces of Queequeg as purple, Starbuck as green, and Pip as blue. It is very grotesque and sick. And we see Ishmael's first encounter with Captain Ahab as she is just looking at a recruitment notice because Ishmael went through the typical route of just following what everyone else says to do. Go to school, get your degree, join a company, work in the company. And she was just so bored by it all and was just drifting along with no hope and ambitions. And Ahab inspires her with this grand speech of doing this great cause of killing whales and going on this sea voyage, which gives Ishmael this ambition out of inspiration. And she ends up joining Ahab's whaling crew, much to her regret, I should say. And then there's Heathcliff saving Ishmael. Now we have this beautiful fight.
이들은 이미 에이헤브다. 내 증오를 자신의 증오로 여기고 내 원수를 자신의 원수로 여기며 그 무엇도 거역할 수.
스톱이 죽은 게 너를
스톱은 죽지 않았어요, 이스마엘 씨. 핍은 그렇게 말했을 거다. 이 녀석은 스스로의 죄악감에서 도망가기 위해 어린애를 괴롭히지 마라, 이스마엘. 나를 봐라. 부러진 마음으로 도망온 녀석을 위해 나는 최선을 다해 죄악감을 지워주었다. 하지만 나는 아무것도 하지 않았지. 차라리 너의 탓이군, 이스마엘.
The fault lies within you, Ishmael.
악인가?
개체가 유리한 조건을 이용하고자 하는 징조가 보입니다만
바쁘니까
관리자님의
짧게
전술력과
부탁드려요.
제 지시만 있다면 그다지 위협적이진 않을 것 같군요.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠. 이쪽이군. 아, 거기였나?
방금 했던 공격은 매우 효과적이었어. 하지만 아직 부족해. 다음 공격은 더 잘할 수 있도록. 대부분 분야에서 저는 최고의 성능을 내는 AI지만 응원은 조금 더 준비 시간이 필요합니다.
This is a long fight where Ahab goes through all of her harpoons, which all have different mechanics. But it's a fun one. The first one is Pip's, which she uses his guilt for the horrible. She basically forces Pip to do a lot of horrible things, and then is like, "Hey Pip, I can help you get rid of your guilt for all these horrible things that you did, which actually wasn't my fault. It was totally your fault. Just sacrifice yourself to me, and that'll help. You'll no longer feel that guilt." So Ahab just constantly does that shit.
가보죠. 자, 이쪽입니다.
개체의 약점을 정확히 꿰뚫었습니다. 준비를 철저히 했나 보군요.
이스마엘, 스타벅은 가장 먼저 무릎 꿇은 놈이다. 1등 항해사는 결국 선장의 아래에 있을 수밖에 없다는. 이러니 저러니 해도 선장은 우리를 목적하는 곳에 닿게 해줄 거라는 안일함으로 스스로 눈을 가린 놈. 네가 이 녀석이 옳게 바라보려는 걸 알고 있었다면 그 네 탓이군, 이스마엘.
개체들이 예측하기 힘든 작전을 펼치려는 듯하군요. 주위에서 관찰을 지속해 주십시오.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
Full speed toward your heart. I will go through and properly react to all the Millie songs later, but we do have a lot to get through. Last time.
나가 되지 않기 위해 기껏 버티고 만들던 믿음이 무너져서 하얗게 죽어가고 있는 모습을.
해처들이 강력한 공격을 가했군요. 저희
Oh shit.
불을 죽이겠노라. 그 생각들로 너무나도 겹겹이 채워놓아서 모두와의 시간과 그때그때 내 선택들도 언젠가부터 나는 원래의 내 모습이 무엇이었는지조차 어디로 가야 할지도.
뭐하냐? 나와.
히스, 클리프, 좀 언제부터?
아니, 네 낯짝은 처음 봤을 때부터 그 꼬락선이었어.
He's so emotionally intelligent.
그래서 대저도
미안해, 빅키가.
내가 너무 뭐가 옳은지 그른지를 스스로
내가
있잖아. 네 이름
포수는 끔찍해도 노을은 이쁘지 않아요?
너 이름 뭐야?
내 이름은 왜요?
왜냐면 내 머리 색깔 고래들 죽을 때 고개를 돌려. 그리고 노을 그러니 내가 작사를 던질 때 우리는 될 수 있어.
저를
이번에도 내 앞을 왜 그러는 거예요? 왜 계속 저를 막아요? 왜 계속 시계를 돌려주는 거예요? 그래서 당신이 뭘 얻는다고? 그렇게 좋게 넘어가려는 듯이 착한 척하면 당신이 나아가려는 곳이
마지막.
그래. 이제 당신뿐이고.
그래. 이제 너는 나와 같아졌군, 이스마일. 우리 둘 다 누군가를 죽여가면서라도 그 끝에 있는 것을 손에 쥐기만 한다면, 그것만 죽인다면 더 이상 바랄 것이 없을 거라고.
어느 날 나는 문득 이런 생각이 들었다. 이렇게 사는 것에
I will always let the end cutscenes play out.
목표도 없이 자격증들을 얻어가고 이대로 둥지에 향해서 날개가 되기 위해 매일을 경쟁하면서 밀려나지 않도록 발버둥을 치고 책상 앞에 꼼짝없이 앉아.
네, 그만두죠. 안 정했어요, 그런 거.
만류하는 모든 사람을 버려두고 이 지루한 일상에 그게 죽고 싶었던 건지, 아니면 그저 옛날부터 나는 모를. 그래서 만약 죽게 된다면 그저
고래잡이
가슴에 처음으로 강한 고동이 뛰기 시작했다.
필요 물품, 뱃물.
하나 더 말해주자면 뱃머리를 청소하라고 걸레를 쥐어줄 때 징징거리지 않을 도구도 있겠지.
누구?
외다리로 이 딱딱한 육지를 걸어다니는 시간은 별로 좋아하지 않는. 고래는 경이롭고.
Like, I hate to say it, but Ahab is a really charismatic character.
우리는 이빨을 드러내고 웃어댄다.
매일마다 아침에 일어나며 나와 함께 구인 표지판을 읽고 있지만 이제는 호수 너머의 무언가를 또렷하게 보고 있다. 한쪽 다리가 없었지만 누구보다
피코드 후라. 이 배의 선장이 누구인지는 몰라도 참 행운이네요.
왜 그렇게
닮고 싶었다.
이렇게 형편없이 낮은 시급으로도 부지런하게 일할 선원은 드무니까요.
그래도 이 배 위에서 항해하다 보면 A협회 구급 해결사 자격증이 나오지.
언젠가는 나도 이 사람처럼 내가 정한
내 심장을 부숴. 내 머리에 구멍을 뚫어라, 이스마엘.
It doesn't let us target Ahab. And we choose to target the heart of the whale.
난 한때 당신을 닮아가고 싶었지.
As Ishmael gains her control over her life and independence.
온몸에 너의 생각을 뒤덮고 그게 아니고선 난 목적도 없이 떠돌기만 했다는 걸. 그러다 모든 걸 당신의 탓으로 돌려야지만. 하지만
선장도 아닌 네가 자기의 나침반을 말해.
계속 내 앞을 가로막고 귀찮게 하겠지만 그러니까 나는 그 나침반으로 모험을 하고 싶어. 하지만 그 전까지 노를 저어왔던 빛난 그것들까지 전부 그게 내가 당신을
뭐?
내가 모는 배가 좀 흔들릴 테니 다들 꽉 잡아!
Oh, I can't even lie, that is a pretty fire ending. I do actually like Kanto 5's ending.
내가 닮아 있는지.
But yeah. Pretty fire, pretty fire. Yeah, we see her reshaping her words. I send them to greatness, not death. And then later, she admits that she did lie and led her crew to her deaths, and that it didn't matter. She gave them. She is very much so the mother. I gave you. I could take you. You know. I just have more dialogue here. I will leave them up for the VOD, but I'm not going to really read through them too much. But they're just great characterizations of Ahab. And after getting her kill stolen, Ahab has a mental breakdown and is left alive to suffer aimlessly with no goal. We're saved by the Indigo Elder and make our way back to the bus boat, where Ishmael decides to take control of her own life and continue her journey with Limbus Company. We also see Ahab being saved and recruited by Herman, who promises Ahab that she can kill every single whale across all the mirrored worlds. Yeah. I don't know if there's too much in the cutscene elements of it. We already saw through a lot of what happened within the Kanto. I just realized there is all the people who have been turned into balloons in the back.
당신 뭐 하는 사람이죠? 우리를 미치게 하는 방법을.
그걸 알면서 우리를
There's that interaction with Rim.
설마 그거야?
There's that fucking Ricardo music, which must, I remind you, Ricardo's music is diegetic. He quite literally walks around with a boombox that plays this music wherever he goes. Like, that is canonical. He canonically walks around with a boombox that plays this shit wherever he goes. He actually has a theme song. Shout out Ricardo for that. And then we have the aura monster pulling up. Oh, look at this aura demon, dude. Like, what the fuck is he doing? Also, side note, when we do win against Ricardo, it still says defeat. The Mong.
물고기나 잡는 줄 알았는데 색을 달고 나서 기어코 청새치 고래 하나 잡았다더니 이젠 눈에 뵈는 게 없어.
Yeah, he single-handedly hunted one of the 5 calamities and became a color fixer, and now his mission is to hunt all of them.
알만한 사람일 텐데 말이야.
중지도 고래와 다를 바 없지. 하지만 여기 온 것은 그 때문이 아니야.
Indigo Elder. Yeah, then we make ourselves into the whale with Pequod Town. You can kind of see it in the right over here, but that's what the fucking whales look like. It looks like the pallid whale looks like a regular fucking whale with a skinny, long, like a really long neck and a torso with arms and legs, and it reaches all the way to the surface. It is horrifying and disgusting. For the most part, it's all just the stuff that I covered earlier. Alright. Next, we have Christmas time, which is honestly a kind of okay intervalo. After the events of Con 5, the sinners get bored and Heathcliff gets anxious as the next destination corresponds with him. He wishes to undergo a makeover before his arrival at T-Corp. Dawn convinces Dante and Heathcliff to go through the bus's back door to a Christmas-like gift factory. The bus in its back door has a door that leads to an infinite hallway that has a bunch of doors that lead to a bunch of random locations. Dawn convinces Dante and Heathcliff to go through the bus's back door to a Christmas-like gift factory. The three are greeted by gnomes who are actually turning humans into presents. The three fight the gnomes and rescue a girl named Crayon before they are put to sleep from gas. Other sinners eventually end up there too after trying to find Dante. It is revealed that this is somewhere in the outskirts. After they all try to reconvene and fight off the gnome leader, Santera, they meet a hunter from the outskirts. After some pleasantries, they split up and return to the bus. Heathcliff receives a letter that is an invitation to Withering Heights from someone named Kathy. So here we see Santata. There's the factory where the gnomes are turning people into, or human beings into gifts by butchering them. And the reasoning for all this is because non-humans were forced into the outskirts by the head and those of the city, and thus they are going around as these non-human entities, giving gifts to other non-human entities made up of slaughtered humans, since the city forbids anything non-human from being in the city and such. That's the hunter from the outskirts, and that is Crayon, the little girl from the outskirts. And Dawn bringing back a bunch of Christmas stuff, Heathcliff and Roja and everyone kind of crashing out over this really stupid, risky trip that almost got them all killed. I won't really go through too much of the fight here, but yeah, big Santa gnome. And then after this, we have the next intervalo, 3-2. Yield my flesh to claim their bones, featuring the Aura Monster himself. Bamboo-Hatted Kim from Library of Ruina. Diente la Aura. Once the sinners arrive in District 20, which is where T-Corp is, Virgilius instructs us to assist someone in a gang fight. They find Ongdu, a blade lineage Salsu, who was fighting the Kurokumo clan. She explains that her and her master, Bamboo-Hatted Kim, were sent out of the library and ended up in the Kurokumo territory, and she wants us to help rescue Kim. We are also instructed by Limbus Company to find and extract a monolith, which we discover more about in Distortion Detective. After fighting through a building being defended by the Kurokumo, we encounter a distorted Bamboo-Hatted Kim. We enter his fathoms and subdue him before having the monolith and Kim being handled by another Limbus Company team as instructed by Ezra from the Distortion Detective team. There's some of the members of the Kurokumo. These are the back streets of T-Corp. There's Aura Monster Kim, just aura farming as usual in the middle of Kurokumo territory. And that is Ongdu of the Blade Lineage. The Blade Lineage are a group of defectors from S-Corp who left forming their own gang, and obviously randomly being teleported out of the library after being turned into books right into a rival gang territory, led to all of them fighting, and Kim ends up distorting. Obviously, here's Ezra. There's distorted Bamboo-Hatted Kim. There's the Kim's memories of S-Corp. And we have one of my favorite boss OSTs with the goat. Hi, Pika. I'm still going? Oh yeah, we're still going. How much more? 3 more Kantos. Don't worry, everything will be archived and botted. I know it's a lot of content. Anyways, we fight Kim. We beat Kim. We get through. And now, we are on Kanto 6. We arrive at T-Corp's nest and find a man being mugged by some poor people. The man was wearing color, and being poor in T-Corp's means being low on time. We learned that a lot of people have gone missing recently, and we also asked Heathcliff about the invitation he got from Catherine. We learned that as a kid, he was adopted into Wuthering Heights. As a kid, that is so redundant. We learned that as a kid, he was adopted into Wuthering Heights, where he was bullied and abused for his racial and class background. Before going into Wuthering Heights, we learned that Virgilius contractually cannot help us, which is why he always stays back and does nothing. Dojon and Honglu dress Heathcliff to look fancy and presentable for Kathy, and we reach Wuthering Heights, which is now enveloped by a thunderstorm. We are greeted by the chief butler, Nellie, who lets us in. In the lobby, we see Edgar Linton and Hindley Earnshaw. So in T-Corp, everything is in this weird, ugly AI sepia filter. And only rich people can afford to have color. And rich people also have more time than poor people, and poor people may have only 8 hours in a day, and rich people might have 40 hours in a day, for example. This is Butler Nelly, head Butler Nelly. There's Hindley Earnshaw, broke gambling dude, who is part of the original Wuthering Heights family, and there's Edgar Linton, who married into the family, right there. Where originally it is storming out of the gates. Heathcliff is originally not allowed in, and eventually Nellie finds us and lets us in. My hair is silky smooth now? Hell yeah. Linton is, Linton, the blonde guy, is backed by the Edgar family staff, which is the people that own Wuthering Heights. And Hindley is backed by the Dead Rabbit Brotherhood, which is a syndicate that Heathcliff used to be a part of. He learns that Kathy married Linton, and Linton married Kathy into the family, and later passed away. He got an invitation from Kathy as a reunion, and only once he gets to Wuthering Heights, realizes that it was an invitation from her to her funeral. And he is very depressed now because the love of his life is dead all of a sudden after marrying another man. The Ophi Association, or the Eufy Association, is present at the estate to read Kathy's will. In the will, Linton is given an estate. Hindley is given a ticket to a rehab center to deal with his addiction. And Heathcliff is promised the golden bow after the 7th flash of lightning. Dante also senses that there are actually 2 golden bows, and Heathcliff cannot cope with Kathy's death and is stuck in denial. He hears her voice, and suddenly lightning strikes, causing the entire layout of the entire estate to change randomly. We see some of Heathcliff's memories from his childhood before being attacked by a seemingly possessed or zombified dead rabbit members. As we fight, we notice that the rabbits seem to be civilians disguised as rabbits. So here's the Dead Rabbit Brotherhood, Heathcliff meeting up with his old boss. We see Heathcliff as he was picked up from the back streets and adopted into this family by the very kind Mr. Earnshaw. There's Nellie as a child, and there is a very grumpy Hindley who just wanted his dad to give him a violin, and not this bum-ass fucking homeless child. And there's Madame Josephine, another one of the head butlers, who is fucking racist and annoying as shit. I will not be talking about her. I just fucking hate her. My hair is silky smooth now. Hell yeah. We save Hindley from all the Edgar family staff, and we find Kathy's room. The butlers came in earlier and try to ransack the room to look for something. But Heathcliff easily finds it using his memories and relationship with Kathy, and we find out it is a diary, which only Heathcliff can read. The diary tells Heathcliff to go to the fireplace where they meet up with Linton. Linton berates Heathcliff and says Kathy didn't love him. A second flash of lightning occurs, and another memory plays. Linton breaks down a bit after seeing that Heathcliff is able to read the diary and lets us into the basement, according to Kathy's orders. We fight a ton of Picatula and come across a lab that is full of Yisong's mirror tech. We see all the kidnapped victims of T-Corp, as well as Kathy in coffins. Kathy's coffin is hooked up to all the other ones and has a golden bow in it. The lab is run by Eufy members and another ex-League of Nine member, Asaya. And the entire situation kind of mirrors what happened in Leviathan with the experiment the Ring was conducting, where they kidnapped a bunch of people and put them in these weird testing tube coffins, and they were researching the mirror technology. Here are some of the memories between Heathcliff and Kathy. There's Asaya, one of Yisong's old friends, and there's Kathy in her coffin with the golden bow as it is hooked up to tons of other coffins of a bunch of kidnapped individuals. We then discover that the Eufy members are actually Ring members that are disguised as Eufy members working with N-Corp. We're attacked by Hindley and then the Dead Rabbits. The Dead Rabbits boss rage baits Hindley by taking responsibility for his gambling loss, which causes Hindley to distort. Basically, Hindley gambled away everything, losing access to his house, and is now only getting a free ticket to therapy in his will, while the house goes to Linton. We kill Hindley, who is now distorted. A third flash of lightning happens, and the Dead Rabbit boss is revealed to be Heathcliff from another mirror world. The other Heathcliff's goal is to kill all other Heathcliffs in order for Kathy to be happy. We also learned that the Dead Rabbit members are just civilians who have mirror identities imposed onto them. After defeating the other Cliff, many strings start to connect, and Heathcliff starts to talk to Carmen and ends up distorting. Our Heathcliff distorts. The fourth flash of lightning strikes after we beat distorted Heathcliff, and the flash leads to a memory that brings Heathcliff back to a normal state. TLDR, a parallel universe Heathcliff is in our universe and wants to kill and has been hopping through different dimensions to kill all Heathcliffs because he believes that Kathy's suffering and death and misery is caused because of Heathcliff. So if he gets rid of every Heathcliff in every dimension, Kathy won't have to suffer. So this other Heathcliff has been manipulating everything in all these dimensions in order to kill Heathcliff, essentially. I also really like the very gothic style of music that Studio EIM does in this part. But you can see in the background all the coffins of the other kidnapped individuals. There's distorted Hindley, who turns into a werewolf, essentially. And we see the Heathcliff despairing at the fact that he is the cause of Kathy's suffering. As well as a scene where Heathcliff overhears Nellie talking to Kathy and only hears part of it and ends up misunderstanding, thinking that Kathy too views Heathcliff as this other beneath her race and beneath her class and status, and will not marry her. But in reality, she does love Heathcliff. She does care about Heathcliff, and was merely expressing how other people would view the relationship, but she still wishes to flee with him and marry him. But he only hears the first part and ends up leaving the manor or leaving the estate in order to become a proper gentleman of class and wealth, so he can come back to the estate to marry Catherine. But because of this miscommunication, Catherine believes Heathcliff left her, and she marries into Linton and then finds a way to end their suffering, but dies because of it. And there's that fight against distorted Hindley, which I won't really go into too much, but yeah, he turns into a wolf. And these are the various scenes we see. For the first time, we actually get to see someone talking to, we get to see proper dialogue with Carmen. And we see Carmen as, in these flashbacks, as she distorts Heathcliff to become this wolf. This violent, loyal, obedient wolf that just destroys everything for Kathy. And we also end up fighting the other Heathcliff. Which, once again, banger soundtrack, but I won't be able to go through and play them all fully right now for the sake of time. I'm only going to go through the final bosses. Another banger soundtrack where we fight our Heathcliff, who has turned into that distorted version of a wolf carrying a body bag. One phenomenal design. But fucking sick guitar riff. Fun fight. Alright, anyways. We see that the identity replaced Linton's... that the other Heathcliff replaced Linton's sister, Isabella. Linton shows up and explains that Kathy made the lab and Linton was working with the ring to bring Kathy back to life. Each flash of lightning is Kathy's heartbreaking. The fifth flash strikes, which makes Linton elated that she cared for him. He then melts himself with the mirror tech into a puddle of dough. The dough is used to summon Earl King Heathcliff, another version of Heathcliff and the main killer of all other Heathcliffs. He is a hunter who goes from mirror world to mirror world, killing Heathcliffs and adding the dead to his wild hunt using his necromancy powers. The Earl King picks up Kathy's coffin as well as the golden bow and heads to the roof to reach the other golden bow. He sends a seemingly infinite zombie army as the sinners who are now trapped in the basement is dealing with that army called the Wild Hunt. Here's Linton melting himself in order to summon Earl King Heathcliff. There's Earl King Heathcliff on the right, and more images of the lab and the manor. There's Earl King Heathcliff on the Dullahan horse he summons, as well as his zombie army that he uses with his necromancy powers. And here we have the Wild Hunt fight. Necromancy Wild Hunt. Yeah, it also got confirmed recently that our Heathcliff has the potential to just have necromancy powers too. And it's not special to Earl King Heathcliff. So eventually Heathcliff's going to awaken his potential as a necromancer. Yeah, we're now stuck in the basement fighting this hopeless fight against this zombie army. Seemingly endless army. Everything seems like we're dead. Everything seems like it's over. Earl King Heathcliff is gonna reach the roof. Everything is we're gonna fail our mission as we're stuck in the basement fighting an infinite horde of zombies that progressively get stronger. Archer necromancy was like, all right. Heathcliff, new favorite sinner. Heathcliff is a very swell guy that I think grows on everyone. Like, at first, he just seems like this violent, brash British man. But eventually, we realize that he's actually very emotionally intelligent, despite being very aggressive and rude, just because he has just experienced the worst of people from all the class and racial discrimination he's experienced his entire life, and just is able to easily see through like street smart stuff. He's probably the most street smart sinner. Yeah, the zombified version of everyone we fought. Distorted Hindley, Linton, Josephine, they're all back. And when it seems like it's all over, and can summon zombies, yeah. Let me put that in full screen. I don't know if he has the power to... I think he might also have the power to dimension hop as well. Yeah, everything seems completely hopeless. It seems like we lost. Virgilius shows up with the most aura I have ever seen. Absolute GOAT. He who is contractually obligated to be unable to help us sees how much the situation is familiar to the events of Leviathan, breaks contract a little bit in order to save us. He beats every fraud allegation. Everyone at this point in the game turns in their form, their Virgil fraud apology form, and we get to fight as Virgilius, who has question mark in all of his stats. And he makes us all a shield that makes it so none of us can die. And he starts one-tapping everything. And we could just win rate our way through the rest of the fight. He's popping Mong. He even is like, dude, don't worry. I'll hold him back. You guys go to the roof. Stop Earl King. He follows his own flow.
종착한 것.
그래. 지하실에서 생겨나는 모든 죄종들과
하지만 끊임없이
그래. 그러니까 내가
And he pops his ego.
직원들이 개체를 제압하는 데 성공했어요. 이걸로 많은 피해를 예방할 수 있을 거예요.
간다.
방금 너무 근사한 일격이었는데 관리자님에게 수상 평가를 받을 수 있겠어.
Which bleeds him out constantly. But he also absorbs the blood of everything around him. He has blood manipulation, the powers of one of the strongest vampires or blood fiends in the entire series. And he can make use of boiling hot flaming blood. Like Moog from Elden Ring. And he's also using like Rings of Mong in order to fight. If you know One Piece, Mong is basically like hockey from One Piece. The way Mong works in Project Moon games is it's basically you look back into a memory you have, and the more vividly you're able to remember everything you felt and all of your senses in that moment, you can materialize energy which can envelop you and make you stronger, called Shin. And if you concentrate that Shin, you can create rings of Mong. And the more rings you can create, the stronger and more vivid your ability to recognize those emotions are. Anyways, absolute fucking aura monster.
알고 있다. 아마 계약 조건 중 일부는 포기하게 되겠지. 내 욕심을 내려놓고 타협하거나 그럼에도 불구하고 아주 오랜만에 거대한 흐름이란 걸 따라가 보고자 했더니
알겠습니다.
He breaches contract to save us. And also because he hates what happened in Leviathan happening again.
이놈이 머뭇거릴 만큼 나는 약하지 않아. 그리고 내가 빌려줬던 무기를 돌려줘야 했을 녀석은
But yeah, in this seemingly hopeless situation, Virgilius intervenes and saves us. Dante unlocks the power to slow time using his resonation with the bow, or using their resonation with the bow. Resonate. Was there a special OST for Virgilius? Yes, actually, Virgilius's theme song or OST is the leitmotif for Limbus Company. So it's the one I was playing a little bit. This one right here. It's the OST Leviathan, and it's actually the OST that has a leitmotif that plays whenever the sinners start winning. So whenever we start flipping the tide of battle and we start winning, Virgilius' theme plays. And it's been like that since the very beginning of the game, but now only in Kanto 6 we know that it's actually Virgilius' theme. But yeah, Dante unlocks the power to slow time using the bow. We chase after the Earl King, and Merceau uses his ego to hold back the Earl King on the stairs to the roof. We realize that, I can't spell, Nelly is a traitor who let the Earl King in, as well as the ring researchers. Nelly blocks our path and explains how Herman gave her a mirror and showed how in many mirror worlds, Nelly is left miserable as she is stuck dealing with Heathcliff and Kathy's doomed relationship. Because she's always in the crossfire of their doomed relationship, she wants to end it all and destroy everything, destroy their relationship and stuff officially, so she doesn't have to be miserable. We fight, honestly, kind of valid crash out. We fight Nelly and defeat her. She tells Heathcliff that she has intercepted the letters Heathcliff sent to Kathy, so Kathy never received them, and because of that, thought that Heathcliff abandoned her. Heathcliff starts feeling hopeless again, and Nelly explains that he will always turn into a miserable and evil man like Earl King Heathcliff. The sixth flash strikes and confirms with a memory that Kathy always liked Heathcliff back, and there was simply a misunderstanding. We see Virgilius CG absolutely aura-mogging. We see Nelly burning the letters. There's the other golden bow on the spire. and Heathcliff and Kathy making their promises in that patch of violets. Heathcliff is now the only person written in the will who is still alive, and as the new lord of the estate, he terminates Nellie's contract, goes to the roof, and stabs himself with the bow. Using the bow, he calls out to the ghost of Kathy and tells her to stop her plan of using the power of the bows to permanently erase herself from all realities. The final flash of lightning strikes. We see a memory of Kathy despairing upon seeing the infinite mirror worlds where her relationship with Heathcliff is doomed. She talks to a version of Kathy that is called Every Kathy, who convinces her that she is the cause of Heathcliff's eternal suffering. This leads to her creating the lab and orchestrating the events of the Kanto so far. She melts into the sea of consciousness and haunts the estate. Basically, Kathy sees that in every single possible parallel universe, she is the reason, and she and Heathcliff end up miserable, and she is the reason, and she believes that she is the reason for it. So she's trying to use the power of the bows to erase herself from all realities so Heathcliff can be happy. And Earl King Heathcliff sees that in all realities, Kathy is miserable and believes it's because of him. So he's going through every reality to kill all Heathcliffs so Kathy can be happy. So they are both miserable, trying to kill themselves to make the other happy. Very heartbroken, or heartbreaking tragedy. Yeah, this is our initial fight with Earl King Heathcliff on the stairs. It's only a partial fight. And then we have our fight against Nellie. Oh, Wanderer. Yeah, kind of. All the OSTs in Kanto 6 are nice. They're all very gothic they're like gothic with that electric guitar kind of feel. Studio EIM does a great job of capturing everything, but unfortunately I can't go through the playlist today. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow while we do art. Then we fight with both Earl King Heathcliff and Every Kathy. The two enemies flicker between various mirror worlds, calling out to each other but never coming in contact. Kathy then contacts Dante through our messaging system, like Dante's iPad. Heathcliff DMs Kathy's spirit with a confession of his love. Kathy is happy to hear this and tells Dante to use the bow to clear out all Kathy. This is actually a play on words of the Korean pronunciation of Kathy, which is Kashi. And Kashi, and clearing all caches, right? Clearing all cache is to erase all the version history of everything. So we erase every single version of Catherine across all mirror worlds, which also removes the reason for Earl King Heathcliff to exist. After our fight, we all rest, and no one can remember Kathy except for Dante and Heathcliff. And then we have another strange interaction with Damien. So here is that final fight. Welcome back. This fight is super cool. I see. Britain won the World Cup only because Spain and Argentina no one gives a shit about. Or oh goddamn. So the final boss fight against Earl King Heathcliff and Every Kathy has a swap between phases where we had to fight Earl King Heathcliff and all of his zombie minions and swap between fighting Every Kathy when the lightning strikes. And that's also when the vocals switch between the more low tone that Cassie sings into the higher tone that she sings, depending on if it were fighting Heathcliff or Kathy. It's so sick. And this fight also very much so resembles Roland and Angelica in Library of Ruina. where we fight the ghost of Angelica, which also has the hands and stuff like that, and the ghostly form. So everyone kind of knows that Heathcliff is eventually going to get a Roland ID.
개체에게 치명적인 손상을 입히는데
적에게
성공했습니다.
치명상을 입혔군요.
앞으로의 전투도
관리자님이
이대로만
당신이
부탁드리겠습니다.
생각하는 것보다
Yeah, then lightning keeps striking back. Goes back to the low tone singing, back to the high tone singing, back to the low tone, back to the high tone. And we just kind of keep switching between everything.
우리에게 안식은 없다.
히스클리프 씨를 소멸시키는 데 성공한 마왕 히스클리프는 캐서린의 소환이 성공한다면 그녀 또한 모든 세계를 돌아다니면서 캐서린을 탄생시키겠죠. 그 끝엔 이 히스클리프와 캐서린
One of the sickest moments ever. I love how creative Project Moon is in making every Kanto formatted differently. Pretty much none of them have the same format. Like from the structure of dungeons and combat nodes, etc. And we get booted back to the loading screen where the only thing we can do is click the button clear all cache or clear all Kathy.
먼저 말해줘서 고마워, 히스클리프.
And they share one last goodbye as Kathy erases herself from all possible realities.
지금의 너를 사랑해.
With one more confession of love.
캐시! 어디 있지? 너를 다시 내 품에 안아야겠어. 네가 계속해서 느껴졌어. 내 곁에는 땅 아래 있는 것이 아니라 이곳 어딘가 있어. 그렇지.
The most toxic doomed het relationship ever. Yeah, Earl King Heathcliff's design is sick. I keep seeing Erling Haaland's name, and I keep thinking of Earl King Heathcliff whenever I read it. But yeah, that's the end of Kanto 6. We see Nelly has now joined N-Corp with Herman. We see Kathy and her eventual ghost. All the different mirror worlds of Kathy and Heathcliff trying to get close to embrace each other. Hold up, there's a really great scene I need to go through. This is super important.
자연 친화적인 곳에 살고 계셨군요. 로 가득 채워주고 사라지지 않는가.
그 대신 자기가 가진 모든 걸 내보내서 모든 걸 불태워버리지. 놀이가 아니야.
근처의 숲이라니 자연 친화적인 곳에 살고 계셨군요. 동물원을 따로 만들 필요가 없겠어요.
도시에서 정원이나 숲을 가진다는 것은 이러니 저러니 해도 엄청난 재력가라는 것은 틀림없지.
그렇네. 싱클레어네 집도 그러긴 했지.
다람쥐도 있고 뭐 몇몇 짐승들도 심심찮게 볼 수 있었지. 아주 가끔 가다가 기분이 걷잡을 수 없이 안 좋아져서 숲에 계속 처박혀 있을 때도 있었는데.
그럴 때마다 이 다람쥐군이 적잖은 친구가 되어주었겠어.
Absolute cinema. Yeah, absolute cinema. Very important. Very, very important. I must have gotten through that. That was quite important. All right. Anyways, after Kanto 6, Dawn finds out that the sinners have been featured in newspaper. They have been confronted by a T-Corp tax collector. Word is revealed that the sinners owe like $10 billion fucking dollars. They find out this because Dante's ability, which slowed time. We are then put to work on a detective case that has to do with a distortion called the Time Ripper. Rojan, Ryoshu, and Honglu are tasked to find the elusive Time Ripper who has been going around killing people's time, which causes them to be frozen in place. Dawn gives the trio detective outfits and a book by a fixer named Agatha, and they are also accompanied by the T-Corp employee, Herbert. They interview the first victim, a rich factory owner who moves and speaks much faster due to how many hours a day he has. They deduce the Time Ripper has plenty of their own time and hates the wealthy. The sinners then find out that the Eurodivvy is in the area and end up in a confrontation with them. After some more running around, they find the Eurodivvy base and fights their captain. Doja uses her old friendship with Sonia for information. Doja asks Herbert why the Eurodivvy has been left free, and he responds saying that he wants to see if the Eurodivvy can change the world. Doja gets depressed seeing Sonia's progress and her lack of change, and determines to solve the case. Eventually, they corner the Time Ripper, and they say they are not killing time, but the citizens are. They hate how much the rich waste so much time, while the poor hardly have any. They then escape. After some more shenanigans, they find out where the Time Ripper is hiding. They decide to use Honglu as bait to capture the Time Ripper since they cannot take the time from the sinners since they are bound from Dante's time. They ambush the Time Ripper and go into his fathoms, but they were and find out that they were a former Eurodivvy member. Their brother lent them time in order to make it for an engineering certification, but before he could return the time to his brother, the brother was killed in a car that he couldn't avoid due to his slow lack of time. After finishing the incident, it is revealed that Herbert is actually the executive director and the CEO of T-Corp. So here we see Merceau was supposed to pay the time tax that we owed by essentially stepping in an execution device, but because they are bound to Dante's time, he couldn't be executed. So everyone else is jailed, and these three are picked to deal with the time case. And they all have a very important connection to time. We'll kind of learn about that later, but essentially they're all dealing with their own case of letting time go by and almost wasting time, or just like having their own unique interaction with time, I should say. And that's Herbert on the right. That's our newspaper, which Dawn ends up trying to photobomb. Doja is very depressed after learning out that Sonia is actually special and successful, and she is still a bum doing absolutely nothing. And so she tries to start putting in more work in getting things done. That is Herbert, the CEO. We figure out that he's actually very rich as he pulls up in all blue. As you know, in T-Corp, to be very wealthy means to have color. This is the Time Ripper, which is actually a bunch of people in a trench coat. So the Time Ripper is, yeah, it's like a billion dudes in a trench coat. Yeah, we do have that absolute fucking banger OST, which was just playing earlier. Diva, absolutely. yeah, we end up dealing with the time case. And then after this, we learn to our horror that we will be taking a warp train to P Corp. Due to the different identities in mirror dungeons, the sinners know the truth about the trains. They're given first-class tickets, and 3 days into the trip, Dante is woken up by Faust, where it is explained that the sinners have been hired by W Corp to deal with a distortion. We learn that due to the nature of the train, Faust cannot talk with the Gesellschaft, a collection of all other Fausts, which means she has no access to our infinite knowledge source. Essentially, Faust is so smart and such a genius because she has a connection to every other Faust ever in one giant Discord server, where she can always ask, at Faust, is this true? The sinners then fight from train car to train car, battling through many blood bags, or vampires, who have been turned by a suspected blood fiend. They eventually come across the mad blood fiend named Cassetti, who calls himself a prince. The sinners get tired from fighting Cassetti due to his regeneration, and Cassetti gets tired for the same reason, due to Dante rewinding the clock. At a stalemate, Faust attempts to strike a deal with Cassetti for a truce so she can reconnect to the Gesellschaft for a better solution. However, before it can be done, Don Quixote interrupts and tries to keep fighting Cassetti for her sense of justice and her absolute hatred of blood fiends. Cassetti bites into Dawn, and it seems like she's about to turn into a blood bag, but Dawn's shoes, Roshinante, which she has never ever taken off, comes off. Blood and aura fill the space, and Dawn's eyes turn a bright red. Cassetti calls her the second kindred and begs for mercy for his sins, but Dawn simply melts him and all the other blood bags into puddles before asking Dante to place her shoes back on her. She returns to normal and passes out. The sinners find a way out. Dawn remembers nothing, and only Dante and Faust witnessed her transformation. So this is one of the biggest plot twists and reveals in the entire series that a lot of people have had crackpot theories of, and it was just confirmed right here, right now, that Don Quixote is actually a 300-year-old vampire. Those theories were insane for anyone. Everyone's like, there's no fucking way. That is crazy. You're absurd. No shot. And just here in this event, we find out that our goofy autistic sinner is actually a very, very powerful, very, very high up vampire. And in our boss fight, we end up fighting against Immortal Cassetti, which is, is an okay fight. Not super memorable, IMO. But I gotta go through this. Kind of a big moment.
제가 이 상황에 대한 타개법을 찾는 것이
Go.
우선이겠네요. 다분히 의도적
길을 받고 너희가 있던 이 1등석으로 돌아가면 우리는 이곳에서 아무 일 없던 것처럼 지낼 거야.
Yeah, all blood fiends have the power to manipulate and coagulate blood into weapons and armor.
돌아가는 거야. 어때?
아무 일 없었던 것처럼.
계속 갇혀 있겠다는 거야.
Dawn is basically like, no, I will stand up for justice. I hate blood fiends. I don't care if I have to spend an actual eternity fighting you over and over and over again. As long as you give up and die, even if it fucks over everyone else, I will take responsibility for it. And yeah.
어버이시여, 허가 없이 한 번 더 만드는 것을 용서하소서. 지금부터 네가 나의 두 번째 권속이 되는 거다.
Also, her being a vampire, yet another reason she is my favorite sinner, and her Kanto is my favorite.
이런 식으로 해결이 될 거라고 생각하진 않았는데.
이전에도 보았지만 다시 한번 열람한 정보에 의하면 단테, 제 뒤에서 벗어나지 마세요. 그리고 지금부터 일어나는 일은 절대 다른 수감
어? 운동화? 아, 우리 로신한테를 말하는 것인가?
A little low? Okay.
본인은 수많은 모험을 이 로신한테와 함께 해왔네. 슬플 때나 기쁠 때는 물론이고 어떤 고난이 닥쳐와도 언제부터인가 내 곁을 떠나지 않고 지켜주었던 벗이지. 자, 관리자 나리도 로신한테에게 인사하시게.
Yeah, they keep talking about the shoes. The first animated CG.
말도 안 돼. 당신은 제2 권속 지금까지 어떻게 어떤 일렁임도 뿜어내지 않고서
폐륜이군. 금기이고.
Horror farming? Yeah.
선조시여 일마리 자비를 둘째 권속이시여 일마리 자비를 둘째 권속이시여 일마리 자비를
네 놈은 감히 나와 섞을 수 있는 말이 없다. 아니, 피를 거스르는 폐륜의 죄악을 저지른 채로 내 눈앞에 서 있는 것부터 용납되지 않고. 굳어지고 다시 녹아내려라.
Yeah. You kind of like that. You kind of like that. Yeah. And then she puts the shoes back on, and we arrive back at the at P Corp, and we're all like, "Whoa, what happened? That was so weird." We arrive at P Corp, where now for Kanto 7, my favorite Kanto, the Kanto I will always cry on no matter what, and the Kanto I relate to very heavily. Just a really fun Kanto all around. We arrive in P Corp, where Virgilius briefs us on our next mission. We meet the head manager of P Corp's archival department, Sasara. We're to join the many other fixers in fixer groups in a raid on an urban nightmare called La Mancha Land. It is an amusement park that appears and disappears, causing a loss of property space and lives in the backstreets of P Corp. We learn that there's an L Corp facility within La Mancha Land. We arrive in the flattened area where La Mancha Land periodically appears and come across various factions. We first meet a strange fixer named Hugo, then Bloodfiend hunters from the Fang Hunt office, and finally Honglu's sister, Jia Jichun. We are then briefed by a Han Association fixer, Hanul. She tells us that our objective is to activate 3 switches in the park to get to the center, and she says that if we stay for more than 6 hours, we'll be trapped in there with all the Bloodfiends. Dawn declares that she will save everyone and eradicate La Mancha Land. Camille of the Sync Association laughs at her naivete, and Dawn responds with a challenge to a duel, which she loses horribly. Camille is really annoying. He always carries around a selfie stick, and he is always live streaming to his TikTok and talking in a chat. He is literally an IRL streamer that is also a strong fixer. That's Jichun on the left. Then that's Wei, Jichun's attendant. That's Sasara of P Corp, and there's some more fixers over here. There's Hugo, then the Hana Association person, another P Corp person. There's Dawn, like, tweaking out over how many fixers there are over here. Yeah. We then are separated and join Virgilius in a Zoom call with Moses and Ezra, who explain the weaknesses and family hierarchy of Bloodfiends, since they both have experience dealing with Bloodfiends. We learn that they're similar to Distortions, but different. They're scared of running water and cannot go against those of a higher rank. La Mancha Land manifests, and a Fire Fist fixer recognizes a comrade of his stumbling out of the entrance. Everyone warns him, but it is too late. His comrade was already turned into a blood bag and kills him. We push further into the park with Hugo in our group and enter a shooting range game area. There, we hear a voice through a speaker narrating the history of humans and Bloodfiends. We learn how the constant conflict between the two groups led to Bloodfiends having to live underground in hiding. A fixer proposes coexistence through the creation of an amusement park where peace can be had. We beat the waves of enemies, and the voice tells us that we can now flip the switch. The voice, who calls herself the Barber, wishes to speak with the one who calls herself Don Quixote. Hugo immediately sells us out, and Yoshu swiftly kills him. And then we fight the Barber. The hierarchy of Bloodfiends. I think I have an image here. Yeah. So there's Ezra and Moses on our Zoom call explaining to us about Bloodfiends. Essentially, there's the progenitor who creates the first kindred, who creates the second kindred, who creates third kindreds, fourth kindred, so on and so forth. And the further down the line, the less powerful they are and the less kindreds they can create. So the first kindred might be able to create like hundreds of thousands of second kindred and whatnot, but the seventh kindred might only be able to create 1 or 2. And that is the Barber on the right. Was one of my favorite designs in this game. And obviously we're getting a lot of carnival, amusement park, circus music. With EIM's typical dubstep kind of feel. Yeah, here's La Mancha Land. Here's the map of the amusement park, as well as what it looks like on the inside. And this is the outside in the back streets of P Corp. Here we see our little... there's a lot of stylistic fun in this Kanto. We have like this whole section, which is done with this cardboard cutout art style of the shooting range thing, where we see the history of humans and Bloodfiends, and this one fixer who wishes to create peace between Bloodfiends and humans by creating an amusement park where guests can pay in a little bit of blood or donate blood, and they can all just coexist there. A strange Bloodfiend in blue appears and saves the Barber. He calls himself Sanson and asks Dawn to recite her adventures. Similar to Kanto 4, we are all assigned roles, except this time we're forced into them and cannot break out of them no matter what. Sinclair is assigned the role of the Knight of the White Moon. We watch as Dawn and the Knight save a villager from bandits. The villager is Rojan, and Dawn's horse Roshinante is Gregor. Another villager, played by Otis,
leads us to a cave with a bear. We fight the bear, who is played by Heathcliff, and then Sanson leaves with the barber, infuriating Dawn. We then reach the second area of the park, which is a haunted house. The place is already messed up from Ji-chun and her men raiding the area. We eventually reach the priest and see Ji-chun trying to extract information about some river from him. Sanson arrives to save the priest again and forces us all, including Ji-chun, into another play. So there's the haunted house, there's Sanson, and there's the priest on the right. Sanson tells us a story about a lonely king who created a family for himself. In the play, Dawn reenacts a duel between her and the knight. The two fought for 3 days straight and eventually became friends. Sanson also tries to force Dawn to kill Ji-chun using his powers. However, out of willpower, she breaks free, and Sanson eventually leaves, but first kills most of Ji-chun's men. We all escape into the third area, which is a large, looping parade. We all see the Fang Hunt office has been turned into blood bags. The head of the area, Dulcinea, recognizes Dawn and envies her for having the lack of desire that all blood fiends wish they could have. We fight her, and once again, Sanson interferes and makes us recount another scene from Dawn's memories. We see her drinking from one of the various underground rivers. This river Lethe completely erases and suppresses one's memories. Upon remembering this, Dawn takes off her shoes and returns to her blood fiend self. The sinners now all see Dawn as the blood fiend she is, and are all conflicted in how to treat her and move forward. We follow Dawn into the final area where we see the first kindred, or Dawn's father, impaled into a Ferris wheel held by the golden bow. So then the art style changes, explaining that one lonely blood fiend who creates a family, and then forces his family to tear down their house and sacrifice their happiness in order to pave the way for a future where humans and blood fiends can coexist. And this is the parade. There's Dulcinea up there, who is fucking beautiful. There is the first kindred down there, and the difference of Sancho and Dawn, or sorry, the two versions of Dawn coming together in that horrifying realization. And here we have that fight against Dulcinea. With a banger soundtrack. Additionally, the carnival also has its own theme song when you're at the parade, which is this. Joe. It is a banger. Everything in this kanto is a banger. And now, the first kindred asks Sancho, which is our Dawn, how the dream she lived in his stead was. We learned that the first kindred is actually named Don Quixote, and our Don, or Sancho, took his name. Sancho speaks to Don. I'm just going to refer to our Don as Sancho for the time being, and the real Don Quixote as Don Sr., okay? So Sancho speaks to Don Sr., confirming to him that his dream was meaningless and she hasn't been able to change at all, despite going on this adventure in his place. Don is saddened by this confirmation and uses the bow to turn the park into a giant hedge maze filled with blood fiends, blood bags, and abnormalities from Lobotomy Corporation. We split from Ji-chun and Wei after learning their goal, after they learn their goal and accomplish their goal of finding the River of Immortality. In the dungeon, we see Don's memories and his dream of coexistence. He won the war between humans and blood fiends by siding with the humans and created La Mancha Land as a means of coexistence. He banned his children from drinking blood and created hemobars to sustain them. Don then leaves with Sancho on an adventure to become the first blood fiend fixer. And there we see Don impaled by the golden bow onto the Ferris wheel, and now the hedge maze and the very bloodied La Mancha Land. We learned that his children were suffering from the ban on blood and grew to hate him. They made a plan to send him and Sancho on a quest for a relic. This relic, named the Helm of Mambrino, would allow his children to go against the bloodstream and against his orders. They would then massacre and feed on all the humans in the park. Don and Sancho notice this and return to the park. Dawn was disgusted by the massacre and gave Sancho Roshinante to seal her powers. He sent her away with Bari, Knight of the White Moon, where Sancho eventually drinks from Lethe. Bari then takes Sancho to a lighthouse in the ruins where she becomes isolated and spends her time reading Fixer magazines and exchanging letters with the many Fixers who would encourage her dreams. We learned that all of these replies were actually written by Bari. 200 years later, Virgilius enters the lighthouse and recruits Sancho to Limbus Company. She names herself Don Quixote since that was what was written on Roshinante. Yeah, and we once again now have to fight the entire trio of Blood Fiends in this very difficult fight. The Barber, Dulcinea, and the Priest. But once again, banger soundtrack. We see Dawn in the lighthouse, surrounded by Fixer magazines and posters and books, and she's sitting there writing letters to Bari as Bari and these Fixers and delusions encourage her of this great adventure and joy and love for dreams and life and stuff. So Bari is the Knight of the White Moon, and if you haven't connected it yet, all the flashbacks of Don Quixote or Sancho were actually Don Quixote's memories that Sanson was making Sancho replay. So the Knight of the White Moon and Don Quixote Sr. fought for 3 days and 3 nights, and Bari would tell Don Sr. of all this wonderful life of being a fixer and give him a lot of these hopes and dreams and aspirations, and encourage him. They're basically, I would almost say they're in a relationship. It's kind of like, not really, but they're, everyone kind of ships them together, and everyone kind of views Bari as Sancho's mother, more motherly figure. And Sancho, during the 200 years, or Bari, who is also kind of immortal and seems like she can also teleport through dimensions, no one really knows. She is also an incredibly mysterious and powerful character. We actually see her in the bad ending of Library of Runa, where she kills Angela, who has become almighty and all-powerful. So that says a lot about Bari. But Bari, during the 200 years of Sancho's isolation, writes letters back, acting as the various fixers Sancho's writing letters to, and encourages and upholds Sancho's dreams of adventure and knighthood and stuff like that. And then eventually Virgilius breaks into the lighthouse 200 years later and recruits Don. Don Sr. seals the park away and was staked to the Ferris wheel and tortured eternally by his rebelling children who wish to be freed from the seal so they can feast on blood. A few months prior to current events, Sanson would give Don Sr. a bow, which would cause him to remember the hunger for blood and periodically open the park. Back to the present, we defeat the Barber, the Priest, and Dulcinea again, and then Dawn orders Sancho to kill us. We fight Sancho, and she expresses how she doesn't have any more dreams for herself and has grown apathetic. We see the memories again of Don Sr. and Sancho, where Bari would tell tales of fixers and inspire a dream within both of them. We remind Sancho of her time with us and her time with Bari. Don Sr. attacks us, and Sancho blocks the attack. Don Sr. and Sancho have one last clash of lances to determine if his parental duties or Don Sr. and Sancho's dream is stronger. Dante unlocks a new power which lets Sancho use her ego, and the two clash and Sancho wins, slaying her father. And this is the fight against Sancho with yet another great OST. She is also a very hard fight. As Blood Fiend Dawn is one of the strongest Blood Fiends in the franchise. We kind of remind Dawn of her dream, her time with us, and how her adventure and dream wasn't actually hopeless, and she was able to change and become, quote-unquote, more human and suppress her desires for blood. I will explain that whole Blood Fiend desires thing in a second, but, I mean, my favorite Millie song, my favorite boss fight in the game, my favorite everything. God, I love this fight, and I love this kanto.
수많은 팔을 가지고 있던 그 가문의 혈기들을 말씀드려.
그 거대한 자들과 일정한 지름으로 얼마나 가슴이 뛰었던지.
방심하시다가 멀리 날아간 걸 구하느라.
그러니 이제는
For the first phase of the fight, he essentially throws all the Ferris wheel carousels at us that have blood bags and blood fiends in them. And we're forced to fight through those waves.
이 안정감 있고 부드럽게 잡히는 푹신 최상 이런 푹신한 날
And then eventually, after we fight off all the waves, he separates himself from the Ferris wheel and hops down. God, he's so hot.
책임에서 도망치지 못하시는 겁니까? 그토록 잘 누웠던
너는 내게 끝은 모르던 전쟁의 적을 기울였어. 공주는 도피로서 이 공간을 창조했건 그 어느 가족도 꿈을 꾸었음에도 말뚝과 흰 심장과 짙은 혈양만이 남은 나를 봐라. 산초! 나는 돈 키호테! 라만차랜드의 돈 키호테다!
God, Don Sr. is so fucking... I love him so much.
못 보던 기술인데 아직도 별의별 걸 다 보게 되네.
Not to mention, he is severely nerfed in this fight. But he is by far probably the strongest person we have faced in the entire game up to date. Peak or prime Don Quixote is probably as strong, at least, as a color fixer. They are some of the strongest existences in the series.
걸린 채로 살아가야 하는 운명이었지만 숨막히는 목마름 속에서도 사랑에 대해 생각하셨죠. 그리하여 죽어가던 저를 살려고 사랑을 나누어 주려고 하였고.
Blood fiends are essentially becoming a blood fiend or being a blood fiend is treated very much so like a illness in this series. Where once you are turned into a blood fiend, you are now, you know, immortal and can control blood and stuff. But you are eternally stuck with this feeling of loneliness and this desire for love and stuff like that, which is why the main element that they have is lust, because they wish to turn others into vampires as well, so they can hopefully share some experience together and find some connection and love, because their disease is that of loneliness. So essentially, the cure to being a blood fiend is the cure to loneliness, which almost no blood fiend has truly been able to resolve. And Don Sr. was a genuinely naive but like really kind-hearted man who just really dreamed big of a world where blood fiends can be happy without having to hide and without being hunted, and that his family and everyone can live a free, happy life. But in doing so, he ends up forcing his kids into his dream, which causes them to suffer when they didn't ask to be a part of it. And they had no choice to obey him because he is the first kindred, and lower kindreds are not allowed to disobey their orders. So he's a very tragic guy who had great intentions but fucked up on the way doing them. But he is one of my favorite characters because he is not really a villain. Like, he's not a bad guy, but he's placed in the position of being one. And we see Dawn right after she tried to burn herself to death when she was a human due to her loneliness. And Don Sr. invites Sancho, essentially, into his family.
그렇다면 내가 더 이상 죽고 싶지 않게 만들어주마. 너에게 영원히 함께할 가족을 줄 테니. 내 이름은 키호테다. 거기에 고귀하다는 뜻의 성을 붙여.
또한 가슴이 뛰도록.
산초야, 모험의 시작이다. 누구도 도와주는 혈기도 없을 거고
갑니다.
많은 기사들도 만나겠지. 아마 결투 신청도 있을 거다. 그땐 그리고 말이지. 이 순간부터 우리는 혈기라는 정체성도 버려야
He's
한다.
so fine, dude. He's so fine.
압니다. 그래서 당신의 로신한테도
원래는 진짜 멋있어 보이는 피의 갈기를 휘날렸는데 보거라. 로신한테도 본인의 모습이 얼마나.
그런데 여관이 어딘지나 아십니까?
그건 네가 알아봐야 할 일이 아니야.
Like, he's just a himbo dad. He's a fucking idiot.
당신이나 저나 마찬가지인데.
But I love him.
나 참 상위 권속에게 그토록
Yeah, that's Roshinante.
본 적이 없다.
이제는 인간처럼 생각하라고 하지 않았습니까? 모험이라면서요?
그런데 산초야, 아까
그런 거 마음만 먹으면.
그렇게 시시하게 끝내는 것보다는 해결사답게 싸워야 하지 않겠니?
실로 그때의 모험은
곰고기도 먹어보는 거다. 이 얘기를 들으면 돌시네아가 얼마나 질색하는.
질색이 아니라 멸시입니다. 그건 비교할 수 없을 정도로.
밤이 서둘러 다가온다 해도 이 어둠을 해치고 나아가 세상에 둘도 없는 모든 위험한 것들을 물리치고 행복에 닿을 수 있을 것이니 의심할 여지 없이 오늘 나에게 일어날 모험 또한 기가 막히겠구나.
그리고 우리 다들 기억하지? 무릇 해결사란 생각 모험은 용맹스럽게 하고 어려운 자들에게는 자비로 마지막에는
목숨을 걸고서라도 꿈을.
그리고 다시 이곳으로 돌아와서 서로가 겪은 여정.
제정신이 아니라고 하더라도 제자리만 도는 말비라고 해도
이 치료할 수 없는 병과 피로 이어진.
저건 또 뭐야? 못 보던 기술인데. 내가 이걸 다 보게 됐네.
Aurora villain.
대신 해결해줄 수야 있지.
제자리를 맴돌다.
자리를 지키라는 그 누님의 요청을 어길 수 있지.
This fight is really hard. Holy aura.
네가 만들어준 창은 이리 투박하지 않아. 저 약하디 약한 너의 시계를 부수기. 나를 지켰던 등으로 다른 이를 지키는 그 창을 막다니.
Oh.
이제 나를
계속 싸울 생각입니다.
내가 여기서 네 모험을 끈 병은 언젠가.
알고 있습니다. 그럼에도 누군가에겐 연극처럼 보일지라도 목적지에 도달하지 못한다 하더라도
Are you ready for the most cinema of all cinema in cinema?
이렇게 지쳐보는 것도 얼마만인지. 옛날 생각나지 않니? 산초였다. 산초.
이번에는
이곳에는 우리를 말려줄 바리가 없어. 이 방법밖에 나와 함께 착 부딪혀 힘껏.
그래야만 하는 것은
내 뒤에는 남겨진 가족들이 있어. 나만 차린드라는 회전목마는 제자리를 빈다. 하지만
Such a banger metaphor.
얼마나 유치할수록 재밌는 법이라고 하지 않았느냐.
Dying father tells daughter to have whimsy in her heart.
내 이름은 키호테. 돈 키호테. 이 창으로 그 허황되고 유치한 꿈을 끝내겠다.
내 이름은 산초. 굶어 썩은 나태한 꿈을 끝내겠습니다.
Chills. Button mash QTE. The first of its kind.
닿을 수 없더라도 때까지 달려나가겠습니다. 아니, 이 몸은 끝까지 달려나가겠어!
I get chills every time. Absolute cinema. Absolute fucking cinema. Absolute chills. Yeah, we see Bari and Dawn talking and Sancho eventually getting interested. There's the Dawn sprite. Don Sr. is bleeding out in Sancho's arms. The park is crumbling and Don Sr. imparts the name of Don Quixote to Sancho and asks her to carry out their dream, even if it is hopeless. She exclaims to her father how she has found a family of 12 and cured the blood fiend illness that is loneliness. We secure the bow and Don Sr.'s corpse is taken by P-Corp. We also see Sanson and Damien interacting. Alright, let's try not to cry version because that finale gets me every time. Also, this is the fight between Bari and Dawn. It's so sick. One of the best cutscenes in this game. Even if it's a looping cutscene, I can watch it for hours. And the sound design and oh, it's so good. Volume a little low again. This part makes me cry an ugly sob every time. Her voice actress is so good.
내가 남긴 신발을 신고 남김없이 목소리 이야기해주려 아름답게 빛났지.
우리의 꿈입니다. 내 이름은 키오테, 정의로운 해결사 돈 키오테! 본인은 여정에서 12명의 가족을 만났어. 그들과 함께 수많은 적들을 부딪히 정의를 행하고 한순간도 희망을 포기한 적 없었네. 그리고 마치 당신의 꿈을 이해하였으니 이제 그 높고 먼 꿈을 향해 또다시 모험한. 다시 한번 인사드리리다. 본인의 이름은 키오테. 거기에 고귀하다는 뜻의 성을 붙여 돈 키오테. 그대와 함께 꿈을 향해 달려갈 해결사라네.
God, absolute fucking banger. All right, 2 more contos left, and we will we'll go through them. Interval of 1-5. After Conto 7, the sinners go to Limbus HQ to get a regular checkup to measure their progress. There we meet Hohenheim, Alyssa, and Martin. Hohenheim is probably one of the most goated side characters of all time, and I cannot unfortunately get into him too much right now, but just know he's the goat. He separates the sinners into groups and has them fight different types of Picatula. Hohenheim gets Dawn to take off her shoes, and she goes berserk before Virgilius steps in to stop her. The sinners then get ranked by strength, with Gregor as a special exception. Then we are tasked to fight a distortion, with Hohenheim distorting himself before we enter his Fathoms. In his Fathoms, we discover that he's an ex-LobCorp employee who let all of his coworkers die as he used an escape pod to flee the crumbling facility. It is later revealed that he was actually forced into the pod by his coworker Johan, which left him with heavy survivor's guilt. And there's a lot of pretty funny comedic moments with Hohenheim seeing Johan, or Heathcliff as Johan to some degree, and hires him as his assistant. We get this little mugshot kind of thing, which was a great merch promotion of all of the sinner sites and Dawn on her toes and stuff. There's Hohenheim, there's Alyssa, Martin, and Johan. Once again, we fight Sancho. Basically, she feels burdened now that she is taken over the role as the head of the family because her father is dead. She feels that she is now the mother of the family and has to consume blood and take care of the family's thirst. And then Virgilius steps in, saying, nope, you don't have any of that responsibility or duties here. You are just a humble sinner, and that is all you are here to do. Before knocking her out. Absolute cinema again. And then we have the distorted Hohenheim fight, which it's an okay fight. It's a frustrating fight. I don't remember the OST that much either. I don't think it was that memorable. Oh, right. It's a remix of the LobCorp music. All right. Well, that's cool. Throughout most of the Intervalo, we're just kind of learning about the 7 sins and what they represent and what their Picatula represent. It's a lot of lore stuff, and we get great writing into Hohenheim. It's a really good filler. And then in the next Intervalo, it's a transition Intervalo called Nocturnal Sweeping, where we finally go to Hongyuan, which is well, it's China. We go to China. After our checkup, the sinners go to District 8, home to H Corp, aka Hongyuan. We get ambushed in the back streets by some fixers that try to assassinate Hong Lu. They call him Jia Baoyu and are looking to eliminate him from the upcoming family hierarch evaluations. We meet Sod and Pilot again, who brief us on our mission. There is grief in the air due to Effie's death, but we are eventually introduced to our guide, Qingtao, who was a servant of the Jiao family. We constantly get attacked by assassins, and Qingtao spends his entire time glazing Hong Lu. He guides us to a Kezan where we run into Jichun and Wei. At night, we get attacked by a group of assassins called the Heisho Pack, and Qingtao was working under a man named Shi Yuhua, who is another member of the family, to kill Hong Lu. That is what Hongyuan looks like. It is this giant Rubik's Cube amalgamation of houses and buildings. There's Qingtao and there's Shi Yuhua. Qingtao escapes and the sinners fight the Heisho leader. Suddenly, Ricardo and his middle siblings appear to fulfill the grudge against Heathcliff from fucking 4 cantos ago, or 3 cantos ago. He followed us all the way here. Yihua insults his hair, which causes the Heisho leader Jilu to have to fight Ricardo to defend Yihua. The Kezan was a trap, and it begins to melt right on time for the appearance of the sweepers. The middle and the sinners fight through hordes and hordes and hordes of sweepers and manage to barely survive, with Ricardo being Team Rocket blasted into the sky. Yihua attempts to finish off the exhausted sinners before Jiachu, Jilu, and Jigong reveal themselves. Another faction, and kill Yihua before leaving. After these, or kill Qingtao before leaving and Yihua. After these events, Jichun makes a deal with the sinners to work under her with the hierarch evaluations. Soon after, Limbus Company sends an order for Hong Lu to participate in the evaluation, nullifying the alliance and angering Jichun, making her think we betrayed her. The family hierarch, because he is next in line to become the CEO of H Corp as the most powerful. Also, the OST is just a banger. We get this funky ass OST. There's Jilu, the leader of her Heisho branch. And the Heisho, oh Heisho slop. And then midway through, in the greatest, funniest fucking scene ever, we get one of the best lore confirmations of all time. Suddenly, we hear EDM. And fucking Ricardo is back from Kanto 5, and this confirms officially that Ricardo's theme song music is something everyone hears. He genuinely just carries a boombox around him playing this fucking theme song like an audio aura. The first time we fought him, we struggled a lot, but we got a lot stronger and were able to fight toe-to-toe with a great brother of the mill. Yihua insults his hair, and even Heathcliff's like, "Hey mate, bloody hell, that's too far. That's fucked up." And Otis goes, "He's too far absorbed in his own foolishness to see he's walking to his own demise." Ricardo goes, "Wow, you just set a new record. Current record holder for how fast I can get written up in Ricardo's Book of Vengeance and get killed immediately. Your audacity is terminal." And Jilu's just tired of his shit and has to step in. But it's funny as fuck. This also Jilu? Or the sweepers? Oh yeah, the final fight of Nocturnal Sweeping has us literally fighting against waves, and I think this is like a 9-wave fight. I don't remember how long it is. It feels like forever. It feels like forever, but we're just fighting waves and waves and waves of sweepers as they are running in the background. That is truly what happens at 3 a.m. 3 a.m. in the entire city. This flood of sweepers who just melt everything in their way swarm through the city. We finally deal with it. Ricardo gets blasted off. Team Rocket style. Which ends that part of it. I do want to get through this part.
글쎄, 좋은 거 하나 알려주죠.
붙은 쪽을 묻는 거잖아. 묘를
Ji-chun's very
부리면서
important. We all love
누구고.
Ji-chun in this house. Hongbu's
그쪽이
sister.
감히 할 수 있는 영역이 아니잖아. 그치?
Classic sweeper designs. Oh yeah.
조망만한 게
그것도 당신이 말하기엔
이환님?
저 비열한 관상에 배신자 같은 인간이 당황하는 것을 보아 그런 것 같긴 하군요.
Physiognomy of a deceiver is crazy.
이봐 자로 그냥 다 도룡내버려.
본래 내려진 명령은 암살.
Anyways, there are some horrifying CGs. This CG is genuinely nightmare fuel. Also, like the intro CG to the entire Intervalo, horrifying. Just seeing how high they're stacked up in the alleyways makes you just realize the sheer like absolute size of the swarms of sweepers. Like it truly seems endless.
싸우는 것 말곤 방법이 없다는 점도 확실.
And here we have one of the coolest aura farming introductions of one of the coolest characters in the series.
어때? 대단하지? 너무 총명하지?
Confucius himself makes an entrance.
역시 다음 가주의 자리는 본자가.
어리석구나. 그 말만은 입에 담지 말았어야지.
I love this soundtrack too. It's just got so much aura to it. All good, welcome back.
설마 갓치고 역시 있었잖아. 먹은 사람.
English cook the French 6-4. I'm surprised they made 4 back.
주인을 버리고 도망쳤으니 다시 목줄을 채우러 가져왔다.
So this is Confucius. Quite literally, he's based off of Confucius.
두어라. 부러 우리가 쫓아낼 이유도 없지.
That faction of that trio right there has so much aura. Like that's all they do.
그래. 목줄을 받아 들어보니 다시 사씨에게 붙는 것이 득이 되겠다 생각이 들더냐.
Some of their lines are so fire.
설마
They got bars on bars, especially Jiachu.
무엇까지를 말하는 것이냐. 주군의 알매 비해 네 식견이 너무도 좁아 마땅히 파악하기 어렵구나. 뭐 네가 사씨 가문에게서 버려졌다며 주군께 힘을 빌려달라고 한 것이 거짓이라는 걸 말한다면야. 물론 알고 있다만.
살려줘. 아니, 살려주십시오. 나만 긴히 알던 정보를 말해드리리다.
사시 가문에서는 동부십금이 있는 암지.
이화여, 말함이 있어 구차함이 없도록 힘쓰라. 그렇게 말했거늘.
죽은 이만하면 기대한 만큼의 정보를 얻은 듯하네요.
뱀은 쫓지 않아도 된다, 자로.
Anyways, yeah, he comes in and Aura farms. There we have Shi Yuhua. There we have Yigong, I think. And then there's Yilu and Jiachu. These three are pretty important motherfuckers. In H Corp, the CEO and wealthy are able to command 12 branches of Heisho Pack, which are essentially modified human beings that are used as assassins, and they're based off of the 12 Zodiac. This is more art from the Intervalo. And finally, Kanto 8, the second to last Kanto. Almost done. After the events of the Intervalo, we board a palanquin to Dagwanyan on Dagwanyan. On the way, Jichun clarifies that she feels betrayed by us backing out of our alliance. Our goal is for Honglu to come second in the evaluation to get the golden bow. In the banquet hall, Honglu reunites with his mother and father, who call him Jia Baoyu. They're happy to see him, but also expect him to leave soon. We also meet his grandmother, Jia Mu, the current CEO of H Corp and the family hierarch. We then meet Bao Chai, Honglu's betrothed. She seems very interested in him, and Honglu seems pretty uncaring. We stop by Honglu's pavilion and go to the location of the first test of the evaluations. For this test, every contestant must give their answer to immortality in front of 3 judges. If they fail, they fall to their death. Many people go through and die. After the first success was from Jahuan and Kubo, who came with ego gear. Their answer was abnormalities, since they are unkillable. Here we see what H Corp is like. H Corp is all about rent and restructuring. Every couple, there's a restructuring day event, which happens every now and then, where the property of the wealthy and the poor gets shifted around, and people are forcefully evicted out of their homes as the entire architecture shifts like Rubik's cubes. This is Honglu's house. Every single thing you see in here, the mansions, that he is the richest motherfucker. He's one of the richest motherfuckers in the city. Everything here is Honglu's house, or his family's house. That's Jamu on the left. There's Bao Chai in the middle, and I forgot his name. It starts with a P, I think. But he's just kind of crazy. Those are Honglu's parents, and there's Honglu's aunt, I believe. Another member of the family who is corrupt and manipulating a lot of things. And this is the opening cinematic scene we see. Jichun, Jiachu, Bao Chai also all passed during the test. Jichun passes using the River of Immortality she got from a while ago. Jiachu uses 2 members from the library. 2 people who came out of the library, and they died and technically came back. They turned into books and came back to life. So those are all their answers for immortality. During the test, we also run into a member of the Thumb named Lei Heng. He is very high ranked and also knows Ryoshu, who reacts with a lot of hostility to him. Honglu steps up with his answer, where he has Ryoshu kill him and have Dante revive him. Back in Honglu's pavilion, his maid Shiren greets us. She is seemingly numb and emotionless, as explained as a result of the overuse of life insurance. Jichun wishes us good luck despite the tension. We are ambushed by some assassins led by the Night Drifter. They kill Honglu and leave, unaware of Dante's ability to revive. The next day, we reach the second test site, which is a copy of the old H Corp facility when the Kong family was the hierarch. We run into Lin Daoyu, someone who knew Honglu from his past. For the second test, we are essentially doing a battle royale to collect coins from other contestants. And here's that fight against the Night Drifter. He's essentially your typical drunk old master kind of character. I think he's pretty likable.
포기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
Yeah, he successfully uses a stick and assassinates Hong Lu while drinking alcohol. Absolute alcoholic drunken fistmaster. And here we have the elephant in the room. Lei Heng. He is one of, just like Ricardo, the most memed characters in the entire franchise. For no reason. He's a complete bastard asshole that everyone likes. I think everyone fucking likes him, even though they hate him at the same time. He's just got this bastard fuck you attitude where everyone thinks he's a bastard, but they just can't help but enjoying his piece of shit attitude that he has towards everyone. He's a very high-ranking member of the Thumb. He is an iconic figure with one of the most iconic swords in fiction. A lot of times you'll see a sword in referenced in other pieces of media. He is essentially Jetstream Sam from Metal Gear Rising. And then we also see two members of the library who are revived, and there's Ryoshu cutting Hong Lu in half. And that's the Night Drifter, there's Shiren the servant, and that's Hong Lu's room, or one of his rooms in his pavilion. And this is the outside Hong Lu's yard where he's got a training thing. And this is the recreation of H Corp. And some people might notice this, recognize this little umbrella and chair from a lobotomy corporation scene where we see Binna, or Garion the Arbiter, about on her way to destroy the lobotomy corporation facility and kill all the researchers right after she just nuked an entire building. Call the fire department, for we just nuked the building. This is part of the Battle Royale part. I'm not going to list off all their names because I don't think remembering their names are that important, but there are multiple families that are tied to the main family, and all these families are participating in this evaluation test in order to see who's going to be the next family hierarch, which is the main family, which becomes the new main family, and they will become the CEO of Hongyuan. The one on the right is the most important one. Her name is Lin Daoyu, and she has some connections from her childhood with Hong Lu. They all basically represent the different wants and needs and futures of the various branch families and what their desires for the future of Hongyuan is. And it's a huge political fight, basically. We fight through many of the children from various families, and we work with Daoyu to peer into her memories, or into the memories of her and Hong Lu, thanks to the Golden Bow. We realized Daoyu had a grudge against Hong Lu, which was a result of a misunderstanding. The two make up and move on. We keep fighting our way through, and Daoyu jumps in front of Hong Lu to block a shot that was fired by Gubo. We see Hong Lu's childhood memories, where from birth he had a jade eye implanted in him. It was a camera that would live stream everything he saw to the Xianren, the immortal family elders who needed entertainment. We saw how as a child he witnessed his grandmother manipulate and exterminate the entire Kong family. She did this by helping them make a new bolus, or medicine, which was actually a way to birth non-human creatures from the outskirts, which is a major taboo of the city. On this day, on the day of celebration for the creation of the bolus, every pregnant lady in the Kong family had their abdomens burst by bird creatures, which slaughtered everyone from the Kong family, with Garion or Binna coming in and finishing the job, wiping H-Corp off the map. So here we can see the replication of the nuked H-Corp with what it used to look like under the actually kind and caring Kong family, who Jiao Mu decides to massacre out of spite because her family did not end up reclaiming the seat of power, and was given to the Kong family. So she acts as she's helping the Kong family the whole time, but in reality, she's being manipulative and spiteful and causes them all to die in this giant massacre. With the two parents of the Kong family, and we see Jiachu, who is actually named Kongchu, as the last survivor of the Kong family, as he looks on from his fallen position, as his family were branded as these manipulative, or as these traitors who committed one of the greatest taboos in the city, but he was allowed to live, but he lost all his status. And we see Hong Lu, or Zhao Baoyu, as from the height of wealth and power that he was birthed into. Kongchu goes on to wander and learn philosophy and powers and strength and stuff like that, where he literally just becomes Confucius. And here we see how that really traumatic event caused Hong Lu to detach himself from the world and become super depressed. as he forsakes his autonomy as a human being and believes that he is nothing more than an object, a live, walking, living, breathing camera meant to witness horrible things for the sake of his bored, rich elders who are undying. He treats himself as an object, he gets rid of all of his emotions, and he drifts along aimlessly, believing that he has no control in his life. And he becomes the subject of nihility. Although he used to be a guy, a little boy who tried his best to help out everyone, from the rich to the poor, and after he tried to help, he just witnessed that he is not in control of his life, and he should just shut up and live his life in silence, away from everyone and away from any real connections, to avoid other people from suffering as a result. And yeah, here we see that scene where he witnesses and is forced to watch and live stream this horrible incident to the family elders. So Honglu was only able to convince Dao Yu to not go, but he failed to convince Jia Huan's younger brother, who was killed in that incident. The entire massacre caused Honglu to become a nihilist, who believes he has no control or meaning over his life, who would alienate everyone and mask his emotions, completely detached from the world. The second test ends with a showdown between Jia Huan, Jia Chu, and Jia Baoyu, Jia Baoyu being Honglu. Jia Chu asks Honglu what Hong Yuan needs while fighting him. He asks again and again. Honglu keeps giving non-answers, until eventually admitting and breaking through a little bit that he thinks Hong Yuan needs kindness. Jia Chu was using this interrogation as a way to bring back Honglu's emotions, which he had been suppressing all his life. Jia Chu is satisfied with his answer and gives him all of his coins before forfeiting. Jia Huan is also sick of their naive and foolish interaction and forfeits as well. We end up giving all the coins to Jichun, so she wins first place and Honglu comes in second. And here comes the absolute Giga Chad GOAT.
참으로 친절도 하시고 남은 자들을 한 방에 서로 찾아낼 수고로움을 들일 필요 없이 1등을 겨루라는 것처럼
한치 앞길도 알지 못할 터인데 함부로 입을 놀리지 말거라 가원. 네가 그 이름을 더 씌운 것이.
His fucking hands, bro. Holy shit. Bro got yaoi proportions, but like in the best way.
저기 글귀.
현재 1위부터 3위까지 3명의 후보자가 모였습니다. 그런 만큼 이곳에서는 지금까지와는 다른 새로운 이벤트를 준비했습니다.
오는 길에 왕씨가의 자우라는 놈을 마주쳤는.
They basically just Fortnite.
차라리 형.
And he asks us what Hong Yuan needs. Honglu fights through a couple waves of Heisho. And Jia Chu eventually steps in himself.
한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내긴 죄가 너무 크고 저기 벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 처형한다.
With the Jilu as well. This is a fucking hard fight. Summons his Heishos to fight us, and he keeps asking us the same question. What does Hong Yuan need? Answer me this, Jia Baoyu. What is it that Hong Yuan needs? And Honglu just can't answer. He keeps dodging the question. And Jia Huan keeps berating him as a depressed nihilist who can't even do anything. Basically, Jia Huan is mad that his brother wasn't saved by Honglu, and Lin Dayu was. However, Honglu tried to save Jia Huan's brother, Jia Huan, and he couldn't because he didn't listen to him. And because of that, he loses his connection, gives a pretty fucked up answer. Now that he's super traumatized and depressed as like a 6-year-old, and that pisses Jia Huan off, who thinks that Honglu is uncaring and a psychopath.
안 빗낙도일지도 모르겠네요. 주어진 것에 더는 바라지 않고.
Yeah, they're basically just having a debate. And Jachu's like, I'm not having it. And then one of the best fucking OSTs starts playing. And he's like, I'm gonna beat your fucking emotions into you, buddy. A brutal winter must come before I am to estimate. Wait, what was it again? One of the best lines ever. Holy fuck. What a goat. It seems that a brutal winter must come afore I am to estimate the green within him. And then, yeah, 1v1 with an absolute banger track. Where he proceeds to beat us with a stick. Yeah, so that's actually the sprite of Binna, which we're able to see here as she exterminates everyone and everything that was at the scene. We begin to celebrate Jichun's victory before Jachu and Jigong appears to warn us that a major war is about to break out, and that Jichun is in danger until she is officially the family hierarch, since she has no Heisho to guard her. Jachu asks us to help him to stop the war. We head to the Tiantan Temple, where the Jianren or the family elders are. We fight off the Thumb and various other factions who try to stop us. We're finally stopped by Lei Hang, who holds Wei hostage. He offers to let Wei go if Jilu lets him strike her down. She agrees and takes a powerful attack from him. He lets Wei go when we fight Lei Hang. We seem unable to beat him before Dante unlocks a new ability that evens the power between us and Lei Hang. It brings our level up and his level down. We lose anyways, and Jachu shows up to save us and hold Lei Hang back. We rush into the temple using Honglu's eye as the key and meet up with Gubo and Jiahuan. And this is one of the coolest fucking CGs from the game. We see the K-Corp staff. I think these were knights from... I don't remember if it was M-Corp. These are the Knights of the Round Table or so from X-Corp. There's various fixer offices here. There's N-Corp up here. There's the Thumb over here with the Thumb boss as well as Lei Hang. There's R-Corp with their reindeer, their rams, their rats, their ravens. Holy fucking... Yeah, there's a lot of factions ready to go to war. And there's fucking Lei Hang. And we see that back then, Hong Lu would always use his birthday because he was because he was treated as an object. He was the only one who got nice things because his only role in life was to live nice and witness suffering and provide entertainment. But he and none of the others and all the other siblings were forced to be raised as these weapons essentially to become the next hierarch, and they all lived miserably, weren't celebrated at all. But Hong Lu wouldn't care much about his own birthday, so he would use his birthday to celebrate his sister Jichun for her birthday, kind of. And he had a close relationship with her until the incident, which caused him to kind of distance himself from everyone and not communicate. And now we have the Lei Hang fight. Thank you for the hydrant. Lei Hang has a sword shotgun where he loads shotgun rounds essentially into the barrel of his sword, which comes out as boosters from the back to accelerate the force and speed of his swings. Got some of the most iconic animations and poses in the entirety of Project Moon, which even gets referenced quite a lot in other games and media. And yeah, also has a phenomenal soundtrack. We then run in with Gubo and Jiahuan due to our exhaustion. We encounter the elders who comment on their favorite moments of Honglu's journey and kind of laugh at her whole suffering. Jiamu then explains to us that to become an official hierarch, that one has to accept the Anamna worm, which is essentially a parasite of the first elder, which is how he became immortal, which contains the memories and knowledge of all the previous hierarchs, but will make the host controlled by the will of the hierarchs. Jiamu even offers the golden bow for us for free, but we deny since we don't want Jichun to be parasitized. Gubo and Jiahuan fight us, enraged that we didn't just take the simple option. We need the bow, and they want the Anamna worm. After fighting the two, the elders are furious and demand Jiamu to stop this. Jiamu consumes a new bolus and proceeds to fight us. She later then stabs herself with a bow and distorts and fights us again. Honglu, throughout the fight, reconnects with his past emotions and summons a flood of water which fills the entire temple. We snag the bow, Gubo and Jiahuan snag the worm for its knowledge, and then break the projector. So the elders are now trapped in a flooded temple with eternal life and zero entertainment or connection to the outside world. And I'm not really going to care too much about this fight, but we just fight against the two N-Corp staff and their hierarch and their ego gear. And that's Jiamu with the Anamna worm, and that's the distorted Jiamu with the Anamna worm of the first elder being carried on a pallet. It's so cool. This fight is okay. It honestly is probably one of the least memorable final bosses. I think that's the weakest part of this Kanto. Each Kanto has their own weakness, and this Kanto's is probably the final boss. Its strength being the writing, because the writing is so fucking good. Yeah, the boluses essentially allow people to use like these animal-like powers, which is what makes up the Heisho, and she consumes one that contains all 12 of the Zodiac.
어떤 모습일지, 과연 그들의 눈에는 어떤 풍경을 담고 있기에 저토록 수많은 색들 속에서도
짧은 생을 살아가는 하루살이들의 살아가는 방식 따위는 그들은 눈앞의 것에만 급급해서 미래를 보지 못하기에 큰 뜻을 이루지 못하고 짧은 생을 마감하는 것이지. 선인들이 계시지 않았더라면 홍원이 지금의 위치까지 오를 수 있었겠느냐? 다른 도시들에게 뭐...
홍무씨, 비록 모든 풍경들이 알록달록하진 않았을지 홍무씨가 느꼈던 것.
그러니까 잃어버린 지 이곳은 너무 넓어서 무얼 찾기조차.
보가 어째서 그런 헛된 말에 자꾸 귀를 기울이느냐? 홍원의 위대한 뜻 안에서 네 마음 따위가 뭘 할 수 있다고. 선인이시여, 마음속의 손님께서도 그리 생각하시라니까. 선님께서 알아주시는 겁니까? 마음속의 선생님께서 말씀하시는구나. 대관원의 큰 뜻을 따르는 더 영원 불멸한 존재로 거듭날 것이라고.
Looks left, looks right. Yeah, you got that. That's all you, bro.
그리고 내일은 보호 오라버니가 좋아하는 놀이를 하는 거야. 그래도 오라버니가 좋아하는 게 하나 정도는 있을 거 아니야. 생각해와. 알았지?
기쁨. 저랑 노는 건 그다지 재미가 없었을 텐데도 대혁이는 제 기분을 제일 먼저 알아차려서 손을 걷어붙이며 달려와줬고, 저 저보다도 제 일에 슬퍼하고 화를 내주려고 하여서 그 순간만큼은 저는 더 이상 창고의 보석이 아닌 듯한 착각을 느끼게 될 정도였죠.
Yeah, he keeps unlocking his emotions gradually as the fight persists. I think Tienten is one of my least favorite Millie songs, but it's also my favorite in a different way. My relationship with Tienten is it's a weird thing. Because lyrically it's so good. Like I have to admit, lyrically it's got some absolute fucking bangers. And it's got a very danceable, jammy kind of vibe to it, but I don't know, it always feels a little forgettable to me until it comes on, and then I'm like, oh yeah.
환희는 저를 계속 따라다녔어요. 환희는 어렸을 때부터 꿈이라는 것을 가진 아이였어요. 이 도시에서 손꼽히는
Yeah, we just
오빠는 방금 나한테는 절대 하지
proceed
말아야
through like more of his memories and watch as he re-experiences and remembers how to feel again, basically. He goes through his emotions and he recounts everything in our journey so far.
후회, 기대. 그 미소와는 다르게 얼음성은 외롭고 차가웠어요. 갈등, 고뇌, 용기. 그럼에도 극복하려는 간절함이 있었고, 그리움, 애잔함, 따뜻함. 펼쳐진 나에게는 눈이 부셨으며 격정, 모험심, 치열함. 목적지를 찾게 된 모험은 후련해졌고 허망함, 결연, 사랑. 누구인지 알 도리 없어도 그 애절한 사랑을 외치는 건 아름다웠으며 가슴 벅참, 비극, 설렘. 이어지고 있는 꿈이 얼마나 빛나는지를 알았어요. 곧 바래질 마음이라는 건 저도 알고 있어요. 머지않아 먼지처럼 흩어질 감정이겠죠. 저는 당신들과는 달라요. 바꾸고 싶은 것도 이루고 싶어서 웃으면서 계속 웃으면서
Dante is such a goat. Their character development and their ability to express themselves and grow as a manager is so fucking good. Like seeing Dante from Kanto 2 versus Kanto 8 is just two different people.
전쟁, 황금가지, 대관원. 그런 다른 무엇보다도 시춘이를, 웃는 시춘이를 봐야겠다는 생각이 들었어요. 이미 다 흘러가 버린 마음인 줄 알았어요. 하지만 모든 건 한바탕 꿈일 뿐.
이곳에 오기 전에 당신은 앞으로 불리게 될 이름을 정할 수 있습니다. 가보. 그 이름은
아니요. 홍루라고 불리고 싶어요.
하지만 흘러간 것이 아니라 잃은 게 아니라 잊은 것이라 마음이 이렇게 개운치 않고 영영 날아가 버렸다고 생각한 저의 연은 여전히 이곳에 있었던 거네요. 만남이 있으면 필연 헤어질 때가 있기 마련이고 꽃이 필 때는 사랑스럽지만 시들어지게 되면 하지만 언젠가는 바람에 흩어져 갈 꽃잎들이 사라질 것을 알면서도 그 찰나에서 살아가는 것이라면
So good. It's so good. Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. Absolute fucking cinema. And these are all the different immortal elders of the family that we see. Some very lovely looking fellas. We return to see Jiachu kill Lei Hang, and it is revealed that Jiachu, Jilu, and Lei Hang and Jigong are all members of the Pinky. Pinky members don't know each other most of the time, and they all own special relics that are named after a star, and they themselves are named after the stars as well. Jiachu warns Ryoshu for her upcoming trials and bids us farewell. We all celebrate with a grand feast and prepare for our future. And there are some very important moments I have to show through.
빛깔 잃고 향기 멎은데
Where's Lei Hang's
그
introduction?
누가 슬퍼하나. 꽃 갈퀴 손에 들고 뜰을 나섰건만 떨어진 꽃잎 밟을까 서성거리네.
어? 저 덩치는 이런 개새.
이야, 어디다가 흘렸는가 했더만 이런 데서 늦자고 없이 나타났지? 야, 눈 마주쳤잖아. 인사하라도 오자.
알던 분이세요?
뭔 떡뜨거. 키가 2m.
저자를 바라보지 마세요, 단테. 그리고 여러분들도 아무 말씀도 하지 마시기를 권고합니다.
그러제 나한테 말 걸라면 너희들이 급이 되는지는 한번 생각해보고 씹으려야 할 것 아니냐.
저 새끼 손가락이다. 내회.
엄지는 손가락 중 상명하복의 제일 엄격한 조직입니다. 그리고 저자는 엄지의 카포 중에서도 제일 높은 언더보스 직전의 직급. 자그마한 실수가 큰 싸움으로 번질 수 있으니 전부 조용히 해주실 것을 명령해주세요, 단테.
에바, 너 지금 어느 안전이라고 남궁현아 도련님의 자리까지 와서 시야를 막는 거냐? 이 자리는 장차 4대 가문이 될 우리 남궁.
No hesitation, just fucking shoots his arm off. And then rips his tongue out.
남궁현아 도련님, 아그들 입단속 못했으니까 오른팔 하나는 내놔야지. 반가운 낯짝 봐서 기준 좀 널널하게 잡아준 것인께 허튼 짓 말고 조심해라. 거미적은 그립겠어. 하긴 그리울 리가 있겠어. 나도 갈 때마다 기분이 거시기하더만.
He's just such a funny
나중에
bastard.
얼굴 좀 보자. 그때처럼 한 번 더 칼 쥐는 법 좀 제대로 가르쳐줄란께. 아야, 그래도 그중엔 내가 제일 만나게 쓰는 법을 가르쳐줬잖아.
류슈 씨, 아직 때가 아닙니다.
닥쳐봐.
입사 전의 약속을 아직 기억하시리라 파우스트는 믿습니다.
어깨 힘 좀 빼라. 네 데리러 온 것도 아니고 그때처럼 뭘 가르쳐주려고 온 것도 아닌께. 그 새끼 아직 그 집에 있잖아. 아니?
Yeah, so Ryoshu's whole Kanto and her whole mission is to essentially save her child.
아닌가? 이제 없던가? 글쎄 뭔 일이 있었디야? 나가 그 사정은 잘 몰라서 말이지. 뭐 그래도
Ryoshu
뭔
is
일이
literally a mother.
피할 수
And then
없었던
the other scene I
어떤
want to go through.
불가항력에서
in order to free Wei. We see the two refer to each other as their stars. Jilu agrees to let Lei Hang strike her once. And like a Chad, she just does not fucking hesitate at all. She manifests her shin. Lei Hang manifests his shin and even one ring among.
뇌행 범지의 가포이자 동부십검 중 하나 전력으로 가르겠다.
입으로 배나.
And Jilu's just goated as fuck. He hits his iconic pose, leads through her, and she barely survives. And then at the very end, one of the most iconic and parodied scenes in this game.
오라버니, 다행입니다.
이거 완전 나발이구만. 힘도 앵꼬 나불고 아그들은 죄다 비져붙고 저리 쌩쌩한 놈들 12이 다 생겨버렸으니까 방도가 없구만. 이대로 가주 자리에 안 잡을만 밖에 있던 놈들도 급이 나서 다 뿔뿔이 흩어지고 입 싹 타들 거 아니야. 단도직입적으로 말할게. 어찌한 내 목숨이라도 살려볼 수 있겠냐?
He's so funny. he's such a guy.
그러면 삽시 후 한 대만 맞아라. 몰찬에게 했던 것처럼. 나는 끝까지 그 봉의 붕대를 풀 가치도 없는 놈이었다. 그런 것이지. 기다려보소. 나 금방 할란게.
Here it is. He's so cooked. 5 among. That is basically the second highest amount in the series.
천강성의 오망인가?
Just, I can't not love Lei Hang. He's so funny. Anyways, on to the next intervalo. After the events of Kanto 8, Limbus Company and the Sinners have to train Jichun to be worthy and qualified for her position. Basically, we go through. It's quite literally copies the UI and parodies Uma Musume. But we're just kind of going through, and we all have to give our own classes in training Jichun, as well as Sinclair, who somehow ended up becoming Decimates and Besties. And all the Sinners are each meant to teach their classes. Yisong teaches about the mirror and overcoming one's past. Dawn teaches about Fixer history and does trivia. Faust teaches about Old H-Corp singularity. Gregor recounts his experiences from the Smoke War. Hong Lu teaches how to follow intuition to survive poisonings and other assassinations. Jichun then takes a sparring test with Hua Zhen. Hua Zhen is worried about his family members who are arrested, and Jichun assures him that the innocent will be freed. After this spar, Ishmael runs a TTRPG campaign to teach exploration and creative thinking. Marceau teaches how to lower the intensity of their emotions. Otis focuses on extracting information using wordplay. And then Jichun spars with Xi Jiqing and gets Xi Jiqing to admit his parents are hiding to avoid arrest. Jichun wins and tells him she already knew and wasn't going to do anything without evidence. Then Ryoshu teaches babysitting. Dojon teaches how to control emotions and bluff. And Jichun then spars with Qingshan and promises to create a better, more peaceful future for Hongyuan. Heathcliff teaches brawling and one-on-one combat, and the Night Drifter is the last teacher who teaches fighting techniques and balancing inner self. Jichun then fights Shoipan, who exclaims her desire to rule without using fear. Sinclair and Jichun then skip class, take a mental break to have fun, and finally Dante gives a lecture to assure everyone of their pace in life and to not rush things. Jichun's final trial is a trap, and the sinners run to save her, but are stopped by a monstrified Wei. And finally, they fight the Night Drifter, and Jichun kills him, and is then accepted as the Hierarch of Hongyuan. And we get to see Jilu, who is a total fucking baddie, by the way, without all the bandage coverings and stuff like that. And there's a lot of really, really funny moments and CGs throughout the entire event. I'm gonna have to kind of skip through it for the sake of time, though. Finally, the final Kanto. Final Kanto until September, where we get Kanto 10. Kanto 9. We leave Hongyuan and wait for a truck that is supposed to take us to a meeting spot. Where are we? A meeting spot where we're supposed to see Sod, Pilot, and Virgilius. Sod arrives missing an arm and tells us that Limbus Company HQ is being invaded. Sod starts using the truck to coordinate a teleport to the HQ. We receive a call from one of the raiders who is asking for their darling daughter Ryoshu to return home. Ryoshu is excited for her turn and tells Dante that the spiders have spun their web. Virgilius returns but is occupied by fighting two members of the Thumb, Lucio and Valentina. Virgilius cannot properly deal with the two since they have Karen hostage. We learn that Valentina is the Thumb Nurse Father of the House of Spiders, a group consisting of a member from each of the 5 fingers who are tasked with raising Ryoshu. The portal opens and Valentina lets us pass through and says to Ryoshu that the other Nurse Fathers are waiting for her. There's Valentina. She is a alcoholic, physically and verbally abusive mother who beats her children, or beats Ryoshu, as well as her apprentice Lucio, in order to impart her sword techniques into them. She is also a war criminal and a complete asshole, but she can be nice when she is employed and also not drinking. But each of the fathers we see are all abusive fathers to Ryoshu as well as their apprentices, and we kind of get to see all these different styles and forms of abuse. This is pretty personal Kanto for the director, Kim Ji-hoon, because he created this company and all of that as a way to cope and escape from his very abusive mother. So it's got a lot of personal ties to it. Yeah, we have that first fight against Lucio, as well as some Ottomanicans of the ring. The Italians. But yeah. And then we pass through the portal, find out that HQ is a mess, littered with dead researchers. We also find Alyssa, who's been stabbed by a spiral, just like the many other bodies. She struggles and tells us that the attack was an ambush that caught everyone completely off guard. Ryoshu explains that we can, basically, they're saying it was an inside job. Ryoshu explains that we can only save Alyssa by finding the code to the spiral, but she can't remember what it is. Dante peers into Ryoshu's memories, only to find them in tatters, with most of it being unintelligible. We fight through some escaped abnormalities and ring puppets and run into Hohenheim, Martin, Moses, Ezra, and Ongdu, who are hiding in the broadcasting room. Ongdu reveals that she's also joined the LCD team, which is with Moses and Ezra. We learn that the LCE, which is Martin and Hohenheim, have successfully grafted the golden bows together, but it was stolen by the spiders. We all organize a plan. The LCB will go after the bows. That's us. The LCD will help fight and clear the halls. That's Moses and Ezra and Ongdu. And the LCE, Alyssa, Hohenheim, and Martin will restore power. Yeah, so we see the spirals. We see what Ryoshu's memories look like. We see Alyssa, who's dying out. We split up into teams, but the lab shifts up and messes our plans up, splitting the teams up again. Dante is with Yisong, Gregor, Merceau, and Ryoshu. Moses is with Ezra, Ongdu, Ishmael, Dojo, Otis, and Honglu. Hohenheim is with Martin, Faust, Heathcliff, Sinclair, and Dawn. Dante's team sees our reinforcements getting slaughtered by Rian, the Index Nurse Father. We also see the Golden Bows, but standing in our way is the Pinky Nurse Father, the Pinky Apprentice Ren, and the Ring Apprentice Albina. We fight Ren and Albina, and the Nurse Father leaves with the bows. The apprentices start fighting each other at some point, and we chase after the Nurse Father. Ryoshu explains that her memories are messed up as a result of using her sword, which is a relic, and that her goal is to find and rescue her daughter from the House of Spiders. Thank you for the hydrate! Yeah, so there we see the Index Nurse Father, Rian, who might resemble someone that we all know. And he slaughters the entire, an entire branch of the Udjat. And here we see some more memories between them all. And going from left to right, that is Rian, the Index Nurse Father. That is Shiomi Yoru, or the Dihui Star, the Pinky Nurse Father. And that is Albina, the Ring Apprentice. And that is Ren, the Pinky Apprentice. And here is the fight.
드러내지 않고 상대하겠다라.
잊진 않으셨겠죠?
Got another fucking banger soundtrack. BG art, fire, consistent. The background art is always so good in this game. Fire consistently. Oh, yeah, yeah. And the music. The soundtrack is fire. And Albina also starts to take off her armor, but is stopped by Ren, who's like, yo, that's not part of the plan. And then they start fighting each other. We run into a few new employees, Ravi and Sora. The two join us and we reach the Pinky Nurse Father ready to fight. However, Sora kills Ravi and reveals that she is the Index Apprentice and was undercover by Willa the Prescript. We fight Sora to much difficulty as she manifests her ego. It seems like all hope is lost, but we are saved by Vespa, who has recently been promoted to a color fixer in one of the coolest entrances ever, mind you. He quickly handles Sora and leaves to save Moses. Dante prematurely unlocks new power to fight the Pinky Nurse Father, which allows him to summon the sinners to his location, kind of like by astral projecting them, but it also causes them to be knocked down their real bodies, which causes trouble to the other two teams who have to now fight alone. Moses' group restores security cams, and they see Matthias, the middle Nurse Father, destroying everything in his way. His daughter and apprentice, Kira, was watching them watch her dad next to them. The LCB unleashes a bunch of abnormalities and distortions to buy time and stall them, but it's no use because Matthias is just absolutely juiced the fuck up. So here, we don't need to worry about him. I already forgot his name. Ravi, I think. But that's Sora wearing the Limbus Company Ego gear, and that's Sora as her in her index gear. And that's Sora's ego, and that's the Limbus Company Vespa, who... Ooh. Bad as hell. That compression shirt doing him justice.
기회가 된다면 승강기를 타고 같이 나가고
And Sora's bad as hell.
지령의 뜻은 그래선 안 된대요. 저도 리렌 씨 않았겠네요.
It's hard for me to properly describe all their characters, but I will try my best. I also love her OST because Sora and Rien both uniquely receive prescripts from a shit, what's it called? A pager. Unlike the other Index members who receive paper slips. And in the background of her OST, we can hear the pager go off. Especially after she starts unlocking and manifesting ego.
그래서 제가 부럽.
The pager is so fire. But yeah, we're kind of completely cooked against her, and there's nothing we can do. It seems like we're dead as fuck.
나쁘게 생각하지 말아주세요.
He lunges to kill Dante. And the absolute goat.
만나게 된다면 보다 정중하게 인사드리고 싶었습니다. 만남은 첫인상이 중요한 법이니까.
Even his sprite got a six-pack, bro. But he uses the relic Gungnir, the Spear of Odin, which is a very powerful special spear that always goes where he wants and can be recalled back to him. And and also his strength let him have the position of becoming now a brand new color fixer. In Distortion Detective, he was still a grade 1 fixer, but he just got promoted to a color in this Kanto, before the events of this Kanto, and we're first seeing him as a brand new color fixer, and that's our introduction to him. It's pretty fucking sick, especially for people that read Distortion Detective before this Kanto. This whole Kanto is basically hype moments in Aura, but like in the best way possible. Everyone got Shin now, everyone got ego, everyone's getting scarier. I believe this is our fight against the Pinky Nurse Father. Okay, I don't know why the quality of this video is so bad. Maybe the other one will be better. But where's the Pinky Nurse Father's fight? Because I actually really like it. Oh yeah, here it is. And there's the middle Nurse Father, Matthias, as he is brutally slaughtering his way through everything. There's Matthias and his daughter, Kira. Moses, Ezra, and Ongdu are now forced to fight Matthias, but it is not a winning battle. Ongdu loses both of her arms and is almost her life, but Vespa arrives just on time. Upon hearing their mission was a success, Matthias and Kira leave. At the same time, elsewhere, the LCE were fighting the Ring Nurse Father, Callisto. Hi, Star! Martin sacrifices his life to distract Callisto, which lets Hohenheim restart the power. Callisto also leaves, and so does Valentina and Lucio, the same way Matthias did. That is the Ring Nurse Father, Callisto, and he left behind a bunch of corpse art because his specialty and his art style is manipulating corpses. Moses, Ezra, and Ongdu are now... Okay. Dante and the Sinners fight the Pinky Nurse Father but are losing. Ryoshu says how she's glad she cut off the tongue of the Pinky Nurse Father using her relic. Her relic makes it so anything cut by it cannot be put back together when it is around. To her surprise, the Pinky Nurse Father speaks and exposes to Ryoshu that she knows where she hid her child. The other Nurse Fathers reconvene with the Pinky Nurse Father and leave behind the time safe where Ryoshu hid her daughter. Yoshu opens the safe, revealing nothing is inside, and she passes out in shock. I finally made a stream. I'm so happy. Yay! I'm glad you were able to make it. I hope you're not overworking yourself too much. Thanks for the blood tax. I will be streaming tomorrow for the next 4 days in a row. Tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And then I'm off to Opkai for 10 days. That's Yoshu slaughtering her way out of the House of Spiders, being picked up by Faust, and more of the other memories she has being snatched out. The empty safe. Limbus Company regroups and plans to raid the House of Spiders with an operation named Spider Pyre. We're separated into 4 groups. Hohenheim, Alyssa, and Sinclair, Ishmael, and Faust are supposed to take out Callisto and Albina. Moses, Ezra, Vespa are with Yisong, Dawn, and Honglu to take out Matthias and Kira. Virgilius is with Gregor, Dojan, and Heathcliff to take out Valentina and Valentina and Lucio. And Dante is with Yoshu, Merceau, and Otis, as well as the Udjat, and are to fight the Index Nurse Father and the Pinky Nurse Father. I've been working so much. You're always live when I work. How have you been? I've been really good, just really tired. I've also been working a shit ton. I'm finally getting a short break right now, and I'm just catching up on a lot of stuff. But I'll soon have more time. Probably by next month, I'll probably have a lot more time freed up, so that's good. We teleport into the House of Spiders and clash with our respective targets. In the fight against Callisto, Alyssa almost dies, and Hohenheim uses himself as bait to get a strong attack off on Callisto. Callisto almost kills everyone, but Sinclair's sign awakens and summons a future version of himself into his body. He easily dispatches both Callisto and Albina in the most hype moments in Aura scene ever. Also, in what's it called? Albina and Callisto's masterpiece is basically they have turned themselves into the ship of Theseus, where they slowly put all of their blood, flesh, and organs into their weapons, or they basically turned themselves, their blood, flesh, and organs into weapons, and replaced all of their body with machine steel parts. And they've been combining other people's flesh and blood and stuff into their weapons as an art form. It is pretty sick in both ways. All good.
정화.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back.
반달리지만 사절이랍니다. 함께 파헤쳐볼까요? 당신에게만 아름다운 관객의 적극적인 참여 나쁘지 않군요.
전방위 공격이 감지되었습니다. 피할 수 있는 범위가 아니에요. 최대한 힘으로 밀어내야 합니다.
Welcome back. I too am back. Yeah, I think the music is so fucking fire in this entire Kanto. Thank you for the stretch and the hydrate.
함께 파헤쳐볼까요? 당신에게만
술이란 매 순간 이뤄지는 선택과 고통의 반복. 요시히데, 그대 눈에는 이 작품 어떻게 보이시나요?
Oh, is it joke time?
여백의 미가 있는 쪽이지. 이런 도축이 아니라.
도축이라며 요시이데. 야수파의 강렬함을 의도한 건데.
너를 이러고도 무사할 줄 알아. 나는
But yeah, we see Callisto's abuse as a form of irresponsible parenting, where he raises Yoshu from when she was like 6 years old into immediately witnessing a bunch of horrifying gore as a way to show off his art. He does it for love out of Yoshu, but obviously, even by the city standards, introducing a child to that much gore is very traumatizing. What do you call a bird that doesn't have any friends? A lone hawk? A lone... I don't
조금
know.
더 틈을 노리려고 하고 민첩하고 인내심을 기른답니다. 육체는 거짓말을 하지 않는
Blockless?
저의 인형들과 비슷하면서도 다른 모습이죠. 다만
I'm glad to have you back. I missed hearing your joke, Star.
온전하게 느끼고 있는지.
정확해요.
Yeah, we could see some of his other art pieces in the back.
어딘가에서 또 감상한
His
적이
art form is all about connecting people's bones, blood, and organs and stuff to create various pieces.
그래요, 알비나. 그마저도 좋아하네요. 거미집에서 사냥을 모두 각자의 허황된 야망과 속세의 눈을
Hohenheim then has an actual reasonable art critique with Callisto. Callisto's interested, but it was all bait for Hohenheim to hit him in the fucking head with an invisible hammer.
우리 요시히데가
흔치 않은 기회이니 눈은 크게 뜰수록 좋아.
Also, probably my favorite soundtrack in the game
마에스트로가 될 거야.
is this one right here.
너의 꿈은 뭐야?
Sinclair finally gets off his bum fucking whiny ass and does something, and it is the coolest thing ever.
무슨 말을 하는 거죠? 제 공간은 항상 최적의 온도와 습도를 전부 갖추고 외부 물질은 들어오지 못하는데
끈적하고 썩어가는 지독한 악취. 그렇구나. 연기는 푸른색이었어.
Holy aura. Holy aura. Right when we're all fucked, he manifests his sign, which summons a certain future Sinclair, who has Shin, who has Mong, who is called the Green Deliverance, or the Green Damnation, confirming him as a color fixer, and the tagline, the second Smoke War, which is absolutely fucking insane, as the creator is also tweaking out about, because this is like having someone going back in time to someone in World War I and calling and saying, "Oh, yeah, where are you from?" And they're like, "Oh, we're in the middle of the Great War," and that time traveler goes, "Oh wait, which one? The first or the second?" A revelation that there will be a second Smoke War in the future is literally like telling someone right now that, "Oh, I come from World War III," or like telling someone in World War I, "I come from World War II." But not to mention, literally my favorite soundtrack in the entire game. It's so good. Sinclair uses Mong. He dual wields a Zweihander and a halberd. Has an amazing soundtrack.
그 의체 떼어내드리죠.
Also hates prosthetics. He has awakened racism.
다시야. 왜 친해지기 싫은 거였다면 나만 죽이면 되는 거잖아. 왜 파시아를?
There's a lot of lore revelations in this entire Kanto and stuff.
그래도 그럴 참이었어요. 제가 보는 눈.
And in the end, he calls Callisto's art trashy. And that Callisto has simply not seen as much carnage as he has. And copies the Night Drifter move, which he learned from the Spring Cultivation Intervalo when he was doing classes with Shichun. Mind a white boy speak a little Chinese. But yeah, aura there. Aura there. And then in the fight against Matthias, Kira blocks Vespa, and Matthias uses this opportunity to cut through Kira as well as Vespa, but Vespa dodges the attack easily, and Kira is cut in two. Hong Lu saves Kira, and Matthias is killed by Moses and Vespa's combo attack. And in the fight against Valentina, Valentina berates Gregor since she was a Smoke War veteran that was also a war criminal that took pleasure in killing many of Gregor's G-Corp comrades. Lucio is weakened due to the fight against Virgilius from earlier, which causes Valentina to berate and beat him. Valentina keeps beating into Lucio to go for the heart, which causes Gregor to grow unstable since the abuse reminds him of his mother. Lucio lunges to kill Gregor, but Gregor has a breakdown and loses control of his arm, piercing Lucio through the heart. This causes Valentina to crash out, and she starts breaking Gregor's limbs one by one while retelling her story and her joy of torturing the insect hybrids of G-Corp. Gregor fully breaks down and transforms into the fourth weapon of G-Corp, the Roach Emperor. He easily kills Valentina, and Dojan notices that he is still barely holding on, so we fight him to bring him back to his senses.
흉흉함은 온데간데 없이 그저 둥지.
계약서를 작성할.
맞아. 10명 정도 세워두고 한 번에
Also, Kira speaks in Gen Z.
멋있었는데. 그건 아직 내가 힘이 좀 부족해서.
그대 방금까지 정의로운 해결사의 일대기를 보고 있지 않았던가?
응? 렛츠고 블루드니차! 당연하지! 해결사가 나오는 영상이나 만화 영화는 거의 다 챙겨보거든. 너도 좋아하나 봐? 거기 있는 배지들 다 본 적 있는 것들이네? 혹시 하나 줄 수 있어?
She says stuff like aura and no diffing, and she's very brain rotted as a result of her neglectful father.
너 그런 설정이야? 재밌다.
Basically, Matthias's abuse comes in the form of neglect, as he is a father that doesn't really give a shit about his kids at all. He's a father that doesn't give a shit about his children at all, and like pretends to do so by spending money on them and giving them stuff, but not actually caring for their health and their actual needs and wants, and only like spoils them in order to brag about how good of a father he is. And he uses his kids as objects to brag about, rather than people that he cares for, which is why he is easily able to sacrifice his own daughter just to have a chance to hit Vespa.
주변에 널려 있는 쓰레기들을 보면
고작 그런 것 때문에 가족이 먹고 싶은 걸 못 먹게 할 수는 없지 않나.
He goes around parading as this great father, but he really isn't.
그런 거 치고 료쇼, 그자는 너희 아비가 전부 미운 모양이던데.
그런데 돈 너무 많이 쓴 거 아니야?
우리 딸내미가 뭘 사달라고 말한 게 얼마만인데 돈이 대주겠어?
난 집에서 입을 트레이닝복 몇 벌만 사달라고 했어. 저런 커다란 곰인형 같은 건 필요 없다고.
친한 동생한테 물어보니까 요즘 애들은 다 그런 거 하나는 들고 다닌다더니만.
애들이나 그렇겠지. 그리고 이 곰 원래 빨갛지 않나?
유턴할까?
Yeah, he just does a bunch of shit
조금
just to
위해서라면
yeah,
자기가 조금 희생하게 되더라도
just
아프지
to
않은 법.
parade around this noble like image, I guess. But here we get to fight as Moses, Vespa, and Ezra alongside our members against these two. Well, Kira's not scary at all. She's really easy to deal with, but Matthias is horrifying and like will one-tap you with every single attack. Where is it? Everyone was kind of dumb with like no reading comprehension, and loved Matthias, and then all of his rep went down right here.
잘했다.
아무리 특색 해결사라도 이 유물을 쓰면
He cuts through his own daughter, cutting her in two, only to fucking miss.
딸, 기억하지? 가족이란 건 다른 가족을 위해서 희생하더라도
He got expelled from the middle because he killed 3 of his older siblings in order to get the sword that they found because he was greedy. He's like Blackbeard, dude, now that I think about it. With Blackbeard killing Thatch for the devil fruit. But yeah. That is the fight against what's it called? Matthias. And then we fight against Doja. Doja. Valentina. I keep calling her Doja because she got Doja Valentina just came out. We fight against Lucio for a bit while Valentina and Virgilius are fighting in the background. Probably punches him a few times. Definitely does. And then the glass shatters. Yeah. I also do love how in their theme song, because of their gun swords as well, you can hear like the bang go off.
루치오, 내가 시킨 건
And now we have to fight against her, and she has the power to see into the future with her eye. So it is a very annoying fight.
미리 보였나?
그만 하지 그래. 당신 이미 중상을 넘어섰어.
당신 생각은 어떠십니까? 요시히데님이라면 이쯤에서 전투를 포기하셨을 거라고 생각하나요? 그게 아니면 애초에 이런 상황에 놓이지 않을 거라고.
몇 번이나 말했지. 그런 엉뚱한 데 말고 심장을 노리라고. 내가 수없이 시범 보였잖아. 아! 저런 허접한 새끼들한테 밀리는 걸 진짜 내 눈앞에서 보여줄 거냐?
에이, 시끄러워 죽겠네. 네 아비한테 좀 당신하고 전해주면 안 되겠냐?
언젠간 이런 날이 올 거라고 예상하고 있었습니다. 하지만 적어도 저를 습득해 주셔야 했을 요시히 되는 것 직접 겨뤄보다가 끝이 나길 원했는데요. 그렇다면 다음 교본이 될 상대에게도 알려줄 수 있지 않습니까? 저의 어디가 잘못되었는지, 어디서부터 다시 고쳤어야 하는지.
이봐 잠깐.
심장을 뚫어! 그 망할 놈의 심장을 뚫으라니까!
사과를 조각낸
Ow. My poor baby.
네가 그러니까 교본에서 벗어나지 못하고 있는 거야!
어떤 건 딱딱했고 화석했고 물렀고 과즙이 많았다.
당신의 호흡도 흐트러지고 있군요. 이해합니다. 이 공간은 가끔씩 사람을 완전히 미치게 만들 때가 있으니까요.
당내가 퍼질 때마다 난
Monka? And that is Roach Emperor Gregor. Horrifying.
쥐사가 부여한 특이
We see Valentina breaking his limbs one by one, talking about how much she enjoyed torturing his comrades. Basically calling him a bunch of slurs at this point. And torturing him. And Gregor just loses it.
사라져갈 때까지 천천히 갉아먹어 치울 것이다. 행진, 섭취, 번식, 섭취, 삭제, 재생. 행진.
Sorry for those who don't like bugs.
씨발, 진짜잖아. 해충 새끼들의 왕. 이제 와서 갑자기 부화한 거냐?
그래, 대체 어디로 간?
야, 잠깐. 저기 인기척이 느껴지긴 하는데 미동이 없는 게 영 이상. 어이, 수염, 괜찮냐?
인기척이라고? 아니야, 그것뿐만이 아니야, 히스. 소리가...
뭐?
소리가 들려오잖아. 엄청나게 바닥을 기어다니는 사각거리는 소리들이.
A bite of 87. Even Virgilius got scared.
맞아? 베르,
Um,
이제 어떻게 해야 해?
but yeah, we're forced to fight Gregor now. Who also has a really sick soundtrack? And we're finally able to end the fight with Verge using 3 Rings of Mong and his ego just to subdue Gregor. We also see the Ujjaut who come across Rian but were sabotaged by their boss, allowing Rian to easily wipe them out. Dante and the Sinners in their group fight against the Pinky Nurse father. And Dante peers into Ryoshu's memories. We learned Ryoshu was the Pinky Nurse father's biological child, and her blood allowed her to use the relic Arayashiki. Araya was a clone of Ryoshu who was created by the Thumb as a backup. Ryoshu decides to raise her normally. The nurse fathers object to Ryoshu bringing back Araya, but Rian realizes he can use Araya as a fetter. We also learned that Lei Heng got Ryoshu to unsheath Arayashiki for the first time, where she learns that every time it is unsheathed, she will lose one of her memories. After this, Arayashiki was to remain unsheathed unless instructed by the nurse fathers. Ryoshu also didn't wish to use Arayashiki often, since it would erase her precious memories with her daughter. She would hide Araya in the time vault and escape the House of Spiders, using Arayashiki to cut through the nurse fathers. And that is her daughter Araya. And the lab where she found her. Back to the fight against Pinky Nurse Father, Ryoshu remembers that she cut out her tongue, but also stabbed her heart. This memory was erased until now, which confuses Ryoshu. It is revealed that the current Pinky Nurse Father we are fighting is actually Araya. Ryoshu used the time vault safely because of her blood and unique ability to sense time. She thought that Araya, who has her blood, would be fine too, but instead Araya becomes temporally entangled, which causes her to experience all of her life at fluctuating times. Araya would open the safe and discover herself to be old and wrinkled, before being found by Rian, who offers a deal with her. The deal entails that she can see Ryoshu again so long that she takes the place of the Pinky Nurse Father who was killed by Ryoshu. Since Ryoshu just slayed the current Pinky Nurse Father, who is her daughter, who was her entire purpose in life, she falls into despair and cuts the chains that bind her to Dante. And we fight what is objectively the most annoying fucking fight in the game. Banger soundtrack or not, I fucking hated this fight. And that is also Araya. They're all Araya, just at different times. And we see Ryoshu's memories as they are put together. And all the different time periods that she lived out all at once. We see Ryoshu's love for acronyms came from Araya teaching her slang and common acronyms. Ryoshu promises to come back for Araya and leaves her in a time vault where time flows much slower. So 10 years could go on outside and it'll only feel like a few seconds inside. However, that was only due to her unique sense of time, which Araya did not inherit, which meant that she was stuck there for many years waiting for her mom, only for her not to come. So she opens the vault on her own, only to find out that her time has been fucked over, and she is both very old and very young at the same time, living several different lifetimes all at once.
없는 장소가 되었어. 그게 너와 내가 맞닥뜨린 결말이야. 내게는 끝이어도 그 애에겐 아니야. 아라야는 여전히 기다리고 있어. 아라야는 기다리고 있지 않아.
That twist hit pretty hard. I was able to see it coming a little bit, But I know that a lot of other people who are reacting to that for the first time were tweaking the fuck out. And then, yeah, in our fight against Araya, Ryoshu ends up unknowingly killing her own daughter. And upon that realization, basically decides to die.
엄마, 나는 약속을 꼭 지키고 싶었는데 얌전히 기다리면서
시끄러워.
나는 인내심이 없었던 걸까? 그 찰나를 기다리지 못해서 엄마가 떠난 걸까?
No, that's not why.
조용히 해. 네 딸은 너를 영영 떠났어. 네가 그랬던 것처럼.
아라야는 또 숨어버리겠지. 그러면 나는 또 그 애를 찾아 헤매고 아주 오랫동안 만날 수 없을 거다. 그러니까 일어서는 안 돼. 이번이 마지막 기회야. 별을 보는 걸 좋아했던 아라야는 지금도 그 빛나는 밤 풍경 속에 숨어 있을지도 모른다.
응, 괜찮아. 기다리고 있을게, 엄마.
이곳은 거미 집. 벗어날 수 없고 하늘에 닿을 수도 없이 그저 부유하기만 하는 곳. 내가 오지 않았던 그 좁고 작은 공간.
떠나지 않았어.
눈을 감고 숫자를 세. 이 안은 조용하고 어둡지만 모든 것이 금방 흘러가.
어떻게 알아?
엄마가 몇 번이나 숨어봤어. 그러니까 기다리고 있어, 알아요. 반드시 다시 돌아올 거니까.
응, 괜찮아. 기다리고 있을게, 엄마. 엄마가 곧 돌아오게 되면 별이 잘 보이는 곳으로 여행을 갈 거야. 도시락도 만들 거고 문어 모양으로 소시지를 자를 거야. 다 기다리고 나면 엄마가 와서 잘했다고 칭찬해 줄 거야. 아라야라면 잘 숨어 있을 줄 알았다. 라고. 그리고 시간이 더 지나면 잘 익은 수박만한 꽃을 달고 졸업식을 할 거야. 그러면 나는 그 꽃을 뗀 다음에 엄마한테 줄래. 엄마는 자양어가 잘 어울릴 거야. 나랑 닮았으니까.
Oh, this kanto also makes me cry so much.
글자도 더 많이
Not because I
배울 거야.
relate to it at all, but just like so fucking sad.
엄마한테 새로운 유행어도 많이 알려줘야지. 그리고 또
아니야. 그런 날들은 오지 않아. 알아요.
바람이 부는 진짜 옥상에서 시원한 수박도 먹어야지.
엄마는 나를 잊었어. 문은 열리지 않아. 그곳에는 달력이 없으니까 나는 며칠이 흘렀는지 알지 못해.
모든 어둠이 내 것 같아졌을 때 나는
내 생각엔 말이야. 이 금고 안에는 내 딸이 수도 없이 들어왔던 모양이야.
엄마, 어디가? 나 혼자 두지 마. 어디 가는데? 어디 갔어?
그리고 당신 그걸 가지고 다시 거미 집으로 기어 들어가는 건가? 나를 단 한순간도 알아차리지 못함이 명백해져 버렸고 내 안쪽에서는 끈들이 얽혀있는 시절의 요동치는 소리가 났다. 엄마라고 불러도 돼?
Yeah, it is at this point that she severs the chain connection between herself and Dante. She starts spamming Arayashiki in an attempt to erase everything, including like all of her memories and everything, which causes her to reach a state of Muga or non-self. Rian is happy that the project is finally coming to a success. Dora and Ren fight Ryoshu but are quickly severed from existence, which causes everyone to forget they existed, with the sole exception of Dante, of course. Rian reveals that the House of Spiders wanted to create a human concept incinerator so the fingers could get rid of their unwanted secrets. A barely living Araya reaches out to Dante and asks them to help connect her with her mother. Dante uses their new ability Ira to create a chain that Araya gives to her mother to embrace her with. This affirmation of love from Araya reconnects Dante to Ryoshu, and Araya is erased by Ryoshu's vortex, but she creates an ego which takes the form of a new scabbard to Arayashiki. Ryoshu has lost most of her memories now, and we are all to have one last fight with Rian. Rian resists the prescripts during this fight, conflicted between his faith and his love for his daughter. Ryoshu uses Arayashiki one more time to cut the connection between her and the House of Spiders. We defeat Rian, but he escapes.
리엔 씨, 이것까지 무사히 통과하고 나면
Yeah, throughout this beautiful fight, Ryoshu is erasing everything. Erasing me, erasing you. So much so that when you view the text of those she is erasing, their text is literally getting erased. Attack weight, on turn, inflict one sinking fragility, next turn, or slice fragility, yeah, slash fragility. Yeah, you even her own like text starts getting fucked up and erased. But yeah, as she goes through the fight, she eventually erases the two apprentices from reality, and starts erasing her entire identity and memories by just sheathing and unsheathing and sheathing and unsheathing her sword. Araya reaches out to us.
그자가 말을 걸었다는 말씀입니까? 저는 전혀 듣지 못했습니다. 당시 검지압이와 류시오. 그 두 인원을 경계하는 것에 심력을 쏟고 있어. 미처 듣지 못했을지도 모르겠군요.
숨이 끊어지기 직전인 채로 관리자님의 발목을 힘겹게 붙잡고 있는 모습은 보았다. 관리자님 또한 째까기는 소리 한 번 내지 않고
엄마가 실드를 베어내려고 할수록 내 실타래는 더 부풀더라고.
엄마와 함께했던 나날 중에 용수염이라는 이름의 간식을 먹으러 간 적이 있어. 한 가닥이었던 실이 두 가닥이 되고, 네 가닥이 되고, 16가닥이 되고.
Thank you for the hydrating the stretch. Take care, Star. Thanks for coming by.
수만 개의 얇디 얇은 실타래가 되어 있는 거야. 나는 그 모습을 엄마랑 같이 구경했어. 계속해서 늘어가기만 하지. 엄마 기다리겠다. 이만 갈게.
끊어내자. 전부를. 무엇인진 알 수 없지만, 누구인지도 모르겠지만,
엄마, 모든 순간의 한가운데에서 나는 당신을 듣고 있어. 길을 잃은 내 아이야. 돌아오는 방향을 모르겠다면 가장 아팠던 첫 매듭을 더듬어서 되짚어봐.
엄마 이름은 어떻게 적는데?
자, 읽어봐.
류슈?
아니, 그 글자는 그렇게 읽는 게 아니라 요시대라고 읽는 거다.
류슈! 이게 더 편하고 이쁘잖아.
엄마는 모르겠지만 어떤 실 위에서든 엄마는 한 번도 나를 놓지 않았어. 그래서 나는 모든 여정의 끝과 시작을 알 수 있지.
Yeah, and thanks to Araya's help, she sacrifices herself to become Ryoshu's or Arayashiki's scabbard using her ego, and we reseal Arayashiki.
글씨는 이제 잘 읽을 수 있니?
응, 당근이지. 그래도 역시 류슈가 제일 좋아.
미안하다, 알아야.
괜찮아. 나는 엄마 딸로 태어날 수 있어서 좋았어. 왜냐하면 나는 하고 싶었던 모든 것들을 엄마랑 같이 이루었거든. 어느 날의 기타 연주는 망쳤지만 엄마는 맨 앞에서 제일 크게 손뼉을 쳐줬고 도시락에 들어있는 소시지는 문어 모양과 거리가 멀었지만 진짜 맛있었어. 엄마를 보던 순간부터 내가 느낀 건 결국 그리움뿐이었어.
아.
알아야. 어른이 되면 뭐가 되고 싶어?
엄마, 나는 커서 엄마의 엄마가 되고 싶어. 그렇다면 이번엔 내가 엄마한테 사랑을 줄 수 있잖아.
그렇구나. 연민이 아니고 사랑.
엄마, 나 오늘 학교에서 새로운 거 배워왔어. 내가 말할 테니까 잘 듣고 따라해봐. 엄마는 나에게 있어서 완소야.
알아야. 너 내 소딸.
아이 참. 그러니까 그렇게 줄이는 거 아니라니까. 마지막으로 한 번 더 알려줄게.
이룰 수 없는 너의 미소를 서서히 잊어버리고.
Finally, the boss fight against Rian. The one and only Roland Larper. Or is Roland LARPing as Rian? That's the good question. Rian essentially receives a prescript to roleplay as Roland for his entire life. So Rian's entire life is just a script that he follows to the T that imitates Roland's life. His moves, the way he fights, the way he talks, the way he acts, is getting married, having a kid, his wife and kid dying. All of that was the prescript making it happen because the prescript just liked Roland and Argalia so much that the prescript was like, nah, I need another Roland. So they forced this guy, Rian, into just mimicking Roland and Roland's life. However, the weird thing is Rian was mimicking Roland before Roland was Roland, or as an adult, because Rian is older than Roland and started doing this shit when Roland was a child. Which means the prescripts knew what Roland was going to be like in the future, liked it so much, made another man act as that future version of Roland, just to have another Roland after Roland. It's the weirdest, trippiest shit ever. But that is Rian. Rian is a man who spent his entire life unquestioningly following the prescripts. No emotion, no will of his own, no humanity, nothing. He is just a shell of a man with utmost faithful religious devotion, which he only starts resisting in this fight due to the potential genuine love for his daughter. He even ends up copying Furioso as a replica called Furioso Replica.
거기서 빠져나오렴. 요시다.
What is this guy's team comp? What am I looking at? Is this a Blood Fiend team or a Heisho team? What the fuck am I looking at? One of the sickest moves ever. And then as we go through the fight, Yoshu unsheathes Arayashiki one last time in order to sever the thread between her and the House of Spiders. Her abusive parents finally cuts off, essentially, and she cuts off her trauma. And we end up defeating Rien. I have a lot more to go into when it comes to Rien and stuff, but for the sake of time, I won't. Same with all the Nurse Fathers. We retrieve the bows from Araya's elementary school backpack, return to HQ. Dante ruminates over Ryoshu losing all of her memories of Araya, but we learn that due to the ego, the memories can always be recovered, and Ryoshu can one day find Araya again. We also witness Rien fighting off the index proxies due to him disobeying the prescript. He then kills them all but is heavily injured. As he is dying, he receives a prescript to LARP the Roland bad ending cutscene from Library of Runa. However, he decides it's all too tiring. He wishes the best for his daughter before ending himself with a spork. And we also see Faust and Gesellschaft trying to find out who leaked the info of Limbus Company to the House of Spiders. We learn that the saboteur is actually Diaz, the CEO of Limbus Company. We also learned that Nelly has been spying on us and has been reporting to Herman, and N-Corp appears to be preparing for a genocide against prosthetic users, and the destruction of all mirror worlds. Okay. It's 2 more, and then we're done. Ugh. Eight-hour stream, buh. After Content 9, the sinners go to Martin's funeral, where Marceau teaches us funeral etiquette. As we think back to Kathy's funeral, Sinclair is taken away for his sign to be researched, and Hohenheim tasks Yoshu, Dawn, Faust, and Dante to work with Kira to explore the corridors in the House of Spiders. They meet Alan, the team leader of a possible new Way Corp. The first door in Callisto's room leads to a gallery belonging to a Falvis faction of the Ring. We run into a Maestro and immediately attempt to escape because we are not handling that smoke. Yoshu can't draw Arayashiki for some reason, and the sinners take the risk to save Kira as well. They all regroup, and Arayashiki is taken in for testing. Sinclair talks about the sign and how he remembers nothing when his future self took over. Vespa and Virgilius talk about Shin and Mong and explain that it's possible for Kira to learn, but likely not for the sinners due to their connection with Dante and stuff. The tests on Arayashiki conclude that Arayashiki's scabbard has a will and ego, a will of its own, of Araya's ego. They then enter the next door, which leads to a park. She thinks about Saru, her dog, and how, or Ryoshu thinks about her dog Saru and how Callisto turns Saru into a dagger. She also says how she eventually finds the charm in the gore and unsettling elements of art. She then has a distorted memory of covering the eyes of someone who came across Callisto's art, but she can't seem to remember who. We then go into the door in the middle corridor and end up in middle territory. Ryoshu remembers going to art school as a kid and how she was bullied. Matthias killed all the kids and the teachers for letting it happen, and Callisto later made a snowman out of their heads to cheer Ryoshu up. In the thumb corridor, we find Gregor with Honglu and Moses discussing his transformation and PTSD. Ryoshu remembers Valentina being less abusive when she had a job and was fighting in the war. And they enter another door, which leads to Gregor's old workplace, where we meet Ted, who is kind of the GOAT. Ted is a chill guy, and we learn about the different fates of Smoke War veterans. We then go to the index corridor and find a strange room, reminiscent of Roland's room in Library of Runa. Finally, in the Pinky corridor, Ryoshu remembers making bento boxes for her daughter, and the fact that she forgot her daughter. They find a docent named Rufo waiting for them and discuss art. We fight her, and right before she dies, Rufo destroys the exit. Ryoshu then decides to use Arayashiki to create a new exit, and Heathcliff gets anxious and tries to find another way. due to his trauma of what's it called? Of having everyone lose the memory of Kathy and him holding on to Kathy's memory. Ryoshu, however, is now confident and reassures him that her memories will only be forgotten and not lost. He will always keep coming back to reclaim her memories of her daughter no matter what, and her daughter, Araya, is reassured by this and lets Ryoshu unsheath her. After we return, we speak with Alan, who hints at an upcoming wing war with W Corp involved, and we discover Araya can actually filter and choose what memories to erase. And eventually, we return to the bus to leave H Corp for N Corp. Oh, we also find proof or evidence that in this Falvis gallery, there is an eye belonging to the first or a high-ranking kindred of the Tepes family. And that's the room that is pretty much mimicking Roland's room, which was found in Rian's basement, I believe. That is Alan, fuck-ass chud, Among Us backrooms explorer, piece of shit that nobody likes. There is, I forgot her name, but she is a docent of the Falvis school. And that is Rufo. Oh, sorry. That's the maestro, and Rufo is a docent. And we fight against Rufo, who is honestly really fucking frustrating and a difficult fight. But we're not gonna spend too much time digging in on that. And then now in the final intervallo. The final intervallo. We are now pretty much fully caught up. Now we arrive in N Corp. Dante is on the bus practicing his new ability to connect with all the sinners, and he thinks back to the anomalous nature of they're what the fuck is, dude? I'm just like autopilot writing. Fuck. The amount of pronouns I messed up in this entire thing. Otis, Ishmael, Sinclair, Dawn, Yisong, Merceau, and Ezra are fighting distortions. Dante and Faust join them at an abandoned photo studio and find Ungdu and Bamboo-Headed Kim. Bamboo-Headed Kim turns out to be a silly, lazy little guy and not the aura monster we all thought. Ezra briefs us that we need to find the source of the distortion. Merceau sees a film roll that has N Corp has N Corp employees that he recognizes. As they all are discussing the investigation, a flash occurs and the area transforms into S Corp, and the N Corp employees get overlapped with the S Corp's Chinokun. We blink between S Corp and N Corp, fighting the employees and try to find leads on the distortion. During this, Kim disappears and wanders off. Our group finds Heathcliff, Gregor, and Honglu in a dark room. Ezra is frustrated at Kim's constant wandering and explains that he did this during Kanto 9 raid, where he fought a bunch of auto mannequins. Heathcliff trusts Kim's intuition and convinces the others to as well. Merceau develops the film roll, and we confirm that the distortion used to be a docugrapher. A docugrapher is someone who takes pictures of buildings in order to create canned experience. In one of these photos, Dante recognizes a baker that happens to be where Ryoshu and Dojan are. They all meet up and talk about the photographer and canned experiences. The film finishes developing, and they witness a string of frames that almost come out to a video. That scares us all, but because a video is taboo in N Corp, but it seems that the distortion is trying to legally push the boundaries of what counts as a video. We fight more N Corp staff, find the source of the distortion, we enter the Fathoms, and we force Kim to join us despite him avoiding confronting his personal issues that are tied to it. In the Fathoms, we once again are mimicking the creepy S Corp, which matches Kim's personal perception of it. They fight through the waves of enemies and sees Kim's memories, where he becomes victim to a political scheme and gets arrested for failing to protect his client when he was a bodyguard. We see Kim's old friend, Gyeongyup, and their relationship with Kim, where the two discuss the future of S Corp and if and how it can change. We fight a vision of Gyeongyup, where Kim wishes to fight her and die. He then hears Carmen's voice and resolves himself, manifesting ego. He embraces his failures and forgives his past and ends the fight. We learn about the docugrapher, and N Corp staff arrest Merceau, the former one who nails. And here, that is the distortion, the camera, the guy turned into a camera, and we see all the various backgrounds and fights, and that's what Kim looks like without his hat. There's Ongdu, who has new cybernetic arms and a new sword. There's Im Gyeongyup, and that is the distortion. And that's also Ted, the goat. And the final fight up to date. And then towards the end, the two are talking. Kim finishes his conversation with Carmen. And manifests his ego, reclaiming his aura. It's like re-picking up your souls. He picks up his aura. He picks up his souls, dude. So call me Bamboo-Hatted Kim, the treasonous wretch. Feels the aura.
이번에도 잘해줬어.
And there it is. That is the end. We are finally caught up with all 430 slides of my fucking PowerPoint presentation, which was super scuffed, and after 8 hours of yap, I can finally put this in the dirt. And whenever other future content comes on, I will play it on stream. Now that there is this source of information, I will timestamp through it all, and I can always go back and talk about some more of it in detail later. But I'm tired. I'm gonna rest and head out. Thank you guys for hanging out and listening to me yap for literally fucking 8 hours. Tomorrow we'll do a little bit of an art stream and some yapping, and I think we'll just be doing a bunch of art, honestly, until Offkai, just because I don't really have too much else scheduled. So I will see you tomorrow morning for an art stream, and then after that, same thing for the next 3 mornings. All right, bye everyone.